What does it mean to beat the odds? It's about courage, belief, and seizing every opportunity that comes your way. While you're betting, it's not just about taking risks. Ni kuturn challenges into triumphs. Behind every win, kuna journey iko filled with dreams, determination, and defying the odds. Meet some of our incredible winners who dared to dream big and turn their bold bets into extraordinary wins. These are real people who took on the big challenge and came out on top. Their stories remind us that as SportPesa, we are made of winners. Na sisi ni factory ya mamilionea. With every bet, unakaribia the big mega seat. So, uko ready to beat the odds hii season? Enda pale ke.sportpesa.com. Ukwe the next mega millionaire. Karibu SportPesa. Beat the odds. Shinda sasa.
Wadau, ukijishindia midweek jackpot ya SportPesa over 10 million Kenya shillings, unaweza fanya nini nayo? Our winner of today ameamua ni Ngombes.
Kwa majina kamili naitwa Dennis Kwekurir. Natoka pande wa Kericho.
Naona tuko ready kwa
nilicheza midweek jackpot mbili. Sasa ya kwanza nikaanalyze kabisa, nikaangalia kabisa, nikachukua maza. Ya kwanza nikapata moja. Lakini ya pili nikaona sasa wacha nisikuwe na tension.
Can you hear the commentator?
Nikajiachilia, nikaangalia sasa pole nikaona kweli itakuwa alafu itakuwa na ile ushindi nilipata ilikuwa ni 10 million. Nikianza tu hii kazi ya SportPesa ndio nikakuwa karibu na nyinyi. Nilikuwa nikishinda bonuses. Niliwahi kushinda 32,000, nimepata 7,000. Sasa nikafikia kwa hii sasa kiwango hii nimefika. Sasa nilikuwa nimeenda chini kidogo kifedha. Sasa hii ikaingia kwa wakati kwa sababu itaniboost kabisa kwa maisha. Sasa hii tukitoka hapa kidhunguri sasa direct nione ng'ombe. Kama nitachukua 2 ama 3, itabidi sasa niende niongeze kashamba ya kusaidia kwa mambo ya chakula ya ng'ombe. Sasa lakini mimi nataka ile over sasa ile nitakujia hapa sasa ni 400 ya mega sasa ndio mimi nataka.
Congratulations. Thank you. Pesa ndio hii. Asante. Very nice. Nimeshukuru. Ng'ombe ya baba. Gei hapa. Wadau, ukijishindia midweek jackpot ya SportPesa over 10 million Kenya
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2025 SportPesa National 7th Circuit. And in case you're wondering, we are into day 2 of the first of 6 outings taking place in the 2025 edition, proudly brought to you by leading online gaming firm SportPesa. And in the first stop, we are making our way down to the beautiful county of Mombasa, County 001, which is known for its beautiful beaches, pembe za ndovu, madafu, biryani, and everything nice that is found in Mombasa. Mama Ngina Drive pia pale tulishapita. We got a breeze of the Indian Ocean, and right about now we are at the Mombasa Sports Club, where we are just getting down to action in the Driftwood 7 series. My name is Ochieng Steven, and I'm not alone today. I'll be joined by Kenya 7's assistant coach, Louis Fade Kisia, who is also guiding Impala through their first appearance in a National 7 circuit in almost about 2 years. Na kidogo tu tutasikia anatuambiaje how their day 1 was, and they've just won their first match in day 2, which gives them a good placing going into the next tournament that will be taking place in Driftwood. But about yesterday, all the big guns safely secured their passage to the main cup quarterfinals, and just about now, wacha tusikie Mzee Fadhe. Good morning.
Good morning. Sorry about my voice.
It's all right. How are you doing today? How are you feeling to be in Mombasa, County 001?
Of course, always a pleasure to be here. Always an exciting city and a destination. Driftwood has always been one of my best destinations, and I'm glad to be here, courtesy of Impala Rugby. Yeah.
The HSBC World Rugby 7 Series is done with the Kenya 7s, and now we're back to the local action. You're taking charge of Impala. Day 1, not so good. You lost all your games, but day 2, you started strongly, and it gave you a good performance today. Just a recap of day 1. How was day 1 for you?
I think first things first, we have over 10 debutants. We have over 10 debutants taking part in the Impala team. Young guys, 3 players fresh from high school. Jerome Mikisi, Kalista Simiu, Amon Buambok, fresh from Bwake High School. They won the school's 7th edition, and they joined Impala recently, and they're amongst our ranks right now. For day 1, again, I'll say it all boiled down to inexperience. They haven't played in this top level. Lost the first game to Catholic Mox. Second game, we had it till the first half. We were leading 7-0 against the Cabras Sugar. In the second half, again, experience from Cabras Sugar took over. Our inexperience showed, and we lost that game in favor of Cabras. The last game, again, against Nakuru, it was a battle of 2 teams that know each other very well. I was joking with Oscar Home after the game. I'm telling him 1-0. He has 1 over me. But again, it's a marathon. It's not a sprint, no rush. So we still have 5 more legs to go. So we'll meet, and I hope I come out on top. Right. In regards to day 2, of course, day 2 is always a very different ball game. My sentiments to the boys was we start afresh, as the boys always say, tunaanza upya, and indeed they started afresh, ran over KU, and now we are sure that we are heading to Prince Lou. No invitation, but we are going to Prince Lou on merit.
Yeah. And that was actually one of your main targets. You wanted to go into the next tournament as one of the top 12 teams, so that you'd not get invited next time, and you just go there by merit. Are you happy with that?
I'm extremely happy, and I think the boys have achieved the target that we had set. We are newbies at the moment. 2 years a hiatus is not a small thing. Again, rebuilding and bringing in young tucks into the park, not easy. So we told ourselves and set our culture early and said, we are here to compete, not to participate. We'll give our best, put our best foot forward, ensure we're amongst the top 12. Yesterday it didn't go away, but today again we came back. We came in the morning, ready, prepared. We got our win, and now we're going to Prince Lou on merit, which is a good thing, good feeling. Even guys who are investing and putting resources into the club feel proud, and will keep on supporting us.
All right. Coach, just as I finalize, we are into the main cup quarterfinals. We'll say the highlight of the tournament in day 2. We're seeing some big actions already today. KCB versus Oilers. How do you think these games will turn out in the quarters today?
Definitely, again, it boils down to experience. Teams that have national team players in their rank amongst them have an edge over these other teams. For KCB, they're lucky to have more than 4 or 5 Kenya Sevens internationals. Oilers, on the other hand, has at the moment it only has Abukuse. It's going to be a battle of two giants. But I see, from my point, I think KCB will carry the day.
All right, thank you very much, Coach. Just as we're going back into the action, the challenge-up matches are already going on. And as I can see right now is Mwamba taking place behind me. And let's get into the action in day 2 in Mombasa.
Yes. All Yes, all right. Gentlemen, welcome to match day 2 of the SportPesa National 7th Circuit, Driftwood 7s. You're right on for the quarterfinal of the Challenge Trophy, where we have Mwamba taking on the Catholic Monks. Currently, Monks with a 7-point lead as this game unfolds. Remember, this is the 3rd Challenge Trophy quarterfinal match. After this, we will have Daystar Falcons taking on Kabarak University. Mwamba looking to strike back, having gone down in the early exchanges. Thank you so much for joining us. Welcome to the live stream of this year's National 7th Circuit, SportPesa National 7th Circuit, if I may add. We are located in the coastal city. This is the Mombasa Sports Club playing host once again to what is a prestigious event, that is the Driftwood Sevens. This event is organized by Mombasa RFC in conjunction with the Mombasa Sports Club. Yesterday we had pool play games. Teams fought for what they wanted to do on match day 2, and the Challenge Trophy precedes the main cup quarterfinal games. 8 teams still remain in contention for the Driftwood Sevens title. And these 2 sides currently playing in a category lower, that is a Challenge Trophy quarters. There is Nyamboki trying to step his way to the try line. And they get their second try time, Catholic Monks. The Monks go over for their second try of the game. Very, very important score there for the Catholic Monks. Remember, there is a relegation promotion criteria for the National 7th Circuit. So you lose match day 2, match 1 if you're in the Challenge Trophy quarterfinal. That means you drop to the 13th place semis. And sadly, you are relegated to the Division 2 category of the next weekend, which now is the Prince Louis Sevens, going down next weekend at the Nakuru Athletics Club. Conversion is unsuccessful. Catholic Monks with a 12-0 lead against Mwamba. Nyamboki kicks off. Ball is tapped backwards by Mwamba. Mwamba looking to draw back the deficit. Chege. Mwamba player isolated, turnover effected, but referee penalizes Catholic Monks. A quick tap there by Eliakim Kichoi. Referee ushering Quer to go back 10 meters. That is Dennis Ndayala on the break. The big long legs of Dennis looking to stride and earn Mwamba their first and opening try. That's a hint of a high tackle there. Referee awards the try, and we'll probably be having a word with the tackler, and that's a yellow card for that late tackle on Dennis Ndayala. Mwamba with a penalty try. That is 7 points cut down from the 12-point difference between the 2 sides. 1 man down, Mwamba with an opportunity to play the last couple of minutes against a depleted Quer side, 6v7. A 1-try difference between the 2 sides. Remember, this is the Challenge Trophy quarterfinal match 3. And that's a penalty, I guess. Oh, it's a kickoff. Yes, it is a kickoff. having been awarded that penalty try. You can have your cake and eat it, and of course a yellow card was also issued. No clear release. Nyamboki hoofs the ball, trying to look for touch, but it goes against his wish, but knocked on in the air there by Eliakim Kichoi. That is a tough first half. The halftime scores: Catholic Monks 12, Mwamba RFC 7. Second half, Mwamba kicking off the second half. Remember, playing 6v7, an advantage being played there to the Catholic Monks, a knock-on advantage. Advantage not gained. Big tackle there by Mwamba RFC. Mwamba donning their new strip. Looking to claw back that 5-point deficit. Big, in a picture there, big tackle coming through. Catholic Monks doing so well with one man down, having not conceded any points so far. Line break there for the Catholic Monks, but quickly shut out there by Mwamba. Quer. Ball goes backwards. Play isolated, ball is available, play is open. Competition is allowed, referee plays a penalty, an awarded penalty to Mwamba. Mwamba quick tap there. Mwamba looking to quickly get on with it. Players not 10 meters. Could easily be a yellow card, but referee being sympathetic. Mwamba not really taking advantage of that one-man advantage. However, they have a scrum stuck in the half of Catholic Monks. An opportunity to attack them 22 meters away from the try line. Splitting the pitch, two sides. Opportunities to attack. Quite a large number, but they don't get the hook right at scrum time. Nyamboki passing it to his winger, Dennis Mulinga exchanging gears, and that is a line break, and that is gone. Try time, Catholic Monks. Well, having soaked in so much in terms of defense, they turn defense into attack. Stealing that ball at the scrum area. Exchanging passes, 1-2 passes later, and that is clear side to the try line for Dennis Mulinge. Mulinge getting the 5 points that take the Monks farther away from Mwamba. Mwamba will rule the missed opportunity there. A game of margins, really. If Mwamba had played that scrum right, they would have tied the game up or probably taken the lead. But a flip of a coin, just like that, they lose concentration for a few seconds and they are punished. That is the cruelty of the sevens game. Try time, Monks 17, Mwamba 7. Quia kicking as long. Looking to apply that defensive pressure deep into the Mwamba half. Mwamba looking for an escape route. Catholic Monks, strong contact there. Aldrin Adanje. Referee calls back play. That's a high tackle. Mwamba, but 3 minutes to do something. If they need to do something, they need to do it quickly. And that has to come as quickly as now. Isolated. Ball is sneaked back. Passed out wide, Brian Mutugi. Should offer a bit of experience there. A speedster. But Quia having none of that Mutugi magic. Mwamba. A grass cutter there. That's a beautiful tackle technique. Eliakim Kichoi shrugging off 1, 2, 3 defenders. Mwamba with sort of an overlap on the outside channel, see if they send it out wide, but go back the blind. Eliakim. Mwamba battling for that space. Every inch, every blade of grass. Aldrin Adanje goes back against the grain. Big frame of Aldrin. Past. Mwamba. Switch. Mwamba. Mwamba, Aldrin scans once again, goes through. Player going off his feet. And the referee right on the scene of the crime and awards a penalty to the Catholic Monks. Player going straight off their feet into the ruck. An injury break. Having put in a shift defensively, Catholic Monks could do with that opportunity to catch their breath. The Catholic Monks with a healthy 17-7 scoreline. Looking for touch. Just a minute off the clock there as they make their way to the line out, set up their routine. Another hurdle is to get the throw in right, the many moving wheels of that line out, timing. It needs to go 5 meters. You need to throw it straight. You also need to lift. Quite a lot of work needed there, but Mwamba battling it out. Quia not relenting in this fight. Quia staying in the fight. Quick tap, Mwamba, pass backwards. Knocked, but knocked backwards. Mwamba laboring. Quia with the clock on their side, working in their favor. But of course, their defensive effort. Brian Mutugi scans, looks for that weak shoulder, shrugs. 2 seconds, 1 second out. We are into the referee time now. Mwamba needed to score twice to take anything away from the Catholic Monks, and that is a knock-on by Mwamba. I said we are into the referee's time. The referee's decision at this point in time is a scrum advantage and a scrum down to the Catholic Monks. Monks have done the job here. The hooter sounded. Monks just need to kick this ball out. And that is exactly what they do. The Catholic Monks, ladies and gentlemen, reigning supreme, getting that nicked result against Mwamba FC. Full-time scores, Catholic Monks 17, Mwamba FC 7. Well, a tough encounter coming on next. We have Daystar Falcons coming on against the Kabarak University. Daystar looked good yesterday on match day 1. Tough luck that they find themselves playing in the Challenge Trophy quarter-final game. Well, they were in a very tight group. A group that had the likes of KCB. Well, they live to see another day and an opportunity to play in the Challenge Trophy quarterfinal match number 4. Center referee is Saidi Kenya. Thank you so much for joining us. This is the SportPesa National 7 Circuit coming to you live from the Mombasa Sports Club. We're streaming these games live across the globe. You can sit back, relax, and enjoy, and have an opportunity to be part and parcel of the SportPesa National 7 Circuit. Get onto the YouTube platform, search SportPesa, and you'll find the live stream live. Share with your friends. It's a Sunday morning from wherever you are. It's a Sunday afternoon, Sunday evening, but still an opportunity to enjoy some sevens rugby the Kenyan way. Remember, this is the home of the Shujaa. This is where the Shujaa Nationals make their way onto the national team. So this is quite an important part of the ecosystem of the local rugby setup and, of course, the Kenya Sevens program. So sit back, relax, and enjoy as Daystar Falcons quick to the line out, but not straight. Referee pulls back play. An option for Kabarak, either line out or the scrum. Not sure the referee's called there. Whose ball it is. Seen him signal one way. Well, the ball is with Kabarak. Thanks so much for SportPesa's contribution to the local sevens ecosystem. They are the National 7 Circuit sponsors. This is the first stop of this year's event. This here is the home of champions, the home of the Shujaa. Remember, they are, SportPesa are the seven sponsors. They're on the front of the shirt of the Shujaa team. And once again, partnering with the source of the national team players, which is the National 7 Circuit. Remember, next weekend we make our way to Nakuru RFC's Mombasa, beg your pardon, Nakuru RFC, that is the Nakuru Athletics Club for the Prinsloo Sevens. Still a tight affair between the Daystar Falcons and Kabarak. Daystar, Patrick scans. They would be aware of the threat of Patrick, and they know very well who Patrick is. But tackle there. A good counter coming through by Kabarak. Kabarak holding their own, but spraying the ball and allowing Wambugu an opportunity to race clear. That is a try for the Daystar Falcons. Eddie Wambugu running clear and opening the scores for the Falcons. Current scores, ladies and gentlemen, Daystar Falcons 5, Kabarak University 0. Yeah, Eddie saw the line, took the route offered, and that route led to just one thing, and that was a try for the Falcons. Falcons soaring high, getting the lead. Remember, after this we have the Cup quarterfinal games, the big boy category. And remember also, this is a knockout day, so you snooze, you lose. Cup quarter number 1 will be having Kenya Harlequins taking on Nakuru RFC. Strathmore will be coming on after that with a match against Nondies. Cabras be taking on their local rival in Masinde Muliro. KCB will be taking on the Menengai Oilers, another familiar fixture in this Driftwood Sevens history. That is try time for Daystar Falcons. Second try for the Falcons. Daystar 10, Kabarak 0. So, ladies and gentlemen, sit back, relax, and enjoy more rugby action coming your way. Beautiful setup right here at the Mombasa Sports Club, but very, very good job done by Mombasa RFC in preparing these games. The standards have been set quite high, this being the opening round. Over to you, the rest of the circuit organizers, to show us what you get over Mombasa RFC. Do remember also, we do have the return of the legends. The Nondies legends will be playing against the Uganda legends in a few weeks. All that information will be shared on the screens later on, but most importantly, just mark your dates and know that the Nondies legends will be coming up against the Uganda legends very soon at the RFA grounds. Visit the socials, the Nondies legends on social media. You'll grab all the information that you need. Kabarak looking at least to strike back, having gone down 2 tries, running straight into the man. Competing quite well against the smaller sized Kabarak University. An advantage, knock-on advantage as the referee signals. Kabarak know quite well that they can't win the battle of the masses. Keep offloading the ball, changing the point of attack. There is a strong counter coming through, but not successful. Kabarak keep possession of the ball. Swung into the midfield. It looks like a marginal forward pass, but the referee allows play to continue. There's a line break for the Kabarak University side. Competing quite well. Should be an advantage there for an offside infringement. Quick ball there, an open space right ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, that should be try time. Kabarak University stayed alive, kept the ball working. Lots and lots of possession there for Kabarak University leading up to the try. And that is the opening try for the Great Rift Valley University side, who strike back. Current scores, Daystar Falcons 10, Kabarak University 5. Yeah, in your picture there. Nothing Patrick could do about that.
Conversion wide by Anthony Mondi.
Conversion sails wide.
The Falcons are leading this varsity derby by 10. Kabarak University 5.
Daystar defending deep. Offside. Penalty awarded to the Daystar Falcons. Looking to slow it down. We are into the referee's time in this first half. Daystar Falcons with a decision to make. Could have gone to touch for that halftime break, but opting to get some points before we go into the break. Probably noticing some tired legs in the defense of Kabarak and looking to exploit that. Remember, they have quite a strike option out on the wings. That is Patrick Odongo. There he goes. Patrick receives the ball, scans, goes back in. Patrick fends one. Patrick goes. That's it. Why kick it into touch to go into halftime when you can score through Patrick Odongo? Ladies and gentlemen, try time. Daystar Falcons. Patrick Odongo shrugs. Beats 1, 2, 3. That's some weak defensive effort there by Kabarak University, allowing the most dangerous local rugby sevens player, that is in Patrick Odongo. That amount of space is tantamount to allowing yourself to go down just like they did.
The mood is being set. A big thank you to our sponsors and partners. Our gaming partner SportPesa. Tikoha, our ticketing partner. Retail Codes, our 2025-2026. Citizens sponsors. Webmark Property, our real estate partner. Second half is underway.
Second half, Catholic Monks scoring last in the first half, kicking us off the second half. Eddie Wambugu with ball in hand, playing in that fly-off position for the Falcons. The wristed goes high, just like the Falcon goes. Ball is back with Daystar. It hits the head there, but play continues. Karagori. Patrick Odongo sneaks through. It needs so much to bring him down. That is Patrick. Once he sees the try line, there's nothing stopping Patrick Odongo. It's the reaction from the crowd that we are here for. You know, once he breaks the line and everyone is like, nah, that's gone. The guy with the jet shoes, Patrick Okongo Odongo, no stranger to the try line. And there as he jogs his way to touchdown. The best there is in the business right now for the Kenya Shujaa. Daystar Falcons 24. Kabarak 5.
Kabarak University 5.
Kickoff allowed to bounce. Terrible mistake there by Kabarak University. Daystar Falcons with the ball. A counter coming through, employing so much at the breakdown. Daystar with possession. Slow possession. Penalty awarded to the Daystar Falcons. Slowing down the pace. They're in the lead, 24-5. The onus is on Kabarak University to try and score. The clock is against them, and so is the scoreboard. Falcons. Sunday, that's a turnover. Quickly tapped. Referee will be calling the play back to the mark. Having a second bite at the cherry. Most referees would have given a knock on there, but not taken at the mark. Quickly taken there by Kabarak. Teddy Agutu runs into contact, but is strongly accosted by the defense of the Daystar Falcons. Falcons still spotting that comfortable 24-5 scoreline. No clear release by Clinton Amukwachi. Referee blows a penalty. Quick tap there by the Kabarak. The University side passed forward. Sunday tackled. That's an advantage, scrum advantage. Tackled without the ball, that's a penalty. Yes, the referee will be awarding that in favor of the Daystar Falcons. Falcons have a decision to make. They'll be slowing down play, probably take it to the scrum or line out. The decision right now is the line out. Kicked deep, touch is found successfully. Time now to execute the line out for the Daystar Falcons. Falcons escape. So far, so good. They would be escaping that relegation. Kabarak will be dropping down to the Division 2 category next weekend. That's if they don't get an invitation to Division 1 category at the Great Rift Princely Sevens next weekend, the SportPesa National 7 Circuit second leg. Falcons, Sunday. Falcons on the attack. Looking to pounce on prey. Olile Duncan sets the platform. Ball swings wide. Kabarak still battling strong on the defense. No giving up. No relenting both on attack and defense for these two sides. Kabarak, Sindoli. There you have it. Big frame of Sindoli diving over for yet another try for Daystar. Daystar Falcons 29. Kabarak University 5. Conversion is successful. It is 31 in favor of the Daystar Falcons. 1 minute left on this game. Coming up next, we have the Cup quarters. Don't you move a muscle, don't you move an inch. Local circuit, the home of the future Shujaa. The Stars will be lining up in the future of the Kenya Sevens team. This is where they're bred. This is their platform. This is their arena. Time for them to entertain the modern day gladiators, our local Rugby Sevens players. Scrum to the Daystar Falcons. Beautiful shots. Great camera work. See the grass there, you can see as the players get to set that scrum closer, being brought closer to the action. Great camera production there by the Live Eye camera crew. Daystar on the attack. Ball is passed backwards, lost forward there. Small ruck. And that is the last of the play. Daystar Falcons with a comfortable 31-5 victory over Kabarak University. Daystar proceed to the Challenge Trophy semi. Kabarak. Time now for the cup quarters. And boy, oh boy, do we have games lined up. Kenya Harlequins, the defending champions of the Driftwood Sevens, making their way onto the pitch, taking on the hosts of the second leg of the SportPesa National 7th Circuit, Nakuru RFC. Ladies and gentlemen, Wanyore joining us from across the globe, the Queen family. Welcome on board. This is the SportPesa National 7th Circuit Driftwood Sevens Match Day 2, Cup Quarter Match number 1. The two teams making their pre-match rituals and presenting that. Queens there in a huddle. Nakuru having done theirs. Time now to battle it out. Cup Quarter Match number 1. Joseph Momo, our center referee. 14 minutes to decide who proceeds to the Cup semi. A step closer to the Driftwood Sevens trophy. Kenya Harlequins taking on Nakuru RFC. Javan will be getting us underway. Long kickoff, good battle but lost in the air there forward. Kenya Harlequins with a fast infringement. An Ocon by Dave Maura.
Cup quarterfinals between Kenya Harlequins versus Nakuru RFC.
Nakuru packing down the scrum. Business end. Everything you do today decides your fate on the log standings. One chance closer to the crowning of the 2025 SportPesa National 7th Circuit champion. Javan, Felix exchanging passes. Nakuru on the attack. Offload. Felix. Nakuru. Try time, Mombasa Cyprian. Mombasa Cyprian goes over for the opening try for Nakuru. Testing themselves early on the attack. Packed a scrum, passed it out wide to the edges. Swung back once again. One simple offload back in, and that destabilized the Kenya Harlequins defensive line. You can see there Dave Maura going in hard on defense, trying to stop that run there by Mombasa Cyprian. The celebration matches the try. Felix. Nakuru out here to have some good time. Well, everyone is. This is the SportPesa National 7th Circuit. This is all about the fun, the Kenyan spirit. It's Kenya Corner all over the pitch. And you know what Kenya Corner is. Kenya Corner is where the Kenya fans go out to have a lot of fun at any rugby, both local and international event. The fans had quite a time yesterday, and today we do it once again in a big way. Remember, Tusker, beverage and entertainment partner, never play with their events. You can imagine the amount of entertainment the fans had yesterday. Kenya Harlequins with a decision to make, a penalty awarded. They go for touch. Do they get touch? No, they don't get touch. Nakuru with an easy escape. Cyprian. Javan. Felix. Felix passing it out wide to his teammate on the outside, Junior Joseph. Quins get possession. That looked like a forward pass. Yes, it was. A tip-on pass there, but it sails forward. Kenya Harlequins not taking advantage there. It's Alela. Alela Albert. Javan. Basso Cyprian. Nakuru isolated, turnover successful. Quins. Boy. Dave steps back against the grain. Former Nakuru player Dave Maura playing against his former teammates. Big tackle there on the Wild Human. They know the threat that he possesses. Big handoff there, Nyongesa. Past, pressure, pressure here, pressure there. And the ball goes dead in goal. 22-meter dropout. Kenya Harlequins pinned, trying to play from their own 5. Nakuru not allowing Kenya Harlequins any easy way out. Paul Musami kicks the 22 dropout. The ball is handed back. Nakuru with possession. Hint of a high tackle. Referee allows play to continue. An advantage there. Boy. The scrum. Sorry, the ruck is blown. That is Wangila. Wangila to Paul Musami. Paul Musami sets the ruck. Kenya Harlequins with an opportunity on the open side. Numbers galore. Just to swing it and land their opening try. Dave Maura dances, goes back in against the grain. The ball is lost. Kenya Harlequins battling for possession. The ball is open. Nakuru working so hard and regain possession. Kenya Harlequins probably offside. The referee allows play to continue. Ruck set. Nakuru. Felix Okoth. Felix. Ombaso Cyprian. Dances, steps, Nyongesa. Passes it to Okeo Joel. Okeo Joel. Felix Okoth. And they lose it forward. Some good skills there. Continuity in play. But Nakuru got excited. Lost the ball forward there. You can see that pass not going to hand. Felix probably had his eyesight on the try line. Had one thing on his mind. And they lost that ball forward. An opportunity there gone begging for Nakuru FC. Should be at least 2 tries in the lead. Kenya Harlequins. Amon. Nyongesa speeds down the outside. Javan Okoth with one side. And he misses that tackle. Ladies and gentlemen, that is Nyongesa. Dennis sprints all the way to the try line under the H. An easy conversion coming for Kenya Harlequins. Kenya Harlequins at the stroke of halftime score. Ladies and gentlemen, bring the scores to Nakuru RFC 7. Kenya Harlequins 5. Nyongesa Dennis there going over, beating Javan Okoth on the outside and having nothing but the try line in sight. The big strides of Dennis Nyongesa, ladies and gentlemen. The Queens are back. The Queens strike back. The halftime score, Kenya Harlequins 7. Nakuru RFC 7.
Money Sunday, day 2 of the Driftwood Sevens 2025, live in Mombasa. Current match, the Cup quarterfinals between Kenya Harlequins and Nakuru RFC. The scores are 7-7.
Second half of the first of the Cup quarters, Kenya Harlequins tied 7 apiece against Nakuru. Nothing separating the two sides. Second half, 7 minutes to get who proceeds to the Cup. Semis kicked deep, probably going dead in goal. That is not how Kenya Harlequins anticipated to start the second half. A free kick to Nakuru RFC. Nakuru slowing down the pace of the game. The whole essence of striking away scrum downs from that free kick was to speed up the game. Nakuru. Ball is stolen at track time. There is a turnover. Nakuru with the ball, turning it over. Felix versus Dewald. Strong defense there. Dewald, turnover coming up top. Quins, Amon to Nyongesa. Nyongesa once again looking for Javan. Fends off Javan, and that is Dennis Nyongesa doing it second time of asking. And he has the Javan Okoth's number on the outside channel. Strike time, Kenya Harlequins. Nyongesa Dennis. Nyongesa Dennis shrugging off Javan. Javan had to turn a 360 angle. And that is Dennis. Dennis has Javan's number. Beaten twice. Quins. Take the lead. Quins. Nakuru FC 7. Great restart. Taken there by Willie Walker. Nakuru looking to respond. Chris Ojuang, remember it's a 1-try difference. Penalty awarded to Nakuru FC, no clear release. Joseph Momo signaling no clear release there by the Kenya Harlequins defense. Looking for touch, successfully finding touch. Time now to execute the line out. Line out execution by Nakuru FC. Perfect. Felix. Javan well met by Quins. Player tackles, rolls away. An attacking opportunity for Nakuru FC. Big carry there. Nakuru, courtesy of Njuye Joseph. Strong defensive effort there by Quins. Just Ojuang, Javan to Lucky. Small man on small man. The result is the defense by the touchline. Quins defending with the touchline and successful on that big contact. Lucky, and a big clear out there. Straight into touch. Ball not straight. Nakuru IFC with the scrum feed. An opportunity to strike, an opportunity to show what they are made of. And there you have it, just piercing through the defense. That is Chris Ojuang. Great execution there by Nakuru IFC, straight from the scrum down. We did talk about the difference between a good team and a superb side. That is a line, a beautiful running line there by Chris Ojuang against the grain. In 6s and 7s, that is the defense line. Look at that switch. Chris had one thing in mind, and that is to finish that. That's a try. Beautiful try this Sunday morning, and it's scored by Chris Ojuang. Nakuru IFC 12, Kenya Harlequins 12. Conversion is successful, taking the lead. That try deserved a lead. Nakuru 14, Quins 12. Quins with one job to do, that is get the wristed. High hanging wristed. Doesn't cross the 10-meter yard. That's a tap for Kenya Harlequins. Amon Wamalwa goes quickly, taps. Ball bounces forward, no knock on. Play continues. Ramadan Masinde on the outside channels should be able to know that the touchline hangs around. Quins. Offload. That is Matthew. Offload. Strong carry. That is try time. Kenya Harlequins. Kenya Harlequins respond quickly. Kenya Harlequins not hanging back, having fallen short. There you see in your picture there. Takes the ball. Sees the defense, beats 1, 2. Nakuru going down, trying to get the guy on the ankles, but missing all those tackle attempts. Kenya Harlequins 17, Nakuru 14. Most probably we do have a restart. That is Auma Matthew with that big run, big carry. Was quite good yesterday for Kenya Harlequins, carrying that form into match day 2, the business end, the most important day. Amon Wamalwa takes it, kicks it deep. The ball bounces in the field of play, bounces into touch as the hooter sounded. However, goes dead in goal. That is a free kick to Nakuru. Nakuru one chance and one opportunity. This one opportunity for them to execute something. Attacking from the halfway. Felix. Cyprian Ombas on the outside. Cyprian. Javan. A loose ball. Javan steps back. Looks to step Kenya Harlequins. Passing it to Chris. Chris scans, goes back, meets his own teammate. Swings it out wide. Nakuru. Nakuru with an opportunity. Clean rack. Quins offside, trying to catch the player offside. Bit of milking. Chris Ojuang, strongly met. Kenya Harlequins. Should be an offside advantage, but not played. You have Javan Okoth apprehended. Referee playing an advantage now as we speak. Ball still in the rack. Passed to Felix. Felix with Cyprian Ombas on the outside. Javan Okoth, one man to beat. Javan had an overload on the outside, needed to pass. Nakuru still with the ball. Felix, tiring legs, Felix scans. Felix and company. Ladies and gentlemen, that is try time, Nakuru RFC. Nakuru do the unthinkable over the defending champions of the Driftwood Sevens, Kenya Harlequins. Felix Okoth scanned, found Chris. Chris looked on the outside and found his compatriot Njue Joseph. Junior wins it, scores, calls his teammates, celebrates. Time is up. Quins 17. Nakuru RFC after this conversion 19. That's the full-time score. Kenya Harlequins are knocked out of the contention of the Driftwood Sevens, a trophy they were defending champions. Nakuru proceed to the Cup semi. What an opportunity, what a game. Ladies and gentlemen, we are joined back on air by my co-commentator, Oscar Ose.
Walter, if there was any doubt that this morning's rugby will be scintillating, then there you go. That is as scintillating as they come on day 2. 2 minutes over the time there. At minute 17, Nakuru score a winning try after keeping possession for about 3 minutes there. It's a fantastic score there to give you a good start to the main knockout quarterfinals. Coming on next, Strathmore Leos take on Nondies.
Yeah, that's a way. That's a way to kick off match day 2. And pleased to have watched that opening game. A strong performance there. And that is Sevens rugby for you. You snooze, you lose. Nakuru coming in as second seeds and taking a big scalp. Time now for Nondies RFC, and I'd like to welcome the Nondies Foreign Legion. A big shout out to Peter Lugano in South Sudan. Nondai, Red Lion, the fans taking on Strathmore Leos. A very, very important game. Karibuni sana if you're just joining us. Cup quarter-final match number 2. Nondies in their white and Strathmore Leos in their blue.
Walter, we did ponder yesterday if Nondies have ever won Driftwood a tournament. I'd like to confirm that I have received feedback on that issue. I'd have to say it's unsolicited feedback, but feedback nonetheless. Apparently in 2002, Nondies did beat Ulinzi in the final here in Mombasa and won the Driftwood Sevens.
Yeah. Is it unsolicited or it's Nondies just flexing? They're like, yo, you guys, you missed it.
Well, if you're wondering where the feedback came from, of course, it must be from those of a Nondies persuasion.
Definitely.
And they claim that they put about half a century score on that final game. We will, of course, check that.
I think the reason then we don't remember is the full-time score was embarrassing. So, but anyway, Nondies did get a result in the Driftwoods tournament. Most importantly, that means they're not strangers in this cup category. A big carry there through the Nondies forwards, players offside. And there you have it, Fred Shisia. Shisia goes over for the opening try time. Nondies take the lead against Strathmore Leos.
Try time by Fred Shisia.
Players were offside, missing the tackles, going for the shot instead of the man. Shisia met Brian Mwendwa, and there was just one result. A high tackle, nonetheless, a try scored there by Nondies.
What I thought that during the quarterfinals, teams would probably take, maybe less risks playing out of their own 22 or own try line. But a deep kick-off there by Nondies kept Strathmore Leos in their 22, and they decided to play out from there. So lost possession, and Nondies get a score.
Are you proposing that kick and chase story from yesterday?
Here we go back with the kick and chase. I think there's no shame kicking out of your 22, but I guess they want to keep the possession. Let's see whether Nondies go deep again. Okito here is Fidens. He goes high and short, and yet get ball back. But beats everyone and goes into touch.
Yeah. Nondies.
Well, speaking of Ulinzi, Walter, in 2001, 2002, Ulinzi team used to do a lot of kicking. If you think kicking is a problem, Walter, what Lindsay used to do at that time can only be described as bombs.
Those were they high kicks or?
They were extremely high, and under those kicks were people who I can only describe as marauding rugby players. Cherus, Kiptala, of course, the current KCB coach, got his nickname as Iron Man because of those kind of kicks. And
how did they diffuse those bombs?
you just have to go for the kicks. You have to feel those kicks.
Did they allow the balls to bounce, or?
Of course, if the ball bounces, then it can go anywhere. But they did win the 7 series, as we see here. Fiden's trying to weave his way through the Strathmore defense.
We did talk about Nondies being a very dangerous side, so they're very unpredictable. Hilary Baraza, the big frame of Hilary. They say big boys don't play sevens, but you've seen Hilary Baraza's body frame, and I think he's holding his own quite well.
I think it's deliberate there. Nondies are using Baraza and
Shisia.
And Shisia, and Amaita as well.
Try time, Okito Daniel. Nondies with their second try.
I think I would be stretching our viewers saying that try came off a kick.
A grabber there, talking about the kicks. They're exonerating you, Oscar.
I think I'm done now. It's pretty obvious that the kick and chase or tactical kicks do work in sevens, not just for karate. As you see, Okito there. So they try, and Fidens comes good with the conversion.
2 unconverted tries for Nondies. Nondies looking good in their white kit.
You know, there's always a challenge, you know, how you prepare this morning. You know, bodies are a bit stiff. I don't know, but that's what's plaguing Strathmore at the moment. Just losing the ball there, Strathmore. They get it back.
They've not had possession. So, I mean, without possession, you can't really execute much. There's Gabi Ayimba making a break. Only one defender to beat. Joining in are the rest of the Nondies contingency. Snijo Lamaitsa swings to Shkoli. Shkoli breaks the line. Nondies. Danger, danger, danger bells, danger signs. And there goes Stanislav Shkoli, scores. Reaction. And that is a big run there by a big boy. Stanislas Shkoli getting one back for the Leos. Fidens made his effort there in defending that. Shkoli not happy with the aftermath of the try being scored.
Take nothing away from the blindside play there by Gabriel Luko. He looked up, saw Hilary. I think he decided he's a bit quicker than Hilary. Took about 4 Nondies players to bring him down there. That rack created an opportunity on the outside there for Shkoli.
Yeah, an easy score there for the Strathmore Leos, and high hanging wristed. Knocked forward there by the Strathmore Leos by Elton Amalemba. He kills the knock-on advantage. An opportunity straight from the wristed. As a coach, Oscar, once you score a try, you would be interested to see if your team would be able to retrieve the ball from the kickoff immediately after. And once you switch off as a team from that wristed, there are dangers to that.
Yes, there are. But apparently, statistically, the team that scores perhaps is vulnerable to consider try. But we saw an opportunity there for Strathmore on the kickoff. It was a hike, it was a well kicked, well good kickoff.
Kick
here,
once again, the kick.
Chase the kick here, but Amaitsa gets good recovery there by Amaitsa.
Counter coming in. Fidens looking for touch, not finding touch. A free gift there, goal goes backwards, ball goes backwards.
Goes back,
try time, Strathmore Leos. Yes, Oscar, the ball went backwards.
I did say that the team that scores is vulnerable to consider a score, but in this case it was Nondies. What was Fidens doing?
Fidens was looking for touch, and it was short.
It was a
Mola
skip kick.
misses, the ball goes backwards, and on hand
Oh, he
to
put
pick the
his-
ball, then the pieces is Stanislav Shikoli. Strathmore Leos strike back. That should be an unconverted try going into halftime. The halftime scores Strathmore Leos 10, Nondies 10.
Now, that is the kind of kick you don't want to see, Walter.
Yes, an aimless kick. A very tough one.
There was a panicky moment there by Fidesz. There was no real pressure on him. He had the hood had gone. All he needed to do is perhaps maybe turn to his dead ball area and just kick it out. But he skewed that kick, giving Strathmore an opportunity, and went back. And now the score is even Stevens.
Yes, even Stevens going into halftime. The halftime break. Strathmore Leos 10, Nondies 10.
A big thank you to our partners and sponsors, Pony Magic Juice, Tundamilia Paradise, and our host Mombasa. They are our nutrition partners. You can step in at their tents and be able to sample the various foods they've made for us. Also, a big thank you to Amara, our grooming partner, AAR Healthcare, our tournament medical partners. Also, don't forgetting our host, Mombasa Sports Club. Current match is the cup finals, cups quarterfinals, beating Strathmore Leos and Nondies. The scores are 10-10.
We're going to second half here. Nondies in possession, Ronnie there. Again, Nondies trying to play out of their 22. Amaita with a good carry. He induces possession, but referees judge them. Strathmore there to have been, I think, hands in the rack there. Amaita looking a bit uncomfortable. Brian Amaita there looks to have landed awkwardly his shoulder. I think he's winded. That means he perhaps landed on the ball with his front. He shakes it up, looks good to go. Martin Juma with the kick. I think after having seen Fiden's exit attempt, perhaps the responsibility of exit kicks now goes to Martin Juma. Evenly balanced here. Just over 5 minutes to go in this second quarterfinal. They lose the line out there, Nondies. It's time for Strathmore to string some passes here. Amaita seems to have recovered from his awkward fall and just being a menace there, Brian Amaita. And he gets possession back for the White Shirts. And this is why you bring in some of the back row players here. Brian Amaita being a complete nuisance here for Strathmore Leos. Ronnie Omondi to feed this scrum. goes to the short side, does Ronnie Omondi. Hilary Baraza with the scrum half duties. Might are not taking ball to hand there, but he just about holds on to it. Martin Juma sends it to Hilary. Nondies keeping possession here. It looks a bit high. And yes, referee Victor, they're putting the arms out for advantage. The team from Gong Road here just playing possession rugby at their own pace. It was full tilt earlier on when Kenya Harlequins were playing in Nakuru. But this looks just a little bit slightly slow, if I can say that, if I can call it that. Sort of playing at their own pace here, Nondies. Ronnie Omondi with the feed. He goes blind again, goes to the short side. Show and go, kick there, Ronnie Omondi. Does he get anything that looks like a turnover, possible turnover there? That's a good tactic here by Ronnie Omondi to go short side and then put pressure. Oh, and Hilary Baraza just loses it there. It's good pressure here from Nondies after having gone to the short side by Ronnie Omondi. And they put pressure there on Strathmore Leos, get the ball back. As Strathmore try to exit, but Hilary Baraza unfortunately loses possession and is judged as a knock-on as opposed to a charge down. I think the charge down came in from Okito Daniel. And then Hilary there just loses a possession, and now it's a scrum for Strathmore. I would argue that they probably want to get to exit from here because they are under pressure here with about 2 minutes to go, Strathmore Leos. Shall we see a kick? Now the offside there. Nondies. I beg your pardon, I think referee says that they went up in the scrum. Yes, I think he called it from the scrum, I think. Doesn't matter, they Strathmore get a reprieve here and they kick for touch. Are we going to see some late drama here again, just like we did earlier on Kenya Harlequins and Nakuru, who scored late into the second half? With about a minute and a couple of seconds to go here, Strathmore Leos are deep in their 22, but as I said that, they kick down to the halfway. And it's a line out. The assistant referee calling a line out, raised his flag. Yes, and the referee agrees. It is a line out, and to Strathmore Leos. So they get a result from that kick, Strathmore Leos. Okito here just looks to have been bundled into touch. I think it was Amalemba who just bundled Okito there into touch. Brian Aimba with the line out. Amalemba just an offload there, attempt. Oh, that high, yes, it's high. Victor Mola just trying to get the ball out, and he's quickly, but the referee says get back to the mark. I think they call a scrum down, do they? Yes, they do call a take a power play here. I think we're going to have drama here. The time is up. Ladies and gentlemen, the time is up. These teams are, I think the referee says there's a substitution coming in. So this is the last play this is the last play. We are going to have some drama here. Whoever scores next wins this one. That's what happens in the knockout tournament, at the knockout stage of the tournament. Seems to be some confusion here for the substitution for Nondies. Ronnie Omondi seems to to be talking to his management team saying he doesn't want some substitution. Or what does he want? I'm seeing Francis Ndonga here, assistant coach for Nondies, just trying to speak to the officials at the edge here. Not sure what is going on with Nondies. It's a kick there by Strathmore Leos. The kick and chase here. This looks dangerous. No, but Okito just kills the ball there. So it's going to be extra time here. But referee Victor says there's time for 22 dropout. As you see that kick there, being grounded by Nondies. This feed ends with the exit. I bet that he'll go as deep as possible, and he does. Brian Wendwa there, fielding that one. Stepping Brian Wendwa. Yes, it passes the ball, but it's tapped back to his hands. I might say there, Nigel, just stepping, weaving. I might say Nigel, he throws that looks high. This looks ominous for the Strathmore Leos. Brian Ayimba steps off his left, keeps carrying there. Ayimba then throws one-handed pass wide, but it goes forward. And referee Victor brings back to the penalty.
Do they take the hedge?
It looks obvious here that they just go for post here.
Drama, drama, drama. They take the hedge.
Yes, they've called for the 3 points.
Yeah.
Brian Wendwa here making an attempt for the post.
This is Brian Mwendo's time. A young man coming of age, student at Leo's, looking to make a name for himself.
Arnold Witter didn't want to see that.
It wide. What an opportunity and what a result. Full-time scores, Nondies 10. Strathmore Leos 10.
Drama, being drama. Brian Wendwa there, not composing himself with an awful penalty attempt, which his teammate Alon Witter did not want to see, who had sunk his knees. And for good reason, because that kick went south.
Those kicks, that story of kicks.
But this, remember, for Kenya to win its first IRB series tournament, there was a huge drop kick penalty attempt by
Kolo
Collins
against
Injera.
Argentina.
Correct. About 60 meters. You can say 40 meters. You said 40. About 40
That
meters
was
out.
5 meters from touch. No, 15 meters from touch, but 10 meters from the halfway.
Yeah, so it could be about 50 meters.
Yeah, that's 40 meters out. Yeah.
But the same happened in the quarterfinals, also in Singapore. Was it this year?
Yeah, when Nijo got the. And I'm wondering, why didn't Nijo take the attempt? Because he took it on the World Series.
Well, if you're just joining us, this is extra time here. Second quarterfinal between Nondies, Scripps, RFC, and Strathmore Leos, all tied up at 10 points each. Earlier on, Kenya Harlequins went down. The defending champions, Kenya Harlequins, went down to Nakuru. Again, also in the extra time, last play, Nakuru having kept possession for almost over 2 minutes, and then scored there in the end, winning that one. And the winner here will perhaps take on Nakuru in the semi-finals.
Advertising partner, JTL Fiber, official communications partner.
They're quite changing. They've changed in terms of personnel for over the years. You can see that this Nakuru side is on a rebuilding phase. So it's a it's a momentum shift and a confidence booster for them.
Definitely, as we see the kickoff there by Nondies. No mistakes here at this part of the pitch. For Strathmore Leos, can't afford any mistakes.
Ofula.
Maybe should have let that go. He didn't. show and go there. Strathmore Leos, Mwendwa, white pass though, it looks like went forward there to Victor.
Just right in front of the commentator's desk here, you could see that forward pass there with the line.
Yeah,
using that halfway line to just confirm if the ball went forward. One pass away from that try line.
One pass away, that was, if just a bit more patient there, Mwendwa, that could have been an opportunity for them to win this game.
Scrum down, Ronnie Omondi. Experienced Ronnie has plied his trade with Mwamba, played for the Shujaa, and now playing for Nondies. Okito scans, passes it out to Nyanya Moseti. Nyanya Moseti arrested by the Strathmore Leos side. That is an arrest. That ball will either result in a maul, which will then be called a scrum down in favor of the Strathmore Leos. That is a good defensive effort there, one that they really needed.
Yes, Nigel Maitza there just using his entire frame there to apprehend Nyanya.
Alikuwa maandamano ameshikwa. Remember, these are kids. Literally, most of these boys are in universities across the Republic, and this would be the real definition of a Gen Z, if you might say.
Well, they do say sports is for young people, as we see that step there by Nyanya. Is that Mwendwa? No.
That's Barnabas.
Barnabas.
Change of direction. Remember, one try is all that is needed. A score, a 3-point, a 5-point. That's all either of the teams need. That's a player not rolling away. Strathmore Leos will be slowing down possession. They ask for a scrum down. Gabriel Ayimba calls for that scrum down, allowing his players to catch some breath, filling the lungs with some oxygen, much needed oxygen, and then try and go at the Nondies defensive line once again. You can see there, player not rolling away. Referee, hawk-eyed Victor Oduor, just getting that one right. Penalty awarded to Strathmore Leos, who opt to go for a scrum down.
Well, if you're wondering at what stage of this game we are in, that 2 minutes is way above the 14. This is extra time here. There's even enough time for substitution from Nondies.
Nijo. Mola tackled. Nondies going for the counteract, player off his feet. No clear release.
They can't touch him, that's to score. Yeah, they can't touch him there.
Try time. Strathmore Leos.
That is good appreciation of the laws there by Strathmore.
The Leos hang in. They dig deep. That is Arnold Muita, the captain. And the young man dives over, tapping 5 meters away from the try line. It has been a nerve-wracking game. 14 minutes that extended into another extra couple of minutes, and the Strathmore Leos take the lead in the sudden death extra time. Full-time scores: Leos 15, Nondies 10.
That was, I would say, good appreciation there by Muita of the laws. It was a penalty against Nondies. And Shiunda there, Kelvin, didn't go 10. Well, he didn't have to go 10, but the Stallion was just about 2 meters behind him. If he did just step back 2 meters and come back, perhaps he would have been able to make that tackle, but he was offside, and that could have been a penalty try either way. So very good appreciation there of the laws by Strathmore, and they win that one. Again, extra time. If anything is to go by the first two quarterfinals that we've had, then this one should also be a cracker, because both games have gone to extra time. First one won by Nakuru there, edging out the defending champions, Kenya Harlequins, who are also the series defending champions. And then just a moment ago, we saw Strathmore Leos, again in extra time, just scoring that try there at the end. Here we are.
Cabras taking on Masinde Muliro.
Masinde Muliro, but you would think on paper, Cabras, yes, Cabras would win this, but again, wanajuana.
Hawa wanajuana, wanaweza kuwa na shida za nyumbani wamekuja kutatulia Mombasa.
Well, of course, to our benefit, hizo shida za nyumbani will be to our benefit because when two teams know each other, it becomes a bit of a scrap.
Yeah, they're spoiling for a fight. Homegrown talent from Kakamega County, Cabras Sugar taking on Masinde Muliro. You'd say big brother against younger brother from the local rugby arrangements. Now Cabras Sugar will be kicking us off. Jackson Siketi signals to the rest of his side. It's kickoff time. Many of these players have either played for Masinde Muliro or Cabras at one point in their lives. Tapped backwards. Cabras, Jackson Siketi swings to Otieno. Otieno on the outside. Well tackled there by Masinde Muliro. William Mwanji goes in. Brian Mutua passing it to Wekesa on the outside. Wekesa will be looking to take several players as he makes his way to the try line. Cabras, Brian Mutua, Siketi to Mwanji, William Mwanji offloading, and it is try time. That is Otieno to Victor. Try time, Masinde Muliro. Sorry, Cabras Sugar. That is Otieno, Victor.
Cabras keeping it simple there. Just take out your man and pass, catch and pass. It's a simple commit and pass there. Took out two players as Victor Otieno just saunters in there for what seems like an easy try.
Yeah, this is the Lurambi Derby, and the lead is taken by Cabras Sugar. Jackson Siketi looking to add the extra 2 points. A beautiful conversion. Good on the day with his boot. Jackson Siketi, Cabras Sugar 7, Masinde Muliro 0.
With this kickoff, you think they'll go deep or short again?
Short.
Siketi?
Jackson Siketi will always go short and high.
It's the middle of the pitch there, she was short and high.
The defense let the ball bounce. A mistake. Player tackled in the air. An opportunity for Cabras to defend and Masinde Muliro to attack. Flavian Otio scans on the outside. Gets number 3 on his back, ladies and gentlemen. That is Collins Ngoko. Collins Ngoko is apprehended. The ball is stolen by Cabras Sugar. Cabras not allowing Masinde Muliro an opportunity there. The player was isolated, and the only thing was to steal that ball away. Jackson Siketi to Brian Mutua. Mutua meeting Salano. That is Victor Otieno offloading it to William Mwanji. A return pass. William Mwanji offered the offload in the last try. Now for Mohanji to gallop his way to the try line. No stranger to the try line, and that is a try for Cabras Sugar. Bouncing off the field of play into the try area. William Mwanji for the second try.
That try may be considered as a 10-pointer because there was a line break by Masinde Muliro on the other side. But Wekesa shows not just his attacking prowess, but also his defensive duties. Got back, tackled, and did what the conditioning coaches would call a down up, and immediately got on the ball, got a turnover. And the beneficiary of that is that...
Yeah, the conversion sails wide. Cabras Sugar looking strong in the opening fixture. The opening exchanges of this game. Third cup quarter. We've had drama in the last couple. 2 games proceeding into sudden death extra time. Cabras showing serious intent from the onset in this game. Taking the lead. 2 tries. Time now for Masinde Muliro to either respond or they risk the wrath of a very good Cabras side, if I must say.
Yes, they look well-balanced, Cabras. As we see a substitution in for Wekesa, he looks uncomfortable. Does Wekesa, but he walks out nonetheless. Cabras will be looking to get another kickoff here. They do it goes 10, the referee says. Looking very business-like here, Cabras.
That is Salano. Hillary sets the rack. Brian Mutua offloads to Alvin. That is Victor Otieno.
Should have passed there, Victor.
Yes, Victor had one man on the outside. And that is the type of rugby that we really try and build in the young and upcoming rugby players. 2v1, just an opportunity, just tip on the pass.
That's what you think as we see some medical tension there for Kesa. Victor was a beneficiary of a fix and pass in his first try, and there he denies his teammates an opportunity for a score. He didn't need to take contact there, but he chose to do that. And yes, some of those things you want to get them out of this, of rugby, just keep it simple. Overlap is an overlap. Just do pass. They scored some really simple, good tries here, Cabras. They don't need to make this a contest any more than it should be. Because as you said earlier, Walter, Masinde Muliro will show no respect should they decide to take contact. They do swing the passes now. Does he fix and pass? He does, but the pass, he does the fix, but maybe not the pass.
Tough one there, Clinton Litali. Looking for that last pass. It goes forward and into touch.
Walter, you wouldn't expect to see that kind of passing. And we're being harsh here as armchair pundits, but you'd expect that to be a simple pass.
Yeah, he did commit. He did commit in trueness. He did commit the last defender. All he needed was to just put that ball into space. But it is easier said as an armchair analyst as compared to being done by the player on the pitch. Within that moment, you'd forgive him for that. I mean, they are comfortably in the lead.
Well, it's only 12 points. I wouldn't want to take anything away from them, but you would think that a simple 2v1 should be executed by a team like Cabras as they take a quick line out there, but referee calls them back.
Yes, you'd expect Cabras to take that opportunity, but they are challenging them at the breakdown. They're challenging them at the line out easily. A Cabras game of prowess. They have an opportunity to showcase what they're made of. No better opponent than their local crosstown rival, and that is a try. An easy score there by Cabras Sugar. Kevin Wekesa coming off the bench and giving his contribution. A try for Cabras Sugar. Cabras 17 at the stroke of halftime. They're the line out going over the 15. Nobody rose up from Masinde Muliro, and big Kevin Wekesa does what he does best. Grounds the ball over the white line. Try time, Cabras Sugar 17. Masinde Muliro 0. The conversion is successful. Center referee will signal the halftime break. Cabras Sugar 19, Masinde Muliro 0.
Make no mistake, that was deliberate. That overthrow line out there by Cabras Sugar to take the lead by 19 points. Kevin Wekesa coming off. Some treatment here outside and badges over. It's really wonderful to see Wekesa do his defensive duties as he does his attack duties. And that's just a mark of an international player. If you have any doubt why he's plays for the national team, well, there you go. He does do the dirty work and also score.
Having played at a very high level yourself as a Kenya Sevens player, looking at Wekesa, would you say he's a man at his peak?
Definitely, I would. I mean, he's a big lad, can play in the wing. He's a back row forward, but can also play out there. He's quite athletic, Kevin Wekesa. And he does take the hits, as you see there. He just has some nosebleed of sorts. So he is a man at his peak. Still learning. He's a young man, still learning. He's straight. He did say that he still wants to get better. If what he looks like, he still wants to get better, then yes, there's only more rugby to come from him.
I think what we get from him in a few years now is the quality in experience. He becomes dependable and enjoys his rugby. So Kevin Wekesa epitomizes what Kenyan rugby is at the moment.
He does, and look, my personal view would be that the likes of Wekesa, just like William Baka, I think he should pursue a professional rugby opportunity. I think he has all the physical attributes. Excuse me. I don't see why he should not pursue professional stint. I think he went for a stint there in India for the Super what they call the Super Rugby. Was it Super Sevens? Or
Premiership.
Premier Super Sevens.
It was just an opportunity for the players, Patrick Odongo, that is Masinde Muliro's Flavian Otio. Once again, second line break, but no support play. Hilary Solano makes a break. Clear green pitch up ahead. Lame Kambeta following in hot pursuit for that support play. Hilary Solano dots down. Try time, Cabras. Scoring fast in the second half, scoring last in the first half. Cabras Sugar with both hands in, or both legs in the cup semi-final come match day 2, probably later on.
Yes, well, Masinde Muliro would have wanted to score early, and it was early, but unfortunately the offload there went to Cabras. I think it was Clarence Hope who was attacking there and then threw the pass, but unfortunately that went to the wrong hands, and then they had to defend about 95 meters down the field. And Cabras now take the lead 26-0.
Cabras fumble the restart. Free kick awarded to Masinde Muliro. Masinde Muliro have had 2 line breaks. Flavian Otio goes. Flavian Otio currently contracted with Masinde Muliro, but his home club is Cabras Sugar. A lot could be said about the Masinde Muliro players, either where Kesa robs Masinde Muliro, no clear release, and the referee awards a penalty to Cabras. The threat that Kevin Wekesa offers across the pitch, whether it's line out, whether it's restart, whether it's turnover break,
yeah, well, he is a really, really good player, Kevin Wekesa. They are working really hard for Cabras, both in attack and defense. I would think he would be substituted at this point, but the coach seems to be happy to leave him on the pitch, and for good reason, because he's doing a lot of work both in attack and defense, getting turnover here for Cabras in what seemed like a potentially good attack for Masinde Muliro.
Yeah. Cabras. Cantona and company running rings. That is Patrick Clivert. Ambetsa, Siketi, there you go, that kick and chase. They say a kick is as good as its chase. The bounce not favoring Cabras. Veron Kaburu with the broken play for Masinde Muliro. Strong counter coming through there for Cabras. Remember, the referee is playing an advantage, a knock-on advantage in the air there.
And guess who's in there again, making life difficult for Masinde Muliro?
The same man. He's called Yoko. Yoko. Is it Yokozuna, or where does he derive that nickname from?
Well, we will find out. But
Cabras Sugar fans watching this game should get us information in the comment section. Just let us know where Kevin Wekesa draws his nickname Yoko from. Well, he has been a menace both on attack and defense as Cabras Sugar look to defend this scrum down in the half of Masinde Muliro. Cabras just settling in, stealing that scrum. Roy Maruti passing it, Jackson Siketi. Jackson Siketi on the outside channels has one man on the outside. That is Eric Cantona. Try time, Cabras. Cabras extend their lead, bring the scores to Cabras Sugar 31. Masinde Muliro 0. That is Eric Cantona playing on the wing this round. The coaches just having a change in sevens. You said yesterday that players who can be able to play in multiple positions are an asset to any coach.
Yes, they are.
So you do have Eric Cantona now playing on the wing. You have Roy Maruti, who's gone in, creating that opportunity, picking the ball from the scrum, committing, just passing it to Siketa. Simple stuff, commit pass, just the way you'd want to play.
Correct,
sevens.
and Siketa there just to show you that he's skillful. He just did a fix and even almost a no-look pass there, something that Victor Otieno perhaps would want to emulate.
Have you seen that restart? That is the bomb that those are the bombs you were talking about.
That is the bomb I was talking about. As Cabras have made some substitutions.
Letali, Clinton goes into contact. Lukusi swings the ball. Patrick Clivert, Siketi, Roy Maruti shows once, is apprehended. The defensive line not buying that trick.
Cabras will be happy to let this one go because Masinde Muliro, the ones losing time here, may want to take him out. They do. They get a line out. Masinde Muliro.
Yeah, Masinde Muliro doing so well there, defending that threat by Roy Maruti. Roy Maruti, a customer who had a very good match day one, shows glimpses of a very good halfback. The line out not being straight. Clinton Litali. Clinton passes it forward. And the referee right on hand. Clinton passing it forward, excited about playing in the National 7th Circuit. Can see Eric Cantona asking Clinton, why didn't you play the ball to the open side? We had an overlap.
That was always going to be forward there. I don't know what Clinton was thinking. We did talk about the work that Kevin Okesa was doing, but Siketi has also been very good skater. Jackson Skater has been very good for Cabras Sugar, pulling the strings there. As we see that pass going out, but the referee I think had said that Cabras were not 10 meters.
Not going 10 meters. Masinde Muliro on the attack. Referee playing an advantage, no advantage. We are into the referee time now. Probably would be the last play in this game.
Which I wonder if the substitutions have affected the fluidity of play here for Cabras Sugar. What do you think?
Yes, you would say that because execution hasn't been to the minimum or the maximum that we expect of Cabras, as Masinde Muliro look to at least register some points on the scoreboard. Spinning back into the action. Masinde Muliro recycled possession. Show and go there. An opportunity for Masinde Muliro. A seatbelt tackle. Flavian Otio swings it back. Isolated. Swings the ball. Veron Kaburu. Masinde Muliro looking for their first try and only try, hopefully. Ball is open. Lintali offside. Referee plays an advantage. Otio
looks forward.
Looks for the inside man once again. It's a forward pass. Referee blows a penalty. Must at least not going away without scoring. That would be the idea. Goes backwards. Referee allows play to continue. One man on the outside. Commit. Take them on. No intention to pass, and the ball is stolen away. William Mwanji, experience coming to the fore there. Smuggles that ball. He is apprehended once again by Masinde Muliro. Most probably will be driven into touch. But this is the final play. Masinde Muliro accost and take the man into touch. That is the full-time score, ladies and gentlemen. Cabras Sugar with a resounding victory. The first team to qualify into the Cup semis without proceeding to extra time sudden death. Full-time scores, Cabras Sugar 31, Masinde Muliro 0. Coming up next, we have the final of the Cup categories. KCB taking on the Menengai Oilers.
Well, I'm just thinking aloud here, not taking anything away from Cabras Sugar's win. They are a little emphatic. But if the substitutions, if the quality is dropping when substitutions come in, then it becomes a factor going to the maybe semi-finals. And of course, the competition gets harder as you go deeper into the tournament, and you need all the 12 or 13 players to play.
I think you can only play what's in front of you, and most of the time,
That is true. That is true.
the team that has the best attitude off the bench will definitely be looking to score one over the other. So it's important to have a look at how they proceed into the cup semis. We'll keep an eye on the bench reaction and see, and that will help us gauge the performance of these teams as we proceed.
Well, as we look into the crystal ball, they are predicting the future. KCB kick us off here in this final of the quarterfinals. The final game, rather, of the quarterfinals.
Jenkins to Japolo. Japolo, referee playing an advantage. He hasn't released the ball on the ground there. Penalty played. KCB. Can see Vincent Onyala there asking the referee why he allowed the Menengai Oilers player. Japolo there going into contact, not releasing the ball, and the referee playing an advantage, pulling play back. KCB here looking for an opportunity to strike fast. They'll definitely be eyeing that scrum down area.
Yeah, Oilers didn't finish well yesterday, losing to Strathmore Leos, and would want to get off the mark very quickly here against what looked like a very fluid Kenya Commercial Bank side. Well, Walter, it seems that Onyala may have whispered something in the ear of the referee with regards to an infringement by Oilers.
Yeah, he is experienced. He'll probably know when and what to say to a referee.
So the player is being asked to leave. I think, not sure what's happening here. It's a penalty and a yellow card, I think.
He threw away possession. You remember, immediately after the referee's whistle had blown, Vincent Onyala walked to the referee. That is Sami Mwaura, who's sent to the bin. Samuel Mwaura will be serving the next 2 minutes. KCB come down the blind. Jenkins Kipruto, clear road ahead. And that is try time, KCB. Clean execution there. No hands touched. Jenkins Kipruto, who whisked his way into the try box and scoring the fast points in favor of the KCB side.
Well, that is how you play when you have extra men on the field.
Yes. KCB. Great restart, well taken there. Contest at the ruck. Oilers lose the ball forward. Dennis Abukuse telling the referee that there were hands involved in the ruck area, and the assistant referee on hand. Hands in the ruck. Cabras into the semi. KCB and Oilers looking to decide who makes the last cup semi candidate.
Walter, it's high stakes rugby here. Vincent Onyala whispering in the referee there with regards to an infringement by Oilers. And the referee changes his mind, makes a yellow card. And the Bukuse there doing the same on the other side when KCB did infringe, and he gets.
Now that you've mentioned that it's one each on that regard, do you think they now have the referee's number?
No, it's just good leadership there from both players, Abukuse and his national teammate there, Vincent Onyala. As we see,
Floyd Wabure just using Builder Dogeta as a punching or a tackling bag into touch.
that is a good demonstration of a thumping tackle into touch there. I did mention yesterday that players should can stay in there, or demonstrating how it should be done. 15 to 5, 5 to 5, back into 15. Keeping possession for KCB here as they put together an attack. The bunkers. That looks like a looping pass there to Does he stay? There's no knock on. Onyala taking a ruck in the middle of the field there, but he's well defended here by Oilers. Kipruto with the pass. Good defense here by Menengai Oilers here, keeping KCB deep into their territory. As Kipruto then sends the pass again out. Olukusi stays in. Does he stay in? Oh, they're going to... Oh.
Good defense. Patience in defense.
Very good patience here. Ponte Manuel is apparently to touch, but the referee says there was offside.
But not taken at the mark, and the referee allows.
Still good defense here. Good said.
No release.
Not release. No release.
The player was on the floor.
Walter, you seem to be concerned about the referee's calls here.
Well, the crowd is. I am. We all are concerned because the referee, I mean, the decision is his at the end of the day. But however, there are those instances where you have to react to the referee's calls.
Of course, it's, like I said, high-stakes rugby. Some patient attack from KCB, but equally patience in defense by Menengai Oilers as they get a scrum put in here about halfway in the pitch. Long miss pass here to Bildad. This time he stays in, doesn't go into touch. Good drag clearance there by Menengai Oilers. Menengai Oilers a good step there. But he goes across the switch. Oh no, no knock on because it came off his head. Came off his head, no knock on. Olukusi with a line break. May not have the legs to go all the way.
Olukusi versus Abukuse. And that's a knock on. Olukusi versus Abukuse. Olukusi had the try line, he should have tried to go, but I mean, those are the battles within the game. A battle within the battle.
Walter, you would have expected Olukusi to just cool the jets there, as we keep saying, just stop, your support coming on the inside. Didn't need to do anything spectacular there. Olukusi just needed to stop, and then I think it was Onyala was coming in on the inside. Could have been a simple turn under the post, but he tried the spectacular, and then ball went forward.
Hooter sounds. Kipchirchir. Penalty quickly taken. Builder Dogeta and Floyd Wabwiri. It has been a great battle. Jenkins. Pass backwards.
Jenkins
Vincent Onyala and company will be looking to score once again before they head into halftime. A hint of a forward pass there, but the referee allows play to continue.
That one looked marginally forward.
And that is
King George.
A try time for KCB. King George Oro leading the pack. Try time, KCB. That is at the stroke of halftime.
Was that forward, Walter? It just looked marginal forward.
Yeah, that pass looked marginal forward. Referee having consulted awards eventually the try to KCB. KCB who scored their second right before the halftime break. The halftime scores KCB 12, Oilers 0.
We are pitch side here, Walter, and the collision is a thumping collision there, a build-up. We can hear that sound of muscle on muscle.
That battle ensued as early as the kickoff. You remember when Floyd Wabwiri bundled Bildad into touch? Bildad has come twice. He's gotten Floyd's number. So it's a good battle. It's a good semi-final, quarter-final battle between KCB and there in your picture there you can see George Oro just marauding and making his way. Yesterday I asked you, he is King George Oro. He's made his way from the Strathmore Leos to KCB. Is he now the king of the Pride?
I'm sure the other KCB players would have something to say about that. You know, when you're new in the Pride, you cannot be the king. Usually the Pride has a king. Every time there's a Pride, there is a king. So if you come in, you do have to fight the existing king. I don't know who is the existing king currently.
Who's the
KCB.
existing king?
I wouldn't know that. Perhaps Onyala, perhaps, as far as sevens is concerned, maybe.
Samuel Asati probably has something to say about this.
Yeah, his size is not very kingship in size. To talk about the battle between Floyd Wabure and Billy Rogeta, I'm sure Wabure wouldn't mind dealing with those tackles as long as they're 70 meters away from his try line, because Rogeta was carrying the ball there and into contact, maybe when he should have done some interplay passing, because he took a lot of contact there, but he didn't need to, as they were only 20 meters out of their try line.
Yeah. After this, we'll have a short break brought to you courtesy of our overall sponsor, SportPesa. Many thanks to SportPesa. You can join the SportPesa family by dialing *79079# and follow the prompts. Remember to gamble responsibly. Thank you so much for this platform, the best online gaming partner, SportPesa. Second half, Samuel Moura standing in line to kick off the game on behalf of the Menengai Oilers, trailing by just 2 tries. Something has to go the way of the Menengai Oilers. Something has to come quickly. Something has to come in this second half.
Yeah, they
kicking
need
off
to score now. They need to score. You'd think they would need to score fast and early.
Yes, they need to do that. Keegan Clarkson goes high. The ball is tapped backwards. Floyd Wabure versus Bildad Ogeta once again. The relish, the battle we all relish to see. The battle we all relish to see. There goes Jenkins Kipruto, who kicks the kicker and the chaser. That story once again.
But it's coming off well.
Keegan Clarkson isolated, knocks the ball forward.
That's offside.
Penalty.
Penalty.
If the referee sees that,
No,
that is an offside infringement. But the referee allows play.
Yes, the assistant referee just making the call because he was offside. The referee missed it, but that's why you have an assistant, and they do call it back. There's a poor pass there, back. As we see, they knock on the replay. I think it was Keegan Clarkson there just knocking on as he tried to field that ball.
KCB afforded yet another attacking opportunity. Stuck in the middle of the pitch, deep into the Oilers' half. Time to see if KCB are made of what they need to be. Now that is Smadi. Scans goes back. Olukusi finally passes the ball. I've not seen Olukusi pass this weekend. The ball is passed outwards.
Nyala was a bit concerned about that pass, but he did catch it in the end as the...
Most probably because Olukusi has not been passing, so they were not sure. Emmanuel Opondo, Jenkins pulls play back, and George is thumped by the Menengai Oilers. Oilers remaining strong on defense. Emmanuel Opondo, tackle, advantage.
Yeah, they think put his
Player
hand on
not
the
releasing
floor.
quickly. Onyala looking to dummy and go. Vincent Onyala offloading to Jojo Oro. Knock on. High tackle. And the referee will be giving a penalty to KCB. KCB have a chance to either kick for 3, take it beyond 2 converted tries, or probably call for a scrum and set the attack.
Well, they have the luxury of doing that if they choose to. It will be 15-0, and that makes it even more difficult for the Menengai Oilers because they have to score
3 times.
At least 3 times, but they choose to go for the scrum as we see some substitutions here.
That is Achacha going in. I don't know who he's replacing. He's replacing Fortune Aturo, and then we've also seen Alvin Cavoli go in.
I think it was Nelson Makoha there.
I think he's gone in favor of Makoha. Yes, Makoha, who's made his way off the pitch. Split pitch. KCB. Execution time. Jenkins goes to the open side. Emmanuel Opondo. A sleek mover with ball in hand. Try time. KCB scores and taps the badge. Spotting his bearded colored look. That's a young man who knows his skill, he knows his trade, he knows his ability, just dancing and gliding through.
That was a good try by KCB as well. Very good setup there. showing that they would go to the right of the scrum there. But they do a dynamic setup here, KCB, and just come back round. That's Jenkins Kipruto. Sets up on the scrum, on the set piece, looking like they're going right. Then as soon as the ball goes into the scrum, just moves to his left. And that manipulates the defense there. And he gets the try.
A high restart, tapped backwards. KCB with free ball there, and that's a try. A dive onto the ball and grounding it, and the center referee, assisted by his assistants on the touchline, confirm that it's try time. KCB tapped backwards, Dennis Abukuse. Then Smadi was on hand to pick up the pieces, staying alive for that second ball and grounding the ball before being bundled into touch. KCB 24, the Menengai Oilers 0.
Yes, that was a poor take of the kickoff there by Abukuse, and then allows KCB, the ball just bounces. The ruthlessness of the rugby ball bounce there goes against Menengai Oilers.
Opondo tapped backwards but goes forward. A scrum advantage to Menengai Oilers. Menengai Oilers would be hard pressed to at least try and score before time runs out. Maybe too little, too late. Convicted to their fate. 24-0 being the scoreline as we speak.
Some efficient work here by KCB. Looked a bit slow in the start, but they seem comfortable in this one, the bunkers.
Waura, Kipchirchir, Bildad Ogeta. Bildad has highlights. However, he hasn't had the best of games in terms of numbers.
No, he hasn't, and he keeps carrying the 22, and he threw the ball there, but luckily they got...
Is it that they're not feeding off his forward runs, or what happens really?
I mean, that's a good question, because I don't know what they're trying to achieve here, Menengai Oilers, because when the ball goes to the end, Bildad steps back in, gets confrontational, which is fine, but he just seems to lose the ball when he goes into contact. And that makes life very difficult then to set up any play from there, because the ball keeps getting turned over. Remember the first half, he also got bundled into touch at some point, losing possession there. I think Bildad would want to stay in play and secure that ruck, but KCB also very confrontational in the rucks.
Davis Nyaundi coming down that blind, passing it to Austin Sikutu, a former Oilers. And Jojo Oro just running straight and bundling his way over to the try line. Try time, KCB inflicting pain on the Menengai Oilers. Austin Sikutu, a former Menengai Oilers, running rugged and turning the KCB attack into a 5-pointer. Jojo Oro, we did talk about who the king is, but in this game, he has the numbers to show at least he stands out.
No, he's done well there, and that's a good, maybe, contrast of play there when Austin Sikuto went on the outside, stepped back in, out of the support, he released the pass. Maybe something that Bildad should maybe add to his game. He does carry well, Bildad, to get up, but just doesn't seem to play with his teammates there. As you look at that try from Jojo Oro.
And there you have it, gone into touch, full time. KCB with a resounding victory. We have a break, a 20-minute break, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be showing you the highlights of the opening fixtures of the day. We've had quite an opening morning, courtesy of the SportPesa National 7 Circuit 2025. KCB there in your picture, finishing the 4th Cup quarterfinal match. It has been an opening fixture that sees very many teams that wanted to make their way into the semis category, make their way, and those that dropped, definitely dropping into a different category. Pretty balanced morning, and a lot more to play for. 20 minutes of the SportPesa National break. Catch you in a bit.
Try time by Newton Malenya. Putting Mombasa ahead by 5. Black Blood 0. Nationwide halftime scores, Mombasa leading by 5. KU Black Blood 0. A big thank you to our partners and sponsors. Our sanitation partner, Mold Solutions, who has done a good job ensuring the pitch is clean. Kuvu Motorcycles, our mobility partner. Umoja, our footwear partners. Ulochan Kimori Advocates, our legal partners. Madison Insurance, our tournament insurance partners. Wavemark, our real estate partner.
We come back to you here at the 13th place semi-final here between Black Blood and Mombasa Sports Club. Sports Club with a slender lead there, 5-0. But with a defensive scrum just about 6-7 meters away from their try line. Scrum field there by Black Blood. You had Ruto. Somehow Mombasa get the ball back and now, yes, George Ambale there just coming from the side of the rack there, penalized, and Sports Club have an opportunity to exit here and clear the lines. Both teams struggled a little bit yesterday. Sports Club, of course, our hosts, did show some grit against perhaps some of the more experienced opposition. But maybe that was a game or two too far for them, as they do an overthrow here of Sports Club, Mombasa Sports Club. Black Blood with the attack. Looked like went forward. Was a knock on there by Mombasa Sports Club. Yes, it did go forward, the referee says, but again a knock on. I think then it should be Mombasa Sports Club ball. And if he went forward, it should be, if that was a first infringement, then it should be Mombasa Sports Club ball. Ira drew to there. The scrum feed for KU's Black Blood, with good scrummaging from Mombasa Sports Club. Ruto goes to the blind side, plays there with George Ambale. Bryson Ogamba, good build up there. Offloads it to Dennis Opio. Opio with the pass. And a good show and go there. And the strike time for Black Blood. Black Blood equalized there through Cloud Nyamiro, with a conversion to come. Ian Sam misses the conversion there. All square here as we go into halftime. Blackbird 5, Mombasa Sports Club 5. Referee says it's time for kickoff, so we will have a kickoff here. I beg your pardon, I thought it was halftime, but the referee says there is time for kickoff. Ian Sam kicks off. Comfortable catch there for Sports Club. Long pass wide there, but it's knocked on. Should be halftime now. And yes, the referee does call halftime. The scores still remain the same. Mombasa Sports Club 5. Kenyatta University's Black Blood 5.
Meanwhile, a big thank you to our sponsors, Kabarak, who are our hydration partners, Tikoha, our ticketing partners, Mitchell Coles, our season jersey sponsors 2025-2026, Listen Media, advertising and marketing partner, Webmark Property, our real estate partners, Parkmark Holdings, our tournament and season partners, and our host, Mombasa Sports Club. Our mainstream media partners are Radio Africa. Our tournament medical partners are AAR Healthcare, KCB Group, are our banking partners. Crime Shield Security have been our security partners. Pwani Magic Juice, Pundamilia Paradise, and Mombasa Sports Club Kitchen have been in charge of our nutrition. Amara, our grooming partners. Print Concierge, our tournament and branding partners. Total Energy, our tournament energy partner. Lucon Limited, our outdoor advertising partner.
KU's Black Blood just goes short with that kickoff as we resume second half here. In the 13th place semi-final, that looks a bit forward. And it is a knock on there by Mombasa Sports Club's Hannington Mbaka, former player for Impala there, Hannington. No, that doesn't look like Hannington Mbaka there. But Mbaka is here playing for Mombasa Sports Club. Rajuto feed for KU, but the Mombasa get it back. Mombasa building the phases here. Decides to go back to the blind side, keeps possession. Long pass wide there, Collins Amayo. Some soccer skills here from Sports Club as they keep possession. But they're going backwards, Sports Club. Again, pass to the floor, but it goes backwards. And another pass out into touch. These are just some of the little differences we're seeing between some of these teams. And we mentioned earlier that there's a gulf here in terms of quality. But you have to play some of these games in terms of building up your potential. Arajuto with a throw here for Black Blood. Well taken here by the captain as they do the Black Blood still in possession here. Good switch of play there by Claudio Nyamiro. It's a high tackle there by Mombasa Sports Club, not taking on the mark. Ian Sam there, a judge not to have taken the penalty on the mark. Now he's back. Arajuto just comes here faking an exit kick, but they keep possession here, Black Blood. Good carrier by George Ambale, but he holds on to that ball for too long. Mombasa Sports Club get a turnover there, good turnover by Elias Obu, I think it was Elias Obuyu. Sports Club opted to kick for touch, that penalty. They're about 30 meters away from the Black Blood try line. It's a defensive line out here for Black Blood. They are decent in lineouts. They get the ball back here, Black Blood. Looks like a poor throw there from Mombasa Sports Club. They build the phases here, Black Blood. Playing in their 22. Just bumps him off there as the Mombasa Sports Club do try to counteract, but Black Blood keep possession. Good possession rugby here by Black Blood. Carried forward by Dennis Opio. Chooses to go. He just hangs on to that one, but then sends a poor pass there to his teammate, but he's picked up very well here by Ogamba Bryson. High risk here by Black Blood, and they lose possession with about 2.5 minutes to go. Mombasa Sports Club decides to go for, are they going for the post? Yes, they are. Conversion attempt here, penalty attempt by Mombasa Sports Club. Just goes wide to the left. That will be a 22 dropout for KU's Black Blood. It is knockout rugby here, so that penalty, it made sense to go for that penalty. Maybe not with 2 minutes to go, but the attempt goes wide. But the benefit of missing, if there is such a thing, is that they get the kick from Black Blood, who have to kick again into Mombasa Sports Club. Ian Sam there with a long kick deep into Mombasa Sports Club territory, taken by Kelvin Chege. Sports Club show and go by Kelvin Chege, but he's apprehended. Kelvin Chege still keeps possession. Kelvin. Ezra Mumbo there, not released by the Black Blood defense. Another penalty. It's now about 30 meters out. Some of the players saying go for post again. But now they choose a scrum. Calvin Chege seems not to have been happy with the initial conversion attempt and says, no, boys, let's go for a scrum. And then build it up from there. Calvin Chege with the put-in. Mombasa Sports Club, but they lose the scrum. It's a big defensive scrum there by KU's Black Blood, and they turn over that. Ian Sam there with possession. Plays out to Claude Nyamiro. But they're battled to touch here. The referee seems to call timeout, but we have about 30 seconds to go here. But the referee says that according to his clock, time is over, so we are going to play here for extra time. As we see there, Claude Nyamiro just being bundled into touch. The whole weekend we've been saying the players have to be conscious where they are in the pitch. especially when playing at the edges of the field there. Claude Nyamiro just playing high-risk rugby there and was bundled into touch. They lose possession, and Mombasa Sports Club kick off this extra time. It is, after all, referee's time that we have to play with. As we see a deep kick here by Calvin Chege, well fielded by KU's Blackblood. It's a good carry there by Rogers Okoth. Blackblood keep good possession here. Yen Sam, show and go. He gets tackled in the middle and ruck contest there. KU, they keep possession. Nice long pass there from Rogers Okoth. A bit of show and go there by Irad Ruto. Dennis Opio again doing what he's brought into the field to do. Long pass there by Irad Ruto. Kick and chase here by KU Blackblood. Remember, just need to score, they don't need to convert. Does he get it? I think he did he knock out? No, referee says he's play on. Good appreciation of the rule there by Irad Ruto. Falls down and places the ball on deck. Just a simple pass here. Blackblood should be a try. Yes, it is. And this time, Claude Nyamiro goes over for a try. And that's all they needed. It's a final score here by Blackblood. Claude Nyamiro, the recipient of a pass here by George Ambale. Simple catch and pass. And Claude Nyamiro wins this one for Blackblood. Went to the sudden death. So Blackblood win this one after sudden death. Blackblood 10, Mombasa Sports Club 5.
Absolutely right. The moment being grasped by Kenyatta University as they get that one in the bag. That's a score, a sucker punch, a last-minute take there by Kenyatta University. Most importantly, a good outing. Now, next game, Kabarak University taking on Mwamba in the second semi of this category. Mwamba, remember, losing the first game means they drop to the Challenge Trophy, and they'll be playing this semi-final. Pleased to have you guys on the right. Thank you so much for everyone who's joined from the diaspora. Locally, I can see one Marine having a great time here in the coast, traveling all the way from the US to come and watch the local 7th circuit. Karibu Sana Marine, sports tourism, Mombasa, the heart of it. It's been a great couple of days. So far, so good as we get to the business end of the SportPesa National 7th Circuit opening round. Players bundled into touch. Thank you so much for your feedback. We have these games live on YouTube, and we have been catching all your feedback. Thank you so much for tuning in. Do remember to like the page, follow us on the socials, keep yourselves abreast with all news. The SportPesa National 7th Circuit 2025. Shifted out wide, Brian Mutugi handing it to his winger. Dayala offloading to Mutugi with his counterpart there, knocking it backwards. That is Laban Chege. Eliakim feeding off Scraps, trying to recover the ball, but that's a knock-on as presented there. Thank you so much for every support accorded. Thank you so much for tuning in. Saturday afternoon, Sunday afternoon, well spent on the ride of the National 7th Circuit, SportPesa National 7th Circuit 2025. A big shout out to all our corporate partners all standing together with the Kenya Rugby Union in presenting this year's National 7 Circuit Games. Scanning going wide, Kabarak. But strong defensive work there by Mwamba RFC, taking the ball to the edge. Defending very well on the edges, swinging it back, but losing space, going backwards. Testing the other side and getting a bit of reprieve on that side. Line break, referee playing an advantage. Player going off his feet, quickly tapped. Kabarak with a line break there. One pass needed. Clear grass, clear land. Tackle just right, meters away from the try line. Players off their feet, playing the ball. That is easily a yellow card offense, but the referee will allow play to continue. Quickly tapped. There goes Kabarak, and Kabarak dive over. Try time, Kabarak University. Kabarak take the lead, and this is a very good run. You can see in your picture there, highly tackled in the shoulders, rolled once and grounded the ball. Kabarak take the lead. Kabarak not lying down, Kabarak not showing any signs of fear. Conversion is unsuccessful, Kabarak 5. There's our medical teams in your picture there, led by Marine Gikonyo, supporting in the assistance. Daktari Gikonyo there, offering his services. On tour, yes, but always on hand. That reminds me of a story he had with the World Rugby World Cup. That is the one that was in Japan, when I think he had something to do with one of the fans who collapsed, and he had to administer the treatment. Very important there as we await the break. Oscar, I mean, we've had a very cagey game. The last game that just ended, KU nicked that at the death. Here, Kabarak are giving a very good account of themselves.
Yes, they are. I mean, showing scant respect here for their more last year's counterparts. Mwamba, as we look at that injury, Marine, as you call him, is a trained nurse, so it's always good to see former rugby players who are also in the medical field supporting when they can. Medical team just making sure that the player is well taken care of before play can continue. But it was close. I'm sure both Black Blood and Western Sports Club would not want to be at this stage of the tournament, but it is what it is, as they say. And sometimes this reality, when you're playing a 13th place semi-final, is what you need as motivation to improve. In terms of your mindset, it's very difficult to wake up 8 a.m. in the morning on a Sunday to come and play a 13th place semi-final. You would want perhaps to play in the main cup, but then again, it's the nature of the game. Sometimes and I've seen teams playing in a main cup semi-final in one tournament, and the next tournament they're fighting for 9th place.
Yeah, the margins within sevens are quite narrow, and the teams quite close those margins and the gaps quickly. So it's not a surprise you can be a semi-finalist one weekend, the next weekend you're playing in the Challenge Trophy quarters, and you're actually struggling. So a quick turnaround, considering also this is the first tournament of the SportPesa National 7 Circuit. It means it's going to take some time, but as progressively these players get into the groove of sevens, you know, fitness, I mean, it takes time to build the fitness. Probably by match day 3 or 4, you should be seeing peak teams.
I think so too. Some teams perhaps are more prepared today. The likes of KCB look quite balanced in terms of their fitness. So do Harlequins as well. They're very confrontational this morning. They look well refreshed. So recovery is important. A lot of teams Perhaps who normally train, for example, on Mondays tomorrow, may not have a training session and focus more on recovery. There are those coaches who insist that recovery is also part of training. So the circumstances may change by next weekend. Remember, Blackblood, who just lost to Mombasa Sports Club, had also earlier lost this morning to Impala. Impala also would have liked to be in the main cup quarterfinals, but they find themselves sort of fighting for 9th place.
Thank you.
I'm sure next weekend, Coach Louis Kisia would want to take his players to a different level of the tournament as we wait here to see the treatment there for the Kabarak player. The medical team still on the field. They're trying to just make sure this player is stabilized before they take him out.
Season jersey sponsor 2025-2026 Mitchell Coles.
Part and parcel of the SportPesa National 7th Circuit this year, the thrill and the fun of being part of the biggest gaming online partner, SportPesa. This is the SportPesa National 7th Circuit, ladies and gentlemen. The fans following the games live, that is Shem, all the way from Rongo. This guy actually took a bus all the way to Mombasa. He's having a time of his life. I actually met him, and he told me he's come and he's a big fan of KCB. And you can see that there's Collins. Nabisu was struggling in the sun. I think Collins needs some water. Need to send somebody to drop Collins up.
I'm sure he wouldn't mind some rehydration there, Nabiso, but it's good to see all the fans all bunched up together. KCB, Harlequins fans, and of course some Springbok fans as well.
Yeah, it's a cocktail. That's the coach of Kabarak, Leon Etich. Good to have everyone here following the action both on the pitch and of course online. We're looking at taking you through the SportPesa National 7th Circuit this year. Many thanks, SportPesa, for coming through and offering a platform for a live stream. This offers an opportunity to get great quality content, great quality shots, and great quality assessment tools for our players. Remember, this is the platform where the National 7th Circuit players are selected to go and join the National 7th team, Shujaa. So this is, of course, the biggest product that we have outside outside the National 7th team.
Yes, and it's very interesting pairing here for the semi-finals. The first semi-finals we're getting from the leg one of the series, KCB versus Cabras and Nakuru.
I think if not being biased and just being open, and I know many fans out there would have a thought, KCB Cabras came too soon.
Perhaps, but that is what happens in sevens, as the Kabarak player is cleared here by the medical team, who did a fantastic job to stabilize him before taking him out, and then play resumes here. We might as well have it at some point, KCB Cabras. I'm not sure we all expected Nakuru to be here. I'm sure Oscar will not be happy to hear that, me say that, but they are, to me, a surprise package to be in the main cup semi-finals, and pleasantly surprised, I must add, Nakuru. Looks like another head injury there on Adrian Kotud. He's moving. That's usually, they say, is a good sign when a player moves his limbs, especially after a head injury. Medical team again have been called in. They've barely went out with that one Kabarak player, and here they are back again, doing a wonderful job. They are just taking care of Kotut, who seemed to have received a knee on the head, I think, as he was falling down. He is gesturing with his hands, Kotut, trying to explain something. And from my experience, what I've been told before, that is usually a really good sign, even though the player is injured.
Hey, somebody get Colin some water. And nobody has gotten Collins Nabiso some water. Look at how stressed he is looking, telling everyone to put on their bib and sit in the right areas. The sheriff.
Nabiswa, to be fair to Nabiswa, he is being efficient there on the touchline. Nabiswa, among other volunteers here, just making sure that we are all having a good time both on and off the pitch. The medical team also doing their part on the pitch. It does get difficult on day 2, Walter. Hydration is key, not just for the likes of Collins off it. You can imagine for the players as well on the pitch. Recovery and how you start your second day is critical. The first game in the morning usually is very, very difficult. Just talking to some of the coaches here, and they were saying that usually sometimes you get a slow start on day 2, and if you don't have a good warm-up in the morning, it can be a difficult day in the second day, even though you had a good day 1.
Yes, unfortunately the form doesn't carry on to day 2. You show glimpses on match day 1. You probably, I mean, the best teams are those ones that peak towards the end of the day. Those teams that instead of conserving energy, we saw yesterday Cabras trying to conserve energy in the second half. I mean, just trying to go slow, even when they had an opportunity and a team that they could probably choke and just get completely annihilated. What you've talked about, look at where Kenya Harlequins is. Kenya Harlequins was so sharp yesterday. Today they've just lost and they're playing in the 5th place.
Well, so to be fair, it was a real contest, Kenya Harlequins, that they gave a good account as we see Adrian Kotut walk off the pitch, which is, again, a wonderful sign to see. Medical team just making sure they take all precautions, and they did. And Kotut, though is a bit bashed, but he made a chance to walk out of the field there. And yes, you're right, Walter, that Harlequins found a very resilient opponent this morning. It was a huge contest. And yes, eventually, they looked sharp yesterday, but eventually Nakuru just ran away with it at the death there. Keeping about 10 phases, if I can remember, to score the corner and win that match in a very, very close contest. So yes, sometimes the body language may look smooth and suave in the first day, but after playing 3 matches, walking throughout under the sun, and then having to come back again, start again all of a sudden the second day, it may catch up with 1 or 2 players, and that's a huge difference already in sevens. Remember, it's a 7-a-side game. If 3 players are off, that's almost 50% of your team, so everybody has to remain sharp and well recovered. Kabarak get possession again here, Walter, and they seem to be in charge of this one, do Kabarak, despite the 2 injuries that they've had already.
Yes, I mean, the scoreline, this game seems to have dragged for quite some time. There is a kick and chase. Let's see the chase there. Very good bounce, and he actually loses the ball forward. Now, lost his feet. The bounce was favorable. I mean, that is the rugby ball.
That is the nature of the ball. Just have to be patient with it. Oh, he missed it there. Eden Nur there missed the bounce. He needed to shuffle his feet there. They say boxer's feet. Just at the last moment there, just to be patient. Ball can bounce anywhere. I think he could have been a bit more patient there, but once again, it's easier said than done.
Yeah, it's easier said than done.
I think was it a knock-on? The referee says it's a scrum feed for Mwamba. They have to go 95 meters down the field to get something out of this game. With about 30 seconds to go here, Mwamba choose to kick. I think they had little option there. They might as well chase this one. As we see Griffins and Alia there, just sending the ball out. There's still a few. It's just before the hooter went there. I think Analia thought it was already halftime. As Mohammed looked here to build some phases. Eliakim coming in for a switch, but was that knocked on? No. The referee says no. Mutugi Brian there is skipping possession. Dalia tries to kick again. What I'll call that a nothing kick from Dayala.
The ghosts of the kicks are coming back to haunt you. It's a knock-on. Kick and chase once again. Another favorable bounce needed. A good offload. And that is clear grass to the try line. That is a try. Kabarak University with their second try. Ruben Konga. Ruben Konga getting Kabarak's second. Mwamba staring down the barrel.
Walter, whether you like it or not, kicking is part of the game in sevens rugby. As Eden Noor there, keeps it simple, keeps the ball and passes to his right there. A pass similar to, as basic as it should be there.
I have looked at the kicks and I have accepted. Kicking is part of the game. And we agree that the kick is as good as its chase. So whether it's tactical, whether it's for touch, they're all very good because they ease the pressure from the defending side.
Of course, and that moment there by Eden Noor and Ruben Konga reminds me of the moment 2019 World Cup final 15s when Lucanio Am did a kick, got the lucky bounce and a simple catch and no look pass to Makazole Mapimpi to score. And Eden Noor seemed to have done the same thing there, just simple catch and almost no look pass to Ruben Konga. So tactical kicking is part of the game, both the 15s and the 7s, and it does work. And I think this last 2 days we've seen moments where, I don't have the statistics, but I think we can argue that in most cases it has worked, both to relieve pressure and perhaps to regain tactical kick and squad try.
Yeah, it has been an eventful 2 days so far. The crowd is building up, ready for the afternoon session of the SportPesa National 7th Circuit. Many thanks for joining us. Thank you so much for sparing your time. Welcome to Mombasa. This city has been very, very warm and kind to us for the last few days. Today we'll be culminating this day with the crowning of this year's Driftwood Sevens. Remember, we'll have a new winner because Kenya Harlequins dropped out of contention of this Driftwood Sevens edition. So don't you dare move a muscle. Remember, to be part and parcel of the SportPesa community, all you need to do is dial *7979# on your cell phone, follow the prompts, and of course that will lead you straight into the gaming platform, the online gaming platform that is SportPesa. Remember to gamble responsibly, and that is for 18 years and above. Following the action, Mwamba FC trailing 2 tries against Kabarak, and they will be opting to make a couple of changes here to try and tilt the scales in their favor. Going in number 2 and number 8 for Mwamba RFC, that is Alexander Gashiri going in, and Jaman Ochieng coming off. We'll have Aldrin Adanje as one of the trio that are making their way off the pitch. Well, we'll catch their names in a few. However, Mwamba should be, if Mwamba defend this, then they have a chance. If they don't defend this, it's probably too little too late at the end.
I think Mwamba struggling here, dealing with the body aches of day 2, as we see that try there by a line break by Kabarak University. That Anthony Mwangi. Oh, there's some afters there. It was Collins Okoth
through the line
with a show and go, and he's tackled after he places the ball. Collins Okoth.
Well, that's an unfortunate injury. The timing was just within the required law.
Yeah, Walter, this is the 3rd injury we've seen for Kabarak University players just getting attention there. And one of the reasons why the National 7 Series carries 13 players as the usual 12 is that in moments like this, like Kabarak, who have already had 2 injuries, with a 3rd one, Okoth is still under the post, so he's already been replaced. Collins Okoth is to take care of situations like this, because now Kabarak have been reduced. I think they've cleared their bench here, Kabarak.
Well, as part of the SportPesa National 7 Circuit production, we will be bringing to you lots and lots of content coming all the way from the SportPesa National 7 Circuit. All behind the scenes conversations, post-match reactions, pre-match analysis. So keep an eye on all that coming to you on the SportPesa platform, that is the YouTube channel, and of course across the Kenya Rugby Union media. Just getting you the fun, that inside depth analysis, where you can be able to understand who's playing, the teams, the leaders, the people that you see captain these sides, who they are, and what most importantly they stand for. So keep an eye on that as Mwamba are on the hunt for their fast points. Brian Mutugi scans and goes back the opposite direction. Mwamba Dennis steps, passing it to his winger. Big bump there, but they lose the ball forward on the floor there. Mwamba missed that opportunity, and a line break. Clear grass ahead of him, but well apprehended there by Mwamba FC, who declined the attempt by Kabarak to breach their defensive line.
Aldin Noor there tried another kick, and it almost worked there, but the bounce of the ball again just going against him as Mamboye tried to score, bring the first time by Brian Mutugi, the break, but they look a bit tired here, Mwamba, as Kabarak shows some enthusiasm in that breakdown, but the players seem to be lying offside there. Griffins and Ali, I think, looks offside, but the referee allows play to go on as the pass goes to the floor by Mwamba. Keep like at Jeff there, trying to, the turnover. This looks like a turnover. No, referee says that that looks like another head injury. I think play will stop here. The Mwamba player looks to be in some discomfort. Looks like James Ocheng, is it? Once again, for the fourth time in this game, play is stopped, so the player can get some attention. It looks like James Ocheng from Mwamba. Yes, it is James Ocheng. No, I beg your pardon.
By 17.
That is Zadok Allen. And it just comes out as Mwamba go on here to try and get something out of this one. Walter, can you say that Kabarak is in charge here.
I think 2 minutes to go, one would think, yes, Kabarak is in charge as Mwamba make a break, passed forward. Referee, however, playing an advantage. Mwamba was still battling hard, at least to score a try before the game comes to the end. But Kabarak still very strong on the defense.
This looks like a difficult day for Mwamba here. Mutugi always not interested in going forward, but he does bump off Kabarak defense there and keeps possession, very good positioning from Mwamba if they can build something out of this one. The substitutes try to put together some phases here to Mwamba. A little bit static there from side to side, not moving forward. I know their coach likes them to move the ball side to side. Lavina Sego, their coach for Mwamba for this particular tournament. As we've seen Dalia there again, sending a long pass wide, Dayala I think, as opposed to Dalia, beg your pardon. But they lose possession here. Just over 50 seconds to go here, Mwamba. I think that's summarizes Mwamba's day here. Lots of passes, but nothing coming out of it. They get a penalty. I think the referee says that there was some illegal defensive work there from Kabarak. But with about 30 seconds to go, this will be difficult for Mwamba to get anything out of it. Perhaps maybe a try, a consolation try, if anything. Dayala again with the pass here. Mwamba still going side to side. A little bit forward, going forward there now. Show and go. There's an overlap opportunity here for Mwamba, but Kabarak are still scrambling. Working hard, Kabarak, with a lot of pride, showing pride for their line here, Kabarak University. But they're running out of players. Defense, and Brian Mutugi just goes over for that try. Looks simple in the end by Brian. But they had to work really hard there as Kabarak University showed a lot of grit and pride for their defense, even with that try there at the end. Teddy Washira was still aggressive on Brian, but eventually it was a simple try. And you can see that Brian Mutugi there took his moment and sat. So time is over here, but there's still time for one more play for Mwamba. It wouldn't matter even if they scored 7 points, because Kabarak did enough in the first half, or in the first 14 minutes as they lose that kickoff. And it's over there.
A comprehensive victory for Kabarak University, 17-5. Many thanks to Mwamba FC. They drop out of the Driftwood Sevens. They have fought gallantly this weekend. They've fallen short. However, they can look forward to next weekend as Kabarak proceed to the 13th place final. Coming up next, we have the it's the first Challenge Trophy semis. Stallions taking on Impala. And that should be a very interesting game coming up. As in your picture there, the Mwamba players just having conversations right before. Fans looking interested, others worried. Your team has made its way to the semis. Has your team qualified for the main cup semis? That's our question down in the comment section below. Let us know who you're supporting, or where you're supporting the Nationals, SportPesa National 7th Circuit from, and be part and parcel of this year's games. Now, in the tunnel there are the two sides getting ready for yes. The answer to all that is the smile smile your way to the SportPesa National 7th Circuit. What have you had? Yesterday you asked me a question. Is this Ganjoni or Mbaraki?
Baraki, yes. I gave you homework. Well, the Nondies players did give us feedback on the sort of homework that we had yesterday. I suggest you do the same.
No, I think
on one part of the grounds.
This is Ganjoni. But I thought you've played here.
I have, Walter. I was actually born about 300 meters from here in one of the hospitals just next door.
Dude, how don't you know your home?
That's a really good attempt at spinning this one, Walter. I did give you the homework to find out which part of the sports ground is in Ganjoni and which part is in Baraki. No matter any attempt, you won't spin that. And since I'm the eldest citizen on this one, I suggest
I have tried my best.
You do some research.
I can assure you I have tried my best.
Stallions there with a colorful entry to the grounds as they prepare to take on Impala. As we see a good replay of that, interesting. What I can only describe as a motivational jump here by Stallions.
They lost the toss. They had to flip their alternate jersey. They didn't have probably the jersey with them, so they've had to play their jerseys inside out. Now time for the kickoff. Challenge Trophy semi number 1. Stallions, Lawrence Ndungu with a high wristed. Tapped backwards. Kipske Emmanuel. Trailed closely. Freddie Odhiambo, Lawrence Ndungu. Cedric Abiniza offloads. That is clearly the opening try. That is Obed Sore. Try time, Stallions. Obed Sore with the opening try for the Stallions. Taking the lead. Offload there. Obed, clear grass ahead. And try time. Lights out. Try time, Stallions 5. Impala 0. Referee stops time. Hint of an injury. 2 players getting medical attention.
It's double blow here for Impala as 2 of their players are out completely here. I think they have to replace both players. It looks like Jerome Mikisi has gone out and Makia and Kinyari coming in. Can't see other player on the floor there. Looks like Antuvate also struggling. Both seem to got in a head injury. And they're replaced by Timothy Makia and Derek Kinyari. Again, the medical team just taking precaution. I think that was Trevor. Could see from here, it looked like that was Aduvate, but kick-off shot there by Stallions.
Penalty. That's a free kick to Impala. Tapped. Scans. Looks round. Passing it to the big number 6, Reynold and Uvate stopped just short of the try line. Battles their way too close to the try line. That is Impala. Swung wide. One pass away. At a hint of a knock on there. Referee allows play to continue. That is Makia Timothy. Apprehended close to the try line. Impala battling their way, pick and drive, and lost forward. That's a knock on.
Yeah, referee says it's a knock on. I think he should have launched lower there and just scored it. It looked like he was already on the line, didn't need to swing his arm wide, but yeah, I think he lost that one. There'll be no argument there.
The ball is lost backwards. Stallions battling in their 5-yard pass backwards. And the referee awards a scrum to Impala. Impala mounting pressure on Stallions. Scrum down. Impala closer they inch towards the try line, passed backwards, but the referee will be pulling, play back. High tackle, the infringement. Pressure keeps mounting. Playing themselves into trouble with every penalty given away. Stallions tapped. Slow play there. Looking to casually go over the line, but that is a maul. Ball is available, played by Impala. Impala swing it. Derek Kenyari. Kenyari steps, goes back into traffic. Stallions defending, going for the counteract. There's a dummy, a bump off, and a try for Impala. Timothy Makia going over for Impala's response.
Some decent defense there from Stallions. Impala, though, seemed a little bit casual there when playing the penalty. It looks casual from out here, but I guess it's part of the approach here by David Nyangige when he took his penalty, and eventually they got the ball out. And a good score at the end there by Timothy Makia. But Makumi Gideon misses the conversion. Impala back in business, but trail Stallions here 5 points to 7 with kickoff to come. Makumi chooses to go high and deep. Well fielded there by Stallions. Coming across. It's a good possession rugby here by Stallions. This is good possession rugby here by Stallions, but they are going back. But they still look confident in keeping the ball here, Stallions. The line break there, missed tackle by Timothy Makia. Show and go here. Yeah, referee just gesturing to Impala there to get back on side. Goes back, the referee says. Quintonongo gets possession back. Bodies look tiring here. Walter, is this a hint again of day 2 recovery with the kind of pace that we are seeing here?
Yes, this is day 2 taking its toll. But it would be quite unfortunate. Stallions have had quite a number of phases completed, but not able to break that last part, which is the most important part, that which means scoring the try. So energy sapping, however, I mean, very good account of themselves going into halftime.
Yeah, and Akumi just getting caught there on at the edge of the field there. I think it was actually Nyangige, David.
Partner, Guvu Motorcycle, our mobility partners, Umoja, footwear branding partners, Oloch and Kimori advocates, our legal partners, Wavema Properties, our tournament real estate partner, Mitchell Coats, our 2025-2026 season jersey partner. Thank you so much.
Anguka nao itabaki meflow na vibe. Anguka nao koko stay gold for now. Keep that this meja patikani. Hadi decline saa 6 ndo tani wapi. Nikupi ni location alikofana na hii. Sukate call niko chomba ya G. Mimi nachua utakuwa hizi zote hizi. Acha nikushow kwanza form ya kitu. Nishashika poa na twende chini kwa chini akiwa hadi na mimi. Sasa tunasikiza shit tuna feel free. Take a video na post fanya NGC. Jina ni Kantel collapse ni NG. Anguka nao. Anguka nao, check it. Anguka nao, twende down low now. Stand up your mikono juu alafu uliza pesa alafu one leg. Anguka nao, one leg. Anguka nao.
We resume play here, second half kickoff by Gideon Makumi from Impala. Impala trailing by 5 points to 7. It has to go high here. Knock on by Stallions. So Impala keep possession. Looked flat, the pass looked marginally forward, but referee says it was flat, was good. Impala keep possession here. Kinyari coming around. Quinto Ongo loses possession, just knocks on. Quinto, I think he'll be disappointed with that one. Yeah, just looks a bit upset with himself here, Quinto Ongo. The easier thing there seemed just to catch. Just didn't seem to put his palms there ready together for that catch, Quinto. So Impala again lose possession and go into defense. Good scrum defense here, but Stallions managed to come off blind here. Good possession rugby here by Stallions. Nice flat pass there, Stallions. Good pace at the edge. Timothy Makias to defend this one. Somehow the bundle able to touch. They say no, ball stays in. Quintongo again with another knock on. Double error there by the experienced Impala fullback as he tries to intercept that play from Stallions. Stallions did well here to keep possession. But again, Impala seem to be their own worst enemy. Stallions come at the 40-meter mark. Here, Stallions. Pick and go there. Good contest there on the rack. Yes, the referee says that's fine. Kinyari with the turnover and advantage for holding on. Ongo this time holds on to the ball. It was a simple pass to Makia. Makia tries to step in. Keeps possession here. Impala good possession. Makumi with the pass. Nyangige just seems always to be slowing things down. Impala just seems a bit one step slow. Impala, but they're taking their time here. Makumi with the pass again. Out. Quinto Ongo tries to draw for Timothy Makia, steps back in, steps back out. Makia, the ball is ripped from his hand. Referee says he should have released. Makia just stepping back in, stepping out, then held the hand. Yeah, once you have a knee on the ground, you have to release the player before you rip the ball off. And Impala choose a scrum here. 40 meters away from the Stallions try line. There's time here for Impala to get a score. But you'll say there's time here for Stallions as well to have a say on this one. Nyangigi just seems a bit slow to take that one. Ball was out. He does call for another scrum. David Nyangige. The ball was out, so there was I thought Stallion had a right to defend that one with the ball being out, but Nyangige is given another chance. Yeah, I think it's out, exactly. I think it's out, but the referee seems to be giving Nyangige the benefit of the doubt. But with the big carry there, Makumi just looking for his support players. Just chooses to kick ahead, but there's a sweeper. Oh, he gets the ball back, but he's alone, he's isolated, and he knocks on. It's a good option there by Gideon Makumi. Kicks over, got the ball back, but referee says he knocked on. The referee seems to have seen a knock on that one. As we see the substitution here for Impala. Coming in is Callistus Simiu, looking ready to come in here. As Impala penalized for an early shove there. Good line break on the edges there.
With the defensive Impala line, tackled into the floor. The player holding on, quickly tapped by Nyangige. Impala having one last go, the time also not in their favor. They'll need to score next, or they will be bowing out of contention for anything at the Driftwood Sevens, the last dying embers of this game. Impala calling for a scrum.
Well, Nyangige just always seems to take his time there every time he has the ball in hand.
It's very frustrating for a coach, right? When you're trailing.
When you're trailing, you probably want some urgency.
Yeah.
But it's not always the case. Oh, there's a ruck in the middle here. And Impala lose the ball again. This
Too
is
many
Quinto Ongo.
rolls on the floor.
Yes. Yeah, with the buzzer going there, I think Impala, unfortunately, we bow to the tournament. All Stallions have to do is scratch and kick this one out, and they do. The final scores here, the 9th place semi-final, Impala 5, Stallion 7.
We'd like to appreciate our sponsors and partners. We have Macropati,
The next game is the second Challenge Trophy semi. The game just ended. Stallions getting one better of Impala. Thank you so much for joining us. This is the second session of the day, the afternoon session, the SportPesa National 7th Circuit, coming to you live from the Mombasa Sports Club.
season jersey sponsors for 2025-2026.
A fitting way to spend your afternoon this Sunday. Joining us live from wherever you're joining us. Thank you so much. All right, down to business. Time now for the Catholic Monks to take on their varsity rival in the name of the Daystar Falcons. The Falcons have been very good this weekend, however, falling short. Tough group they found themselves in, but making a very good account of themselves into the category that they fell into. Brian Nyamboki kicks us deep, looking to ask Obuya and company to run it 80, 90 meters to score their try. Daystar Falcons on the attack. Ali, kick and chase there. Ball goes into touch. Referee pulls play back from where the ball was kicked out. The ball went straight into touch. The line out feed is squares. Square rise up high, not straight. Options. Options for the Daystar Falcons. They'll be taking the scrum option. Falcons come out with the ball. Obuya passing it to his winger.
Ongoing match is a varsity derby.
No sight of Patrick Odongo this half. Probably kept for use later on. Brian Nyambok combines with Hassan Wambani, who's bundled into touch. Good defensive work there by Daystar Falcons, bundling Hassan Wambani into touch. They go again. The Daystar Falcon side. Great shots there as Hassan is told, not today. Good line out. Platform set. Time to play it from deep in their own half. That's a knock-on, is it? Yes, it is. Referee rewards Catholic Monks with a scrum 5 meters out. Brian Nyambok. Nyambok scans, goes, scores. Try time. Catholic Monks. Brian Nyamboki in your picture there. Took the ball from the base of the scrum, scanned and made his 5 meters into the try line. Scores the try that pulls Monks into the lead. Conversion attempt is unsuccessful. Monks 5, Daystar 0.
Daystar Falcons 0.
Kickoff. Ball is lost forward. Catholic Monks looking to go bang bang, having scored the first try. Making forays into the 22. Nyambok shows, passes it out wide. Dennis Mulinge apprehended. Hassan, cross kick. Football, rugby, sevens. Stella. Try time, Catholic Monks. A combination of the skill set. That's quite an important score line for the Monks. Going over is Patrick Vieri. Conversion is unsuccessful. Catholic Monks 10, Daystar Falcons 0. All the partners coming through for Mombasa. Thank you so much to our ticketing partner, Tico Hub, who's stood strong and helped in the event management. They'll also be in charge of the Prinsloo Sevens. Asante sana, Tico Hub. Now back to the game. A 2-try difference between Catholic Monks and the Daystar Falcons. We are getting ready for the semis. The semi-finals of this year's SportPesa National 7 Circuit, Mombasa RFC's Driftwood Sevens. The ball is smuggled. Hassan Wambani loses the ball. No clear release. Tapped and he's gone. Jetus with his shiny yellow and blue mix. Mixing them and also mixing them on defense to score their third try. The Catholic Monks are breathing heavy and appearing. Hassan Wambani. Conversion is unsuccessful. Monks 15, Falcons 0. Falcons fighting hard, fighting for every scrap, looking to register before we go into the halftime break. Clinton Mukwachi on the outside has made a break for it, and there he wants to start celebrating early, but respects the moment and grabs it with 2 hands. He's scored. Try time. Daystar Falcons. Clinton Amukwachi making good of the threat and proceeding to what is the center post scores, and they convert. Halftime scores: Catholic Monks 17, Daystar Falcons 7. Try time, Catholic Monks. They score fast in the second half. The Falcons had seen a glimmer of hope, probably to mount a comeback in the second half, but Catholic Monks had other ideas. The execution done right. Try time. Square. Monks 22, Daystar 7. We're getting closer to the Cup semis. Getting very close to the Cup semis. Strathmore taking on Nakuru, KCB taking on Cabras. Tell us what you think about the Cup semis and who do you think is the Cup finalist this Driftwood 7th edition, the SportPesa National 7th Circuit. Get down, write to us, tell us who do you think is making their way to the Cup final. Long wristed, sails straight into touch, a free kick for the Daystar Falcons, who have a 15-point difference to claw back. Eddie Wambugu taps, comes back, passing it out wide. Amukwachi apprehended. Quer strong in the contact. An advantage being played. Referee playing an advantage. Ball is open. Shifted back. The blind. Daystar battling hard. It's really a tough battle out there. Eddie scans, passes it outward to Nathan Sindoli to Patrick Odongo. Yes, they had to bring in Patrick. They had to bring in the savior when matters needed to be taken at hand. It's time now for them to unlock Patrick. Patrick needs an unlocking. Clinton Amukwachi making his way around the Queer defense. And that's a try time. Daystar Falcons, 3:43 to go as Daystar Falcons score their second. Still time for the Daystar Falcons to score and take this game. Going over was Clinton Amukwachi. Attempted conversion from out wide is unsuccessful. Amukwachi here battling and falling close to the try line and noticing that and just grounding the ball. $10 points, the difference. 2 tries. The requirement. Ball is lost forward. No advantage gained. Daystar Falcons handed yet another grand opportunity to attack. Let's see what they have. Keen to see what they are able to execute from this breakdown. Ball is fed into the scrum. Coming out is the number 9, Moses Keragori. Scans goes wide to Patrick. Patrick is well taken care of. The smoke goes up. Mukwachi once again. Mukwachi meeting Emmanuel Maraka. Maraka is tackled, isolated, and the player is grabbed off that attacking opportunity. An intercept, maybe not a turnover there for the Catholic Monks, who turn defense into attack, quickly transitioning. No rack, that is open play. Player has rolled away. Referee signaling for the players to get on side. Hassan Wambani, Hassan scans, sees Maraka on the outside, passing it back, however not rolling away. Hassan taps quickly, targets Elvis Sande. Had him on the outside, but the referee has saved Elvis. Sande's blushes. Pulling play back, 10 meters behind. Is it 20 meters behind? Hassan Wambani holding and deciding that they need to have a scrum down. Take some time off the clock, being in the lead, and just sail towards the full-time whistle. 59 seconds to go. Queer strong, not shoving straight, referee playing an advantage. Hassan passing it to Mulinge. Mulinge testing Patrick. Patrick versus Mulinge. Patrick versus Mulinge. A good battle. But Patrick, evergreen defender. Patrick is so good defensively that I don't think I've ever seen someone go around Patrick ever since I started watching him play at Agoro Sare High School. It's that good of a record in terms of his defensive abilities. He sometimes probably doesn't go low. He has to chase back because he has a bit of pace on his side. But on his day, he packs a very good defensive effort. Yes, he's very good. Well, Daystar Falcons running out of time, but they have one last chance to entertain the locals. Keragori, Moses, Sande, Patrick's time is now. Patrick's time is now. But Hassan had other ideas. Daystar, cycle, Sindoli dances back into the defensive grain, releases, goes up, good sevens, Brain, Keragori out wide to Amukwachi, straight running, hard running, high tackle, must be involved in that as the hooter sounds. Sindoli, Wambugu, Sande on the outside. Sande will probably look to commit, but doesn't take that opportunity to seek out Patrick Odongo on the outside. That is a counter rack. Referee was playing an advantage, and that is advantage not gained. Daystar Falcons. Tap and go. Maraka with a big bump of. There you have it, Patrick only needs a sniff. Patrick only needs space, and that is what he gets. Quite important. Try time, Daystar Falcons. Daystar Falcons score late, too little, too late in favor of the Falcons. However, an opportunity there taken, and an opportunity well in the bag. Full-time scores, Monks 22, the Daystar Falcons 19.
17. Full-time scores, Catholic Monks emerge the victors with 22, Daystar Falcons 19. We'd like to appreciate our sponsors for their support in ensuring the Driftwood Sevens 2025 took place. JTL Fiber are our official communication partners. Umoja, our footwear branding partners. Mold Solutions, our sanitation partners. KTS Drapers Limited, our official hydration partners. Jumbo Jet, our tournament transport partner. KCB Group, our tournament banking partner. You can walk into the tent of KCB, open an account, deposit 1,000 shillings, play the raffle, and win various.
Welcome back. Let's play the 5th place semi. Nondies taking on their rival Ngongoro Derby, Kenya Harlequins. Kickoff long, high. Kevin Shiundu tapped backwards. Kenya Harlequins battling for that possession. First minute, first fight won by the Nondies. Ronnie steps back, goes in, shows strong on his feet. Chuma Tomaso, well taken, Chisia. That's a high tackle there, player grimacing and holding the face. Ronnie Okito looking to go on the outside. Nondies down to 6. Player receiving some medical attention. That is Fred Shisia. Amaitsa Ronnie never shy of the contact area. Calvin Cheunda. Nondies losing ground, going backwards instead of advancing forwards. But then they kick the ball forwards, looking to go on the attack. Kenya Harlequins dropping back. Well recycled. Quins. Matthew on the outside. Matthew bits Hilary Baraza for speed. Burns him on the outside and gives the ball the deserved grounding. Try time. Ouma Matthew. Kenya Harlequins 5. Nondies 0. Very good play there, recycling the ball, keeping the ball alive and recycling it. Going through the faces and scoring the opening try as Patrick Wainaina misses the conversion for Kenya Harlequins. Well, Omar Matthew has been an outlet for Kenya Harlequins this weekend, played some very good sevens rugby. Good eye for the try line. Should be getting better as the season progresses. Patrick Wainaina with ball in hand. Kicks deep. Daniel Okito not able to feel the restart, allowing the ball to bounce backwards. Seeking out his outside man in Amaitsan. Amaitsa takes contact. Recycled. Nondies hoping to kick the ball to relieve some pressure. Wainaina, space. A tricky customer, Juma Tomaso, not allowing any of that trickery to be done on him. The Wild Human, the Wild to Dave Moura. Dave Moura has Ramadan Masete on the outside, and Ramadan Masete, no stranger to the try line. Try time, Kenya Harlequins. An easy interchange of passes there, leading to Kenya Harlequins scoring their second try of the game. That is Ramadan Masete, newly acquired from the Homeboys RFC side. Dotting over a good reward to his new employer. Clearly showing value for money.
Yes, Ramadan Masete, the beneficiary there of some good work on the inside from Diwald and the rest. And just showing the space there to score in the corner for Kenya Harlequins. Matthew Uma with the first try earlier, playing look-up rugby when he saw Hilary Baraza, and was confident to have pace.
Big boy. Hilary Baraza just braving for contact and absorbing the heat. Nondies tackled into touch. Great defense from Kenya Harlequins.
Look, I know sometimes we demand of the players there as we look at that defensive play up there by Kenya Harlequins. The referee says there's a foul play there, not releasing, so Nondies will do get a penalty. Ronnie seems to have called for a scrum down. I was saying that when a player gets bundled into touch like that, and teams I've seen teams losing possession. In this case, Nondies are just inside the 22, and then the player gets bundled into touch. What does that mean tactically, Walter?
What that means is they lose the ability to recycle the ball, because I mean the defensive side will hold pretty. They'll know they have another defender with the touchline on the side. So I think it's a bit of naivety when you lose the ball going down the blind side instead of attacking the open side, where you probably have a better chance of attacking and scoring a try.
I think so. It's an element of naivety, if you can add that. I know you do try to take the risk out there to go as wide as possible, as Nondies here build on some phases. I might have sent it out to Okito. I must have looked to have come from the side there, but referee allows it. Okito with the line break. Back to Amaitsa. Good carry there by Amaitsa. That's why he's on the pitch. Goes wide there to Okito. Ronnie back to Baraza. With Baraza have the legs to go all the way. Baraza uses his frame against his former teammates. Hilary Baraza sent away back again by Okito. Should he have released it? Oh, it just gets turned over. But the referee says it's the offside. Ronnie plays quickly here. Nondies want to play quickly. They have an overlap. Martin Juma just sends it over to Amaitsa. Has he scored? Yes, he has. Simple hands there eventually from Nondies, with Amaitsa scoring at the end there. some good work here from the forwards, Amait on one end and Baraza on the other. Just making sure that they keep possession for Nondies, and eventually they game managers, as I call them in the middle, Martin, Juma, Kito, and Ronnie, just taking out defenders with simple passing.
Yeah, it looks easy on the eye, but so much work done behind that play. Now Kito looking to add the extra 2 points. That's before we head into halftime, as the hooter of the halftime break goes. That is halftime, ladies and gentlemen. Kenya Harlequins 10, Nondies 5.
Second half is underway. Kenya Harlequins are leading by 10. Conscriptor FC 5.
Amon Wamalwa here is kicking us off for the second half. Chooses to go high and deep. Taken by Ronnie. Ronnie plays back into Amaita. I beg your pardon, that was John Mark to Amaita. Good budging run there at the end from Nondies, brings it back into Amaita, who tries to offload, but was it taken early? And now went back. Referee says went back. Amaita keeps possession here. I'm not sure whether that went back, but the referee called John Mark on the off the rack. Yes, eventually it's called back. It was a forward, but I think the referee, that was a forward, but I think it was an early tackle. I would say it was an early tackle on the Nondies player, but the referee seems to have seen it differently. It's an offload there by Amaita. Was it taken early? Or perhaps, maybe not. Yeah, it was an early tackle. So it's Nondies' ball, but they choose to go for a scrum down. Nondies want to build something here. As Roddy tries to get the ball out of there, sends it to Martin Juma. Sheunda Kelvin to Okito. Okito tries to step back in. Keeps going Okito there, but it's brought down by Wamalwa. Juma threatens on the outside, but takes it back to Ronnie. Oh, John Mark just loses possession there again. Just simple concentration stuff there. or lack of concentration from John Mark, loses possession and gives it back to Kenya Harlequins when they were just about building up something. And that was enough for the Quins bench to see as they make substitutions here coming in. That Matthew Uma now. Nyongesa Dennis comes in. We'll see who goes out, as we see Amaitsa also hobbling off. Brian Amaitsa seems to have done enough for his team. As we see Dave Mwangi also leave the pitch. Good carry there, but oh, it's a knock-on advantage here to Nondies. Do they play the advantage now? Having just come on the pitch, Dennis Nyongesa will not be happy with that knock-on. After all the substitutions, you'd expect them to be a bit more fresher. But sometimes that much alertness may lack when you're coming off the bench. Scrum down Nondies here. Changes for Nondies as well. As we see Martin Juma there sending the ball wide from Rogers Omanyi. Also on the pitch is Moseti Nyaenya. As Omanyi Rogers takes the penalty here for Nondies. They seem to have something set now. They also choose a scrum. These are interesting tactics here. I think they're trying to split the pitch into two, and perhaps, like some of the plays we've seen, some of the teams, set you up on one side and then react to what the defense sets up. Harlequins are all set 3 across. As we see Ronnie coming out, I think it's John Mark. Martin Juma there thumped to the floor. Good defensive play there from Kenya Harlequins. I think it was Matthew Uma who also gets a turnover. It's good defense here from Harlequins. They keep possession. They were lucky just being a nuisance there. Martin Juma just gets a turnover there. Martin Juma. Samo stays in between the passing. They were not looking up. Henry Baraza does what he does best, which is to carry, does the offload. Nondies keep possession. They play quickly. Baraza barely up from his feet. Good defensive tackle there from Kenya Harlequins. New player on the pitch. I think Dennis Nyongesa there, atoning for his error earlier. Fantastic line speed there from Nyongesa. And they get a turnover from that tackle. No, they don't actually. I think those are, yes, it was a knock-on as he came into the tackle there. The referee says it's a knock-on from the tackle attempt and not deliberate. Believe it or not, Brian Amaita is back, hobbled off to the bench and hobbles back on. I think this is deliberate here from the Nondies technical bench. There's a reason why they keep Amaita and Andrew Barras on the field. They grinding and hard work that they do in the field also eats or takes its toll on the defense, as Barasa is penalized for losing his footing in the scrum. Paulo Mutami sends it out. Switch here for Nyongesa. Nyongesa comes out to the wide. Says Martin Juma, beats Martin Juma for pace here. Nyongesa, Dennis, all the way around. That's why he was brought in as a try for Kenya Harlequins by Dennis Nyongesa. Looks up, sees Martin Juma, and simply needs about 3 feet of space, even though Martin Juma had covered all the way into the 5 meter. Didn't cover the entire 5 meter. Martin Juma, to be fair, I think was held back there, Martin Juma. There was some, shall we say, intelligent play from Richard Wangila. Just putting off Martin Juma there. Didn't make the time to come and cover around, allowing Nyongesa to go for that try. So kick off here, Martin Juma again with the ball. Good barraging run there from the Nondies substitution. Kadenge Brand. This looks ominous here for Nondies. Amaita, the reason that's why he was brought back in. Amaita, good carry there by Amaita. Oh, again, some fantastic line speed, but the ball comes out. Will he send it out? No, he does it. He carries it here. Tries the fancy chicken wing pass here, but Baraza picks up the pieces as they do. Moseti Nyaenya is at the edge there. Baraza picks it up from the rack, feeds it back in to the substitute rather, Rogers Omanyi. But the turnover, the good attempt there, rack attempt by Kenya Harlequins. They still keep possession here under intense pressure from Kenya Harlequins. Nondies, they keep possession. It's a loose pass taken by Nyaenya, trying to be trickery at the edge. Nyaenya, Moseti Nyaenya. Paralyzed Kenya Harlequins there for high tackle on Moseti Nyaenya. Taken quickly here by Martin Juma. Henry Baraza trying to barge his way to the tail end there. They keep possession here. John Mark send the pass right, but he goes to the floor. Oh, Martin Juma under pressure here. And Kenya Harlequins just kick it off to touch. Is it going to touch? No, it's not. It's a ball. The ball is still infield. Moseti. Now that looks like a Brian. Brother Meister there was chasing that one. The ball didn't seem to get out in the morning. Fidens also had kicked the ball but didn't go out. And eventually, the referee calls that one.
Driftwood Rugby Sevens Day 2. Karibuni sana. Usisahau kuwa baada ya mechi ya mwisho tutakuwa na after party day 2. Sema rumba na rugby. On stage we'll have Ambro la muzika. Kwa hivyo wazee leo tupo hadi masaa yake.
Second semi-final here for the 5th place. As we saw that dramatic end to that one between Kenya Harlequins and Nondies. Oilers here taking on Masinde Muliro University of Technology. Let's get the ball back here. Just building phases. As the players are held up there, just in case you're wondering, the previous game, Kenya Harlequins beat Nondies 17-5 and go on to the 5th place final rather. And if I'm not mistaken, they meet the winner here between Menengai Oilers and Masinde Muliro University, otherwise known as MUST, and that's MUST. MUST just bobbling that ball there out of the scrum. The kick and chase here, but well covered by Menengai Oilers. Was Samuel Maura there, back with the ball again. Samuel just holding possession there, toying with the Moose defense, trying to provoke them there. as Abukusa is taken down. Maura again with the ball. Oilers keeping possession here. Just trying to be patient. Stepping in, stepping out. Offered for Abukusa, but it's good reading there by Must. Referee saying that there's nothing wrong with the contest. It's just the Oilers player didn't roll away rather, as we see that knock on there from the students from Masinde Muliro.
After this game, we'll be going into the main cup semis. The first main cup semis will be Nakuru RFC versus Strathmore Leos. The second semi-final, KCB versus
Gracious Owino here with the
Cabras.
scrum putting for Oilers, with Maura just waiting on. Maura with the ball now. Gets rid of one defender. Sends a long pass wide to Alvin Cavoli, but doesn't get to him, and Must play very quickly here to keep possession. Must coming from the side there, referee says against Oilers, but the Must player seems to have just lost his footing. I can confirm that is actually looks like Emmanuel Sakwa. No, it was Brand Deda there. Looks like he was taken out by the Kenya Navy snipers. Of course, all due respect to Kenya Navy. Just saying that in jest. Don't want to provoke anyone from the armed forces. We see a good line break here by Menengai Oilers. Alvin Cavoli goes all the way under the post. Alvin Cavoli does. Yes, he scores a try. Alvin Cavoli showing some good pace there. Alvin. Brought an 80-meter dash there by Alvin Cavoli, as we see that conversion by Glacius Owino. About 8 meters away. Masinde Muliro University seem to be having an opportunity to attack, but Cavoli just gets a line break here. And despite the attentions of the Moose defense, Cavoli scores under the post and they lead this one 7 points to 0. It's a good high kickoff there, taken by Abukuse. Referee says knock on. Good inside play there between for Moose trying to keep possession, but it's high tackle there. Referee says it's high tackle. Desmond Kirwa just putting the pieces together here. Long pass, but goes to the floor. And another knock on again by the same player again, Brian Deda. Referee says it was a slap down. Was it? Uh-oh. That didn't look pretty. I think it's a straight yellow. Did he go on the horizontal? Yes, I think it's. Looks like Ayoni Owino, if I'm not mistaken.
Foul play by Oilers. That's a yellow card.
I beg your pardon, I think it was Fortune Naturo who seemed to have fouled Ayoni Owino. Most again back attacking, but they tried to kick off, but they tried to do a kick, doesn't go according to plan, and now Oilers back in possession again. Abukuse here with the ball, tries to go around, players fix and pass. Yes, he does fast. but plays well covered here by Moose. Good cover by Moose here. No concern, referee says went back. Abukuse does a line break there, step in. But Abukuse goes to the edge here. Does he get him? No, it's a poor defense attempt there. Eventually, it's a try there by Dennis Abukuse. It looked like it was knocked on, but Daniel Kipchirchir. But the referee says the ball went back. And then Abukuse picked it up there and just showing his experience there. Dennis Abukuse. It's good defensive effort from Moose still, all the way to the end there by Deda. Also just trying to disrupt Abukuse, but he does score the try. Conversion is missed. And as we had the halftime buzzer going there, Oilers leading this one 12 points to 0.
Official FMCG partner, Pasamaze Wheelers, their brand Typer, thank you very much. Of course, we have our gaming partner, our title sponsor, SportPesa, thank you very much. Not forgetting Tusker, our alcoholic beverage and entertainment partner. Na tukisema mambo ya entertainment, kumbuka leo tuko na rugby na rumba. Immediately after the last game, tutakuwa na Ambro mwenyewe atakuwa pale. Kwa hivyo wazee, leo ni siku yenu, mweze kujimwaya na tusikie itakuwa.
As we resume the second half here, Walter, I hope most have their eyes up because Oilers were on a yellow card, even though they're leading. I think it was Fortunaturo who was still out here. So it's 6v7 here. As Moose go deep. Chichir weaves and turns. Good possession rugby here by Menengai Oilers. Just seem to take their time here. Some show and go there by Samuel Maura. And the gates open wide open here for Menengai Oilers. And they score fast.
Try time, Calvin Malewa.
Try time by Oilers.
Line break there by Sami Moura, who unselfishly gives the ball to Calvin Malewa, who goes over for Oilers. Third try of the game. Conversion is successful. Oilers 19, Masinde Maliro 0. In your picture there, Sami Moura galloping, stepping closer and closer to the try line and dishing the ball to Malewa, who was hot on pursuit. Good support play there by the Menengai Oilers side. Kickoff is made. Ball travels the required 10. Time for Masinde Maliro to respond. Next up, I believe we'll be having the Cup semis. KCB will be taking on Cabras. Nakuru will be coming up against the Strathmore side. Remember, we'll be crowning a new champion this year. Kenya Harlequins, having bowed out of Cup contention, means that this year's champion will be coming out of the 4 teams left in the semis. Strathmore and Nakuru RFC and KCB will be taking on Cabras. Big semi-final matchups coming your way No clear release. Tapped, but not at the right point. Veron Kaburu asked to do the same thing twice. This time round getting it right. Deda carrying it, tackled high, referee playing an advantage. Just shrugging off defenders. Recycling the ball, not passing it right. The passes not meeting the mark, players going off their feet, slowing down the momentum, but the advantage being played. And now the cavalry comes onto the pitch for Masinde Muliro, 19, 23, and 12. Flavian Otio, Kevin Bukala, and Clarence Hope make their way onto the pitch. Maybe to try and salvage something. 3 minutes, 58 seconds left on the clock. Cabras, hint of a high tackle there, referee allows play to continue. Swung. Masinde Muliro knocked the ball. That is a mistake. Several meters out of the try line. A chance gone begging there. That is Collins Ngoko missing that. All he needed to do was catch the pass and dive over. Easier said than done. Talking about the nerves. Abukuse fresh off the bench, rolling subs. Oilers swinging that ball, expansive play. Masinde Muliro defending strongly, ball open, referee allows play to continue off the foot. Oilers looking to break. Tapped backwards. Cross kick. Good kick executed well. And that is Dennis Abukuse. And that is lights out. Try time. Menengai Oilers coming and getting the scraps is Keegan Clarkson. Keegan Clarkson straying through and getting that last minute offload from Dennis Abukuse. Keegan Clarkson with a 5-pointer. Oilers 26, Most 0. Cup semi time next up. We did ask you to let us know who you think will be making the cup final this year. Just going through the comment section just to give you a feedback. Peter Lugano, all the way from South Sudan, has something to say. And he says Cabras will beat KCB first and foremost. That is the semi-final pairing. Not sure what the result would be in that cup semi, but we are promised to have a very, very good game of sevens rugby coming up. KCB versus Cabras.
I think we start with the other semi-final, which is Strathmore Leos taking on Nakuru.
Yes.
And then that potentially mouth-watering encounter between Kenya Commercial Bank and Cabras Sugar. Walter, you're saying that perhaps that is a game where everybody would think is a final before the final, you'd think?
Yes. I mean, the two teams have had, they have the depth, quality in numbers, and it's just that we've been served, maybe the gods have served us right. Builder Dogeda saying goodbye to the defense. We have been served with quality, and I think that is a final before a final, because the two teams are very good. If you woke up someone from his sleep and asked him KCB versus Cabras, would ask you, is that the final of the Driftwood Sevens? So I think the quality is there, and we're looking forward to it.
Yeah, well, the cream has come to the top here at the Driftwood Sevens. You have to show some respect also to Nakuru and Kenya Harlequins, who they themselves did not make it to the quarterfinals. The likes of Oilers here as well. But as you say, if somebody was to wake up now from his sleep, maybe what he didn't watch is how Strathmore Leos and Nakuru played yesterday and this morning. And I'm sure after this next encounter here, they perhaps show their respect for the two teams. Semi-finals times has come here. See you shortly.
Two teams making their way onto the pitch. Welcome back to Mombasa Sports Club, SportPesa National 7 Circuit. Semi-final time. We have Nakuru RFC taking on Strathmore Leos in the first of the semis. Two sides already at the center of the pitch. Huddling up before kickoff.
Don't forget to let the after party.
That is Coach Oscar Oma taking on Coach Foxy.
Willis Ojal.
Willis Ojal.
Assisted there by Charles Kadovilis.
Charlie.
And Uma also was an able assistant by Madu, as they call him.
Yes, yes. Edwin's Madu. Long-time servant. Of Nakuru Rugby. Kickoff. Ball travels the required 10. Referee plays an offside. Penalty to Nakuru RFC. Well, we've talked about the KCB versus Cabras game. We've barely talked about Nakuru versus Strathmore. This is sort of, on paper, this looks like both teams could could be looking at this game as an exciting opportunity to make it to the cup final.
Look, I did mention earlier when you gave the example that's a final before a final, and I said that the two teams have played very well the last 2 days. Fought hard, Nakuru, they did against Kenya Harlequins this morning to get that opportunity to play this game, and here they are again. You know, one of them is going to be in the final.
Held up. Ball is lost backwards. And into touch it goes. That's a line out for the Strathmore Leos. Nakuru with possession. Nakuru recycling the ball well. Cross kick, looking for the bounce, and the bounce not favorable for Nakuru. There is an attempted kick, Oscar.
I think he saw there the height of Felix Okoth, and he got tempted because his opposite man seems to be half his size, and the cross kick seemed to be an option, but just not executed as perhaps planned.
Elton Malemba rampaging through, creating an impression of an overlap. Stansla Shikoli battles with Nakuru. Muita. Nijo. Cross kick once again to Gabi. Gabi hoping the bounce is right. The bounce is good. Nakuru defending strongly. Tackle. High tackle. Gabi stands up and goes. A free play here for the Strathmore Leos. Muita to Barnabas. Barnabas stops and goes. Shkoli keeps possession. Almost lost it there. Referee was playing an advantage. Not sure if it's still on. Advantage over. That is Mola. Mola goes to Elton Amalemba. Elton Amalemba battled. Brought to the ground. Barnabas to Gabi. Gabi start, stop. Gabi. Skills. Barnabas, offload. Nijo on the outside. Nijo, clear space, clear acreage, clear. Try line inside. Try time.
Walter, that is really good patience here from Strathmore Leos. Gabi, Ayumba here with the line break on the outside, has the presence of mind to step and come back in, keep possession. He saw the advantage. Went down, picked up the ball off the ground again and kept the ball alive. Went to the other end and came back here again, and good offload rugby there from.
Yes,
Strathmore.
most definitely. Very good play there. Gabriel Ayimba creating the option. Barnabas Oworo floating to Nigel Amaita. Nigel Amaita's walk face looks up, sees the try line. You can see as he eases towards the try line, the smile coming through. Nigel Amaita getting the first try for the Strathmore Leos side. Leos 7, Nakuru 0. Promised you an exciting cup semi, and here it is. Leos have taken the lead. Time now for Nakuru to respond. Felix Okoth, the tall, lanky Felix Okoth. Now time to show Gabriel Ayimba what he is made of. Gabi himself firing the first shot. It's 1-0 to Gabi versus Felix. There, Felix and company getting a reprieve of a penalty. An injury stop. Joseph Momo, center referee, allowing play to come to a halt as Maina attends.
There's an interesting statistic here for you, Walter. Apparently, between 2020 and 2024 in World Rugby, every time there's a line break and then you take a ruck, the try scoring opportunity is reduced by 56%. There's a line break here by Strathmore. They kept the ball alive and they scored a try. There is an acronym made famous by Ronan O'Gara, former Irish flyer who now coaches La Rochelle in France, which says KBA, or keep the ball alive.
Yes.
So that's an interesting statistic there. If you get a line break, you may want to consider keeping the ball alive, because every time you go to the floor off a line break, you may still score the try, as we've seen many occasions, but that opportunity drops by 56%. So that's an interesting statistic for you there, as we watch Strathmore here.
That's a very interesting statistic.
Strathmore, good build-up of play here by the Leos. That's a hit of a knock-on, is it? Yes, it is a knock-on. No advantage. Double knock-on, the referee says. I think the first one was by Leo, so scrum to Nakuru. Watching the Javan with the put in here and sends it out to Christian Ojwang. Back out again here. Joel Okeo seems to have knocked on. Yes, that's a knock on there.
Yes, Oscar, you did raise something about that opportunity to score once there's a line break. If you keep the ball alive, you then have a realistic opportunity maybe to offload and then keep running, because the defensive line is still coming back to set its line. So there is an opportunity there. But if you take the ruck situation after a line break, it then means that you've given the opportunity to the team, the defending team, to realign and come at you. So it's easier always to keep the ball alive and score from fast face as compared to having either a scrum or a breakdown opportunity.
Yes, as we go to halftime, that statistic, of course, more apparent in the 15th game, but there's no team that best explains that than Fiji, who are always offloading. You have to be at your top when you're defending Fiji, who can offload from everywhere. Of course, the famous offloads from people like Piotau, Tuai, and actually basically any Fiji player. There's a book by former England coach who was also the Fiji coach, the Englishman Ben Ryan, in his book Seven's Heaven. Interesting book there. He calls it the beautiful chaos of the Fijian rugby. That's what he calls it, because they can offload from anywhere, and anybody can offload. A 6'6" player, all of a sudden looking like he's going to carry, and all of a sudden does an offload.
Yeah, you speak of the Fijian flair. Closer here we have Madagascar, who play chaotic rugby, very fast at the breakdown. The reason Fiji have always beaten teams is they keep the ball alive. They offload. They keep asking the defense the questions. You know, the defense is waiting for you to tackle you, maybe jackal, but they will always keep the game alive. And the support system, that game cannot be played if you don't have consistent support.
That's correct. That's correct. The support players also read the game, so it's just good understanding there from the support player as well. If somebody like Tuai has the ball, the rest of the supporting players know that they have to run off him because he will offload at any point. And then also it's what running line are you picking up? So the Fijians have really shown that, but you have to have your skills all up. Their hands and fingers are always wide open, ready to pick that offload. So yes, KBA is a principle that is adopted if you run those lines and maintain good skills.
Yes. It makes for good viewing. It gives the eyes enjoy the movement of the ball, and of course the conversion is very easy.
Arnold Muitaya kicks us off for the second half. Goes 10. Nakuru just trying to be patient here. Nakuru, they'll need to be. They're 80 meters out. As Shuan go there by, penalized. Strathmore Leos, I think the hands in the rack. They choose go for a line out there. Nakuru. Yeah, so some good information for you there, viewers. There is actually books written about Sevens rugby, and Sevens Heaven, for me, is one of those books that you may want to have a look at, as Ben Ryan just talks about his journey in the wonderful island of Fiji.
Line out time. The Sevens Heaven as the beautiful chaos of Fiji Olympic dream. That is Ben Ryan. Good authored book there. Good brains of the Sevens game. Ben Ryan, former England international, and of course England coach. Javan Okoth and company looking to strike back, having fallen short in the opening exchanges. Arnold. Elton swinging it to nobody. Victor Mola will be the pressure point, and Victor races clear. Swung to the floor. Quick release. Strathmore. Barnabas swinging it wide to Gabi. Gabi on the outside. Swings back into the traffic. Goes up. Barnabas apprehended. Strathmore, Elton, Nijo. Nijo and company staying strong, staying patient.
And most importantly, staying infield.
Yes, he didn't go into touch. That shows the experience in the man. Gabi steps back in. Once again, Gabi and Felix. It's quite a battle out there between Gabi and Felix.
Gabi showing some skills here for what you think is a big man. As a prop forward,
Muita, Arnold.
He has an overlap here from
an easy catch and pass. That is Stanislas Shikoli, try time, Strathmore Leos. That is Leos' second. And they are creeping closer and closer to that final slot. Second try on the scoreboard. Wanyore's work is cut out.
Yes, indeed, some intelligent rugby here from Strathmore Leos. Not only are they managing their physical part of the game well, but they also playing intelligent rugby, keeping the ball alive here, as we mentioned earlier, making sure that they're staying infield. Victor Moll on one end, Gabriel Ayimba on the other, and sometimes in the middle, Ayimba.
Once again, Oscar, I think it comes down to simple execution skills, like the simple catch and pass, you know, the ability to set a rack, the ability to pass in contact, the ability to scan and see and look for areas to attack from. I mean, the simple things, just offload. You see in your picture there as a simple offload. Lands, Strathmore Leos, yet another try. It's try time. Victor Mola scoring Strathmore's third.
If there was ever a moment of, just to give you an idea of what KBA stands for, I think that was it. There's a line break there by Strathmore Leos, but they're always looking for the support player and the offload. Went to Ayimba again on the outside, always using his feet. Ayimba, again another offload to Victor Mola, and an easy score there under the post. There was an incident yesterday in the last game when Gabriel Laimba had the ball at the end when they were playing Oilers, and Kipchirchir caught up with him after a line break. You would expect Kipchirchir to catch up with Laimba. But what Laimba did there is cooled his jet, stepped off his left foot, and went under the post for an easy score. And he seemed to gesture, pointing to his head there, that it's not just about physicality, but you can also use your brain. As Laimba again goes for that kickoff. Strathmore seem to be here on a business trip, Walter.
Yes, Strathmore know what they are all about today. Nijo Amaita finding space on the outside, the wing jumps and goes and scores. That is Nijo Amaita at his very best. Celebration time for the Strathmore Leos. Leos 26, Nakuru 0.
Wholesome substitutions here by the Strathmore Leos bench. Looks like Aimba Gabriel has done his part here.
That is 3 guys going out. Gabriel Aimba, Stansla Shikoli, and Barnabas Owor. Wafula goes in. Not sure who else has made their way onto the pitch. But we'll be getting that confirmation right as soon as we have it. Arnold Muita goes off the pitch. We do have the likes of Dennis Tubey, Felix Njenga.
And this is where the substitutions come in, Walter. We're talking earlier about Cabras, when we're saying that when some of the substitutions came in, the quality seems to have come down. But to be fair to them, they can only play what's in front of them. But Strathmore Leo here look balanced across the field, but they will get tested no matter who wins the next game. Both teams, KCB and Cabras, are no easy opponent.
Yes, no easy opponent. Well, bench power is something that is well underrated in this type of games, because a solid bench platform is an opportunity for you to exchange gears mid-game, and boasting of a good bench would mean that you have the luxury of launching more firepower in the second half.
Yes, there was a famous phrase at some point, sometimes when coaches just stick to the starting 7, you end up with the Saba Bora or Bora Saba. That debate always goes on.
Yeah, there is a risk over dependence, and coaches who probably don't want to take a risk. And but not forgetting, this is a game, and it's an opportunity for the coaches to also develop an ability to read the game, the ability to know when to do substitutions, when to bring in new and inject in a bit of new pace and power into the game. So it's also a part of the game that the coaches, we take it for granted most of the time, but it's very important. It has been a very resounding victory for the Strathmore Leos, who proceed to the Cup final. Nakuru RFC dropping out of contention. They will be playing the 3rd and 4th match. Nakuru will be playing the loser of the next game. Congratulations to the Strathmore Leos. Leos in the final. Full-time scores: Leos 28, Nakuru RFC 0.
That is a good show there by Strathmore Leos. One of the teams who always play in pre-season 7th tournaments. It seems to benefit them all the time. They always start well in the 7th season. Strathmore Leos, they do always are the early pace setters. Willis Ojal and Charles Cadavils will be happy with their team there as we look forward to the next semi-finals. Is it the final before the final, this one? KCB Rugby versus Cabras Sugar.
Yes, KCB Rugby coming up against their arch rivals, Cabras Sugar FC. Both teams taking this opportunity at the course here to launch the new strips, green and black for green and blue for KCB, and green and luminous green for Cabras Sugar. This promises to be a beautiful, beautiful encounter, Oscar.
I won't go into the colors here because I am colorblind when it comes to some of these close colors, but this is definitely a match to look forward to. On paper, it's one of those games, wherever you are, you may want to step forward to the screen if you're not at the Mombasa Sports Club. We do have a fantastic atmosphere here today. It's all fanfare around the pitch and on it. I can assure you this is no fun business here when Cabras face KCB. This is serious stuff. As the two teams kick us off here for the second semi-finals.
Time for the Gladiators to take center stage. Cabras Sugar kicking us off. Jackson Siketa. High, 10 meters. That's a perfect restart. KCB lose it forward. Cabras with an early chance to attack. Jackson Siketi, Jackson. And they lose the ball forward. Back in at the edge. Back to the inside man who was coming for that.
It's a one-handed attempt there by...
Beautiful pass backwards. William Wanji not reading the pass. And that is a chance gone begging quite early on in the opening fixtures and the exchanges. KCB Rugby asked to attack from deep. Cabras Sugar asked to exert pressure and turn defense into attack as quickly as possible. Shoving straight. Not shoving straight at the scrum. KCB get a way out. They were pinned down in their own 22. But this is a chance. Something probably asks Kevin Wekesa.
Walter, do you think we'll see any kicking rugby from this 2-2? I know Sketa likes to kick.
I think we will. This is a game that it's balanced. The teams will have something extra for them to break each other's resolute defensive effort.
KCB lose the line out there. Siketa coming on as the first receiver again. It's the same player, is it?
Yeah, but this time around the ball goes backwards and the referee gets assistance from touch judge who says the ball was knocked on by William Wanji. William Wanji has butterfingers early on.
Yes, I mean, he did knock on the first one. The ball was in the hand in both cases. Maybe just a little bit of jitters here by the Cabras player.
Well, you wouldn't expect William Wanji to be the one having the jitters. He's an experienced campaigner with Shuja. And this shouldn't be a platform to face him or her.
Yeah, unacceptable there, but guess we make a line break here. It's a look at the errors here.
Elvis Olukusi scanning for who to go through. Bumping off one. Defender Jojo Oro coming round in an effort to... That's a penalty. Player going off his feet, a tackle, high tackle. A cocktail of infringements.
And the collision of bodies.
Jojo Oro there taking 5.
That looked high
4?
From Wekesa.
There's a 4 defenders. KCB opting to go for the scrum down.
It's high-octane rugby here, as Vincent Onyala seems to coming in here. Was that a tactical play here by Coach Dennis Mwanjo to keep Onyala out?
Should be, but that is the richness with KCB's bench. The luxury of having somebody like Vincent Onyala out of this semi-final match. Jenkins coming down the open side. Swung to Floyd Obure on the outside with Otieno to beat, and Floyd, a slippery customer. Floyd Obure, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, try time KCB. Floyd Obure battling it out with Victor Otieno. There you have it. Floyd took the ball, fended off Victor Otieno, kept the ball away from the defender. There grounds the ball. Quite a strong defensive effort from Cabras, but at the wrong time. That is having let their defensive line be breached. Floyd Obure, ball in the right hand. Ball is grounded.
Well, it's a team effort here, but Cabras will probably rue those 2 chances they had earlier with the 2 knock-ons. And now they're on the other end of the field, conceding a try.
Yes, they would rue those opportunities that they let slip. Knock on there in the air. Floyd Obure recycling the ball for KCB. KCB coming down the open. That is Festa Shiasi, loses his feet. Onyala to Opondo. Emmanuel to Olukusi. Olukusi apprehended, sets the pass backwards. Jenkins Kipruto tackled high, referee playing an advantage. KCB, Jojo Oro covers the rack. Onyala recycles, steps into the midfield. The referee pulls the play back. I thought he would have played an advantage. Onyala was attacking.
Yeah, I thought so too. But I think he thought that Victor here, referee for this one, felt that there was no advantage coming from that. Onyala stepped back, I think, into Cabras defense, and perhaps Victor was right there to bring them back to the penalty.
Yeah, perhaps Victor saw it fit to pull them back. KCB with an opportunity to attack. Another opportunity for the bankers.
No room for errors here as Oro gets that line out.
Festus Siasi goes straight into the Cabras player off his feet. Referee playing an advantage. Passed out wide to Floyd Wabure. Tackled into touch. High tackle there. But a try nonetheless. Try time. KCB. Floyd Wabure. Floyd broke the defensive line. Went through, grounded the ball just before he was bundled into touch. KCB with a second.
What I'd argue the two teams are balanced, with the one main difference here is that KCB are more efficient. Those two knock-ons from Wanji, look, every player makes a mistake, but I think if you have one chance, the close games like this, you may not have too many chances. KCB are making the chances here.
Yes, KCB are making their chances, and that is coming out of that hard press that they have on the defense, making Cabras lose the ball. Cabras have lost the ball from the line out, from the kickoff. They've not been able to also, punish KCB when they had an opportunity deep in their half, in the first half. So it's a game of margins, and that is it. KCB go into the halftime break leading by 2 tries.
Cabras will be receiving this kickoff. They will have to play out of here quickly, and you'd think they have to score fast. But again, they're caught out at the edge there.
Took the ball, but had very few centimeters between him
Walter,
and the touchline.
I don't think it's... Is it Mwangi again?
Yes.
Oh, no.
Well, that one you would forgive him for that. I mean, what else would he have done?
Well, Walter, you can't forgive him. He could have had the presence of mind maybe to leave that ball to see if it bounces out, because he's right at the edge there. But the margins are so close here. It's unfortunate when the same player makes several errors at the same time. Well,
there you have it. We have... Well, that would have sailed into touch. It would have been their line out.
Correct.
If it had gone straight into touch, it would have been a free kick at the center. So
he had two opportunities there for him to make a decision. It's close margins here. This is as high a level as it gets, Walter. You did say that this could be a final before a final. I don't think that is finals play from Mwangi so far, the last 8 minutes or so.
No, it's not. I mean, Jojo Oro makes his way off the pitch at medical substitution. KCB bring on Bob Muhati. First Ashiasi passing it to Floyd Wabire. Floyd Wabire dancing with Brian Mutua. Very, very tricky customer, Floyd. Fleet-footed Floyd. Triple Fs.
Triple F there. KCB just being efficient here as Onyala shows and goes, but well taken care of by Wekesa.
That play of trying to dummy and then thinking that everyone has bought it and then you go down the edge. Those are those coach killer actions, because you're in your... I mean, look at that. Just offloaded.
Well, yes, that's true. I think Onyala there thought perhaps he had dummied his way out, but Wekesa was having none of it.
At this level, I would be so surprised if Cabras would fall for that dummy. All of them towards the blind side.
Yes, Onyala coming short there. I think that's the first time they've lost the ball in an attack play and handing the possession over to Cabras. There's still 6 minutes to go here. 6 minutes and some change here for Cabras to build something from the 22. But KCB are giving some really hard line speed here. That's really good high speed, but it's a line break. Support play on the inside, that looks forward, but referee says play on. Yeah, it's called back for forward. The assistant referee just calls that back. Again, Walter, could he have used two hands and just... Skater there just seems to be upset with his teammate.
Yeah, he has every right to be upset. An opportunity until their line break. Eric Cantona tackled, but that was right before the ball went forward. Thought Brian Mutua would have done so well in keeping that ball alive and probably setting a ruck, because it was a 50-50 play, not even a 50-50, 70-30 play.
Well, it'll be good to see the statistics around these tournaments, Walter, especially how many teams are able to keep possession when they go to the edge here.
Austin Sikutua.
Is that turned over? No, referee says leave it.
Bob Mohati just running straight into the man. And the advantage of having people the size of Bob Mohati on the pitch, it allows you to suck in defenders because he big carries.
Yes, but referee says he was leading with the forearm here, I think with the elbow actually. But yes, you're right, especially in the middle of the field does help if that's your style of play. Mohati carrying in the middle and then the quick rack players coming around the corner. But in this case, referee Victor calls a foul play from him. Mohati, I think, leading with the elbow there.
Cabras Sugar have an opportunity, 4 and 48 seconds to go. If they score next,
there is time. There is time, Walter.
4 minutes, that's a lot of time in sevens rugby.
I don't know why he did a miss pass, but let's see. Did he not release it out? Oh, Cabras.
I must add that Cabras have been...
And KCB just
very
give it a favor again. And you say that, Walter, Cabras is lethargic on one side. KCB gives them a favor. They still have lots of opportunity here, Cabras. There's just over 4 minutes to go. They have in possession. They did have possession 2 minutes ago. They were about 25 meters back. They are 25 meters ahead here, just right at the halfway. Cabras with possession. There's time. If they can score next, you'd think there will be time for them to recover and maybe even potentially win it. But until then, KCB with another 100 offload here. This time it goes back, loses the footing there. Mwanji with the ball. Decides to go to the middle of the field and take contact. Mwanji out to Wekesa. Wekesa versus Onyala. Wekesa and Onyala, of course, then bumps him off. But he's well tackled here. Wekesa, oh, that's offside. Should be advantage now. Mwanji goes across. Should he not pass it? Ah, Mwanji. Comedy of errors here from Cabras in terms of ball not going to hand. Yes, goes forward. It's called forward. They were offside. Mwanji again with the ball. Just seems to be going across here, Mwanji. I would think he has just straighten there and give pass. I don't know why they're missing the opponent. Cabras are full of errors here. But Walter, perhaps it's the pressure also from good defense from KCB and the pressure of the moment.
Bob Mohati sent to the bean. Yes, it is the pressure of the moment, and Cabras seems have panicked. They've realized they're losing time. They haven't scored yet, and they're panicking.
You know, I try to just change the situation here in terms of the mindset, because they've been in possession since the kick of second half. I'm hearing the hooter going. Not sure what that is for, because the time had gone. Sorry, we were not on the correct clock here. We apologize to our viewers. That was not the correct time. I think there was some stoppages and we played on, or rather we didn't play on. Perhaps during some of the break we had our clock wrong here, but time seems to be up for Cabras. No wonder they were all urgent in that play. This time they fix and pass, send the ball wide, but once again KCB resolute in defense. One more pass here, and it's strike time this time. They get the try, but the time is up for Cabras. Yes, time's over there as Lamek Ambetsa scores that try. Time is up. KCB in the final. Cabras seem to be asking for a kickoff. It's a little bit confusing because we also thought that there was 2 minutes to go. Cabras are insisting there's time for kickoff, but center referee Victor says no. I have the time, and unfortunately time is gone. So final score here, only just. KCB seems to have been in charge throughout, but second half Cabras kept possession, and KCB win this one 10 points to 5. So finals later on will be KCB versus Strathmore Leos.
is another varsity derby.
These two teams will probably not want to be playing at this stage of the tournament, at least not in this category, but as they say, it is the nature of the beast. And Kabarak here leading Black Blood from Kenyatta University by 5 points to 0. As Cloud Nyamiro here knocks on at the end there, giving possession to Kabarak. Blackbird make a menace of that and turn it over. They do need the possession here. KU. As you saw there, Derek Nyabuto just being a complete nuisance. It's a slide play there by KU. The ball goes out to Ambale George. George Ambale playing right at the edge. Ambale, does he get to touch? Yes. Keeps some possession, but yes, I think he gets tackled into touch. Again, not smart play there by Ambale playing at the edge. There's an opportunity there for him to start and stop, just be a bit more evasive than he was there, Ambale. He loses possession and now ball off to Kabarak University. Remember, they're leading here. Just under 2 minutes to go. As Aden Noor there is held up by the KU defense. Referee says that there was no release, I think, so they gave them a penalty. They played quickly, very quickly here. And it's a straight out kick. By Kabarak, they have to go back to the 22, or just about the 22 there, because it was already out and then kicked it straight out. Well, after 2 days of hot stepping rugby, it has now been determined that the big one in terms of the final will be Kenya Commercial Blanc taking on students from Strathmore, or otherwise known as Strathmore Leos. That should be an interesting encounter in terms of a final. As we watch a final here between Black Blood and Kabarak in one of the lower divisions here. They could be playing here for who stays in the 7 series next weekend. They're playing for ranking here are Kabarak and KU Black Blood. And I think they lose possession there. No, they don't. I think it's an illegal infringement there by Kabarak University. Show and go here by Nyamiro, but he's stopped just short of the line here. I think it's reached there. I think that's a try. Referee says no try, held up, but gives them a penalty back to the 5 meter. Nyamiro makes another attempt, but he goes too high. Nyamiro, but he offloads, and this time they do score the try. Blackbird equalized there after good offload by Nyamiro, who initially seemed to have gone high, and the defenders just went under him. But he had the skill and the presence of mind to make that offload. Conversion attempt here by Daniel Oyo. It's a good kick. And yes, he gets it.
That's a magnificent kick.
He gets it from the edge there, Oyo. About a minute ago, they looked buried in this half. But somehow, KU Black Blood conjure a score there, and Oyo, right from the edge of the field there towards the Mombasa Sports Clubhouse, kicks that conversion over. KU Black Blood lead this one by 7 points to 5 against Kabarak University. So we are back here. Kickoff by Blackblood, who scored at the end of that half there through Henry Juma. Back in possession here. This time, George Ambale steps back in, stays in field, giving his team an opportunity there. The referee says penalty to Blackblood, even though we had they were playing advantage. I thought we should play advantage. George Ambale seems to be in some form of bother, and the referee says just hold on. He wants to play on, but he's just being, I think, just taking caution here, the referees. George Ambale has been tackled into touch a couple of times, but in that occasion, he had the presence of mind to play just within the 5 and try and step back in. And they get a reward here as he comes back to this other end. He has recovered Ambale George. As Strathmore get a scrum put in here. There's a line break at the blind here, but Kabarak recover. And the assistant referee says he was already into touch. The assistant says, yeah, I think it was KU player that went into touch, so they'll not play here for Kabarak University. 5 minutes is time here for Kabarak to build something. The line goes over, unfortunately. Easy try here, easy pickings here for Bryson Ogamba. An overthrow by Kabarak. Straight to the hands of Bryson Ogamba, who just saunters in for an easy try here. Steps off his right foot, Bryson. And just brushes off there the attempted tackle by the Kabarak defender. And they lead this one. 5 points. Does he get the conversion now? Blackblood, who a moment ago seemed to be in trouble against the fellow students from Kabarak University, have since recovered, albeit fortuitously, with an overthrow there from Kabarak University. They do get the kickoff here. George Ambale gets the ball back. The ball is dropped by referee, says he went back. Take the ball wide here to Juma, does an offload. Was that Juma? Was Douglas Sifuna with the offload. They're building the phases here. Ambale in the middle, steps in. Ambale looks isolated, and he throws the ball, and Kabarak get it back off him. Gift there from Ambale to Kabarak. And now Kabarak have an opportunity to try and get something out of this one. Well held there by in defense. Joachim Machuma just sends the ball out. Is it Alkim Noor? Yeah, coming across. Dummy switch, keeps going. Noor offloads from the back of his hands, but they catch up with him. It was Ruben Konga there, the number 11 Kabarak player. Just gifting Blackblood possession, easy possession there. Ruck in the middle of the field. Referee says Kabarak off their feet.
Tough battle here, the Varsities just getting in the groove. Sevens, match day 2, the SportPesa National 7th Circuit. Driftwood Sevens. Thank you so much for those ones who are joining us this afternoon, this evening, this morning, from wherever you're tuning in. Welcome to the SportPesa
YouTube channel, where we will be showcasing the rest of the National 7 circuit this year. All this courtesy of SportPesa. Most importantly, we are coming to the tail end of match day 2, the business day of the 2025 Driftwood Sevens, as that kick and chase leads to the player grounding the ball in touch. Just looking at the referee. Yeah, grounding the ball over the line. That should be a 22-meter dropout.
Yes, as KU Blackbird makes substitutions here. Coming in is Ian Sam and Ira Druto, who are playmakers for KU Blackbird. I'm not sure who they're replacing, but we'll soon find out. But the coaching team here from Blackbird making it clear that they still intend to attack here by making those substitutions. Nyabuto Derek goes out for Ian Sam, and
another of those classic kicks of yours, Oscar.
Yes, but he goes dead this time.
Another one goes dead. That is another.
It was close. It was a close call, though. It was a close call.
A repeated 22-meter dropout.
They still receive the kickoff again. They still receive the possession.
Oh, that's offside. That's a penalty to Blackbird. Blackbird could slow the pace down. Players not probably 10 meters out. Yeah, swinging it out wide. That is Ambale. Ambale is well marshaled. Knock on. Referee should be playing an advantage. Good thumping tackle there from the backside. Player off his feet and reaching out. And that should be taken at the mark. Referee slows down the game. Substitution. Is it? Not sure why we have a hold-up in play. Maybe substitution of the touch judge. Not sure. Not sure why there has been a call to the other side. Not sure who's replacing who, what's happening. Play continues.
Kabarak did ask for a moment there for the player to tie the laces. Collins of course seems to have requested some time from the referee, so
I'm still not sure who's the touch judge on the other side. That is just a Momo who still retains. Quick tap. Good defense. Good defense coming in. Slow recycling of the ball there. Outside. Referee Oak-eyed.
Blackbird kick out thinking that the game is over, as rightfully so. Again, Walter, I think we need to just coordinate that just at the buzzer. But there was time for this line out. Blackbird get the ball back. All they have to do is kick it out. They are under pressure here.
Well, they have to secure possession.
And they eventually is kicked out there by Ira Druto, who came in as a substitution.
That is the 13th place final. Congratulations to Blackbird, who take that first medal on offer this season. I mean, they're the first winners of a cup, a medal category, Oscar.
Well, there is ranking across the board here, because at the end of the day, you have the 16 teams, so it's ranked 1 all the way to 16. Coming in, the ranking was different based on previous tournaments and last year, so this is the actual ranking that you'll see going to the next weekend.
Well, ranking
It really matters, yes. And silverware nonetheless for Kenyatta University's Black Blood. An opportunity on the podium also. It's very important for optics. We tend to forget that, those photo moments. I mean, they're an institution. They would love to be seen somewhere. The institution would be seen that, I mean, the investment in sports probably is bearing fruit, you know. So there are very many important things happening, and commercially also very important for them.
Well, Black Blood have done better in terms of playing in the later stages of the tournaments. So they would have preferred perhaps to be elsewhere, but 13th place is where they are now. I'm sure they'll say that that's not permanent. It's the first tournament of the season. And I'm sure we all look forward to seeing them improve from next weekend. Next game coming up here.
The Monks taking on Stallions. Catholic Monks. Should be a good, entertaining game. These guys are not really at the bottom, neither are they at the top, as the cream has risen to the top. They are playing somewhere close to the middle part of the tournament, Oscar.
Yes, they are there and thereabouts, as they say. And all these games will matter eventually. Lots of lessons to be picked up here. It's not pretty when you want to play in the main cup and you still have to play here. But I can assure you, all this time spent on the field, numbers up in terms of match fitness, game awareness, and perhaps improvement that can be picked up into the next tournament. As we see Stallions here in possession.
Hassan Wambani breaks and scores. Try time, Catholic Monks. Well, that was a moment there, quick knowledge and slippery skills there. He was aware that the defensive line was not aware of that opportunity on the blind side, and he took it up with both hands.
And that's one of the things. I think I've seen teams have their breakdown point in the middle of the field. I've seen some of them going all the way right to the edge of the field. But I think also there's an opportunity here when you go, perhaps not all the way, but around the 15, which still has a space on the outside. The illusion of no space there because it's only maybe 5-10 meters. But if you're able to snipe there, we've seen a couple of players, including the likes of Onyala, sniping into that small space there. And in this case, Monks go ahead.
Well, those thieves in the night, those ones who sneak down the blind side. The person you've just mentioned, Onyala, is a specialist at that. Actually, quick rack for KCB is complete. The first receiver doesn't come. Most of the time, they come, set their feet, and then swing the ball out. He comes full throttle, picks the ball. If you're asleep at the base, he's gone.
Yes, you have to be aware there. Coaches like to call it bounce to the blind side when off a tackle. You have to go blind. You have to put someone blind there. And when defenses don't do that, and even if they put one person, Walter, the scum off can tap the person racking over, and all of a sudden it's an overlap. If you pick and step on the blind, commit the defender and release the extra man.
Yes, in a few we'll be going downstairs to do the polling of the 2025 SportPesa National 7 Circuit second leg, Prince Sevens. We have the draw for who will be playing who in the second round. And all this comes through a ranking system, 1 to 16 teams in 4 pots. That is 1, 2, and 3, and 4 make the top seeds in every pool, and then you'll have the teams as ranked as they finish this competition. And each team will be slotted rightfully into their place. So, I mean, in earnest, as we get to the evening session, Oscar, it's gathering pace, the SportPesa National 7 Circuit.
Yes, in case there was any holding back from any team, as they do say, the pulling, especially after this tournament, is Msema Kweli. The true ranking is not necessarily what you entered into the tournament with. The true ranking is at this time of the day here, as we see Stallions trying to play out of their 22. The key possession, did he release the ball? No, he should have released that ball, so it's penalized. I think that was Ronnie Karaoke, penalized there for not releasing when he was tackled, but Quay amongst there asked for scrum down, as we see that replay again of Ronnie Karaoke.
And that's a rookie mistake, right?
That is rookie. He is, after all, a student. Not sure whether he should be allowed to do that, but simple appreciation of the laws there would have kept that position for Stallions. But
yeah, he's quite a young gun, fresh from high school.
Well, he will learn fast. Like I did say, these games give you lessons nonetheless.
That's Mulinga Dennis fashioning. The ball is shifted back in. You can see Brian Nyambok passing it and actually putting a posture, just spinning that ball and giving it shape as he passes it.
It's called a follow through there.
Yeah, beautiful. And that leads to a try, second try for the Monks. The Monks go over for their second try. Monks 10, Stallions 0.
Yeah, we go again here. Stallions just trying to play out of their area here, but it's real pressure here from Brian Nyamboki. Brian Nyamboki putting real pressure on that Stallions rack. I think it was Wambani Osundu actually, who came there as a tackle assist. With the ball there is Brian Nyamboki. There is the blind side we talked about. It's a simple fix and pass. Oh, he chooses not to pass. Could he have just simply passed that 2v1? Should be a 2v1. Looked like they're going to score eventually. No, they are not. Stallions having none of it. Oh, he knocks on, I think. Yeah, I think it's a knock on there by Monks. Simon Javichi will be disappointed with that. Well, about 5 seconds before that, it was a 2v1 situation. And a simple, what seemed like a simple try, goes begging, but Kabarak themselves also knock on Nyamboki again for gets a second chance. Will he go blind again this time? No. Plays it out. Looks like an overlap here if they can feed it quickly. Stallions do well here to put in some defense. They have to release. That looks like Nyamboki again going wide there. It's a try this time. Eventually they score it on the other edge of the field, about 65 meters across. It's a smash and grab there by Monks. And the lead here 15 points to 0. The missed conversion as we go into halftime. KU Monks, I beg your pardon, Quay Monks leading this one. 15 points and Stallions Rugby 0.
Listen Media, advertising and marketing partner,
And we are back here, second half. Monk still in the lead here. They have a rack at the edge, and the player just... They need to play out of here, Walter.
Yes, they need to get their way out of their own 22, and good work, good pumping of the legs there. Hassan Wambani, another tough customer to deal with, player not releasing.
Keeping the ball alive. They got a few meters and we decided to go for the rack.
Yes.
There was an infringement. Still their ball. Just trying to make the case here for KBA.
Are you saying that he went down quite easily?
Not at all. I'm just saying that the rack gives an opportunity for the opposition to contest.
See Marine over here. A good opportunity. That is a try for Dennis Mulinge, scoring their 4th try. That is Catholic Monks. Monks. Shutting down the door, the front door.
Yeah, I think you can confidently say that the Queer Monks have this one.
Oscar, as we draw towards the end of day 2, very many conversations would be had around local rugby. And we work around the World Cup cycle, which is the World Rugby cycle. And our attempt as a country at qualifying for the next World Cup came short against Zimbabwe, who are the eventual winners. As a coach, and also as someone who's involved in this, you've been in several attempts for the nation to qualify for, as Stallions go over the referee yet to confirm that. You've been involved in challenges that have been in the past an attempt at qualifying for the World Cup. Where next for Kenya Rugby?
First of all, it's no try there. There's an attempt there by, I think it was Zolik Buyuni. But Walter, to go back to your point, that's what was Swahili called the Swahili la Kizushi, because I'm not sure how to answer it. Obviously, World Cup cycles are every 4 years. You would think that if you miss out on one, then you start planning for the next 4 years. Perhaps, hopefully, maybe like next week, some of those officials, when they visit you back in Prince Lu, maybe you can also engage in some of these questions. But one of the things that I've always thought is that if you can convert the assets that we get from what I can call the rugby assets we get from Sevens Rugby, if you can convert 1 or 2 of those into 15s, and what are those assets you get in Sevens? Maybe the level of international conditioning that allows players like Wakesa to come through, Amonde in his time. If some of those players can help to boost your 15s game. You did see John Ekubu play for us in that qualifiers you talk about. And there are many moments in that game that you want to think about now, but we have the benefit of hindsight. I think the only thing we can all say, and I'm sure everybody would agree, well, I hope everybody would agree, is that perhaps take the preparation cycle a bit more seriously, invest a little bit more in the preparation. Even as we invest in the future, you did talk about some of the future players you've seen here for the Sevens team. You've seen some young guns here these last 2 days. I think the same principle should be applied in our 15s rugby, that if the qualifier is 4 years away, perhaps a 24-month preparation cycle is not too far off, as opposed to the 90 days, I think, if you look at it that way. But it's another year there. We didn't qualify. Zimbabwe did go through, and a good Zimbabwe team, I must add, which was led by some of the under-20 players, some of whom played here in the tournament here in Nairobi about 2 years ago. So my feedback to you, Walter, would be perhaps a 24-month preparation cycle, if indeed resources are a challenge. As Catholic monks score there and lead this one by 25 points to 0.
Well, I did say that is a very tricky question. That answer has been quite long. You talk about being professional or investing funds into the 15s game. I would say we need to tweak something about Kenya Cup. I think you can't do the same thing the same way over and over again expecting different results. As the center referee blows the full-time whistle, you have to change a bit of what has been done for the last few years. Look at what they've been able to achieve, see where you can be able to tweak. And we are a reflection of the rugby we play in our local leagues, Oscar. Kenya Cup has 2 or 3 teams that are competitive. The rest aren't. Why? That is the question that needs to be answered. And we need to value the rugby that we play more. We need to change the game. For instance, why are we playing Kenya Cup games on a Saturday at 4 p.m. across the country? It doesn't make sense when you have Friday, Saturday, Sunday, you know, so you have to do things differently for a start, for you to expect results. You can prepare 36 months before, forget the 24 you've mentioned. But
True.
At the end of the day.
Well, Walter, what does the data say? You know, does playing on Friday make a difference? I'm sure.
What I mean by Friday is professional leagues elsewhere have struck TV deals that allow them to have these as products on TV. So on a Friday evening, under the lights, you can have a Kenya Cup match, very good game. You'll attract the neutral. You know, you're selling the game at the end of the day. You're attracting the crowd. You wouldn't say we are the most popular sport in the country, Oscar. And we need to do more in attracting numbers to the game. And it's a no-brainer that once you get it right at a competition as big as Kenya Cup, you then have it right at the top. Now, proposal will be simple. Have a salary cap, have, bring together corporates, sit down at the table and see where you can be able to attract money. You talked about funds, so everything boils down to money, Oscar.
Just like technology, in my view, money is just an enabler. There's a song by a British artist known as Michael Dapper or Big Shaq, who says, check the statistics. Walter, I'd like to see the statistics over the period of Kenya Cup just to see. I think there's some information we can pick up in those statistics, in some of the things you're recommending, Walter. But it is obviously a conversation that will take time. We're here for the Driftwood Sevens. As we see, we go for the third. As there's a kickoff there by Oilers. I think it was a knock-on, yes, it was a knock-on from Oilers trying to get the ball back. Keep the conversation going. I think that's what we can say, Walter. Keep the conversation going. Obviously, everybody wants to see Kenya in the 15s World Cup. We've been to the 7s World Cup a couple of times, done well. In the last two, I think we've done, no, the last three, two of them we did well, I think, by any standards. So we also want to see our 15-a-side team play the World Cup and benefit from anything that comes out for the sevens field. As we see here, Wamalwa kicking the ball down, deep into the Oilers half with a good pressure there from Kenya Quins. They look to turn this over, but good recovery there, scramble defense from Oilers.
It's good scramble defense. Menengai Oilers kick to ease pressure. Wainaina on sweeper duty. And that's a forward pass. Albert Alela not definitely agreeing with the referee, but that is a forward pass. Well, it's for you to judge if that was a forward pass. Good camera work there. Quins defending, Oilers attacking. From wherever you're joining us, welcome to the Power Play, the evening session of the SportPesa National 7 Circuit. Pleased to be coming to you live from Mombasa Sports Club, the destination of this year's, the opening round of the SportPesa National 7 Circuit. Dummy, show and goal, that is Amon Omalwa. He is a showman, that Amon. Wainaina, Wangila, Wainaina. Looping round, one pass out wide, and Matthew Matthew goes over for that opening try. Kenya Harlequins take the lead against the Menengai Oilers. Matthew. Ouma Matthew continuing from where he left off in the quarterfinals
and yesterday.
Semis. And yesterday he's been quite dependable.
He's been a good ball carrier at the edge of the field there.
Yeah, his strike rate comes from the edge most of the time because that is where he plays. I'm not sure if he's a forward or he's a back. Looking at how they form, he forms with the forwards. So he's an outside forward for the Kenya Harlequins. So that ball bouncing back to him on the outside channels. He's fast, big, and devastating with his carries. So Quins have something going there on that edge.
Yes, and we did talk about unsolicited feedback we got this morning from some of the Nondies supporters. I'm tempted to give mine here to George Ambale from KU Blackblood. He got a lot of chances at the edge of the field there, but he kept being bundled into touch. I would ask him to watch Ouma Matthew, how Ouma Matthew plays the edge of the field there. He's really smart, knows when to keep going on the outside, knows when to step back in, and he scored a lot of tries just by doing that, Walter.
Yes, he has his edge play. Looking for touch and not finding touch. Aman Omalo coming back with a good step on Kipchirchir left back. Quins on the attack. They come back, Wangila, Rishel, Ramadan Masete running across. Oilers strong on the defense. The counter-attack is good. The ball is open. Referee allowing play to continue. There is Kipchirchir who kicks through the rack and earning the right to attack. Richard Wangila coming through and defending strongly. Players isolated. Quins with a counter-attack. Referee blowing a penalty. See the referee is called there. That's a high shot, is it? Yes, that's a high seatbelt tackle there by Richard Wangila. Referee rightfully awarding a penalty to...
I think the counter-attack was fine. Yes, it's a high tackle there.
Very minimal. There was no clear release also if the referee was going further. I think he was punishing the high tackle, and that was the first infringement.
Yes, it's a fair call there from the centre man. Even though the Kenya Harlequins bench here not happy, but I think it was a fair call there.
Yeah, it's
looked
also
high.
very good.
Wasn't too dangerous, but it's a high tackle nonetheless.
Yeah, it's always also very good for us to give feedback to the referees also when such a thing. You know, we have the luxury of the repeats and the resets on TV, the replays. And you can see that a referee made a good decision at that point in time.
They do a lot of work as there's a charge down there by Oilers. The kick attempt there from Kenya Harlequins, but it's a rack contest here. And Kenya Harlequins just keep that in, and now they get a better clearance. Yes, I do agree. The referees have to make a split decision very quickly, and they do most of the time make the right call. Occasionally, they have to be assisted from their colleagues on the touchline, and they are being assisted quite well this weekend. A couple of maybe 50-50 calls, you would say, but I've been happy with how the officials have managed themselves these last 2 days. Some of it could be position, you could say. Yes, easy for us because we have about 8 cameras here. They just have to make a decision very quickly. I think that's a knock on there by Kenya Harlequins.
Yeah, the referee is playing an advantage. Scrum advantage, which quickly will be evaporating. Long pass. Dennis Abukuse running down the edge, and he's bundled into touch.
Could he have used the fend there? Abukuse, could he have step off his left foot maybe?
The double blast there by the referee, not sure.
I think he could have fended off the defender there.
Paul Musami sent to the bean.
It's a red card.
That is the second yellow. That's a red card.
Musami in his disbelief there, but it is a red card for Paul Mutsami. Not sure what he did. I think he threw the ball, did he? We'll see from the replay.
That's a good tackle.
I think he tried to kick the ball away.
No, but Paul is the one who made the tackle out, so how did he try to kick the ball away?
No, I thought I saw him the one trying to kick it.
What was the offense?
Not sure what the offense was there. Could have been some chat back to the referee.
Was it a second yellow card or it was a straight yellow card? A red card?
It was a second yellow. Referee was very clear. He showed the yellow and then brought the red because.
But Paul hasn't been sent to the bin.
Yes, I'm not sure what happened there, to be honest. Or initially it was a yellow and then converted, yes, rescinded the yellow. Then.
But we haven't seen a red card offense.
Well, we may have missed it. I'm sure I'll give the referee the benefit of the doubt. I just said earlier that they are making the right calls here. No referee will give a red card if he's not sure about it. As Abukuse uses his quick feet.
7v6, it's going to be a bit tough taking that ball forward. And they're breaking tackles now. Kenya Harlequins have to hold on strong. Quins concede. Oilers with their first try. And that is a strong, strong response from Oilers, having gone one man down. Kenya Harlequins conceded a try at the stroke of halftime as we await the conversion. Dennis Abukuse attempting the conversion. Conversion is successful. Dennis Abukuse quite mastered with his boot. The halftime score, Quins 7, Oilers 7.
We'd like to give a big thank you to Madison Insurance, our insurance partner. Oloch and Kimori Advocates, our legal partners. Umoja, our footwear partner. Love Shoes, Love Umoja. Google Motorcycles, our mobility partner. Moral Solutions, our sanitation partner. Ketia Drapers Limited, our official hydration partners. Jumbo Jet, our tournament transport partners. JTL Fiber, our official communications partner. Lucon Limited, our outdoor advertising partner. Unilever, our tournament roaming partner. Total Energy, our tournament energy partner. Green Concierge, our tournament branding partner. And our nutrition partners, Unamilia Paradise and Pwani Magic Jewelry. Kind reminder, Pwani Magic Jewelry still have the running offer of 30 bubble all drinks. They now have yet another table behind the MC's desk. Pass by, grab yourself a drink at only 30 Kenya shillings.
Kickoff, second half. Kenya Harlequins having to battle out the next 7 minutes, one man down. Kick behind. Menengai Oilers know very well that Quins are playing one man short, so that sweeper is not in place. Dennis Abukuse kicks and chases. Ramadan Masete comes in to save the day. That ball was kicked in goal.
That's probably a scrum for Kenya Harlequins.
That's a scrum 5 meters out for Kenya Harlequins. No, 5 meters out in favor of Oilers.
Yes, with the 6v7. This looks like a tough one to defend.
Well, everybody else is on the line, so nobody is really saying they'll be staying behind to sweep. So all Kenya Harlequins or the Menengai Oilers have to do is the first receiver has to make sure that he stops the first defender and then sends it out wide.
Well, if you're asking how do you defend this one, it's a tough one. I would perhaps see here a high-risk defense here. Ignore the last man, do a banana defense here, and press hard, make sure the ball doesn't go beyond the second receiver or the center. I suspect here the scrum half will come round out with it to create that overlap. I would ask Kenya Harlequins to defend a bit tighter here and ignore that last man and put a hard press. It's a risk, it's high risk. They might have to kick, but I would say put a hard press. And they now it's a shot. Oh, loses his footing there, Kipchirchir, but he still has time to go. But he got over now. They're just at the line. Kipchirchir. He needs to bring it back here for his teammates, and it's a simple dot at the end.
Fortunaturo going over for the try, second try for the Menengai Oilers. This is the 5th place final, formerly called the plate final. Oscar, some silverware.
Yeah, the rankings here do matter. You said there's a pooling here for the pre-slew sevens just before the final, and all these games will make a difference in terms of how teams are pooled next week. As we're watching that 7v6 defense there, we're just talking about 7v6 defense. Kenya Harlequins chose to put a scrum half. I think they trusted their system there, Kenya Harlequins, with a quick break there from the, I think it was the loose head prop. Well, the prop nonetheless, which added numbers to the defense and forced their Kipchirchir to step back, but eventually just ran out of numbers there, Kenya Harlequins, and it was an easy dot in the end.
Yeah, an easy dive in. The gates were wide open. Tired feet. Defending one man down. Well, Kenya Harlequins have an opportunity to attack 6v7. Let's see what they are able to conjure here.
Well, in the first line, it is 6v6 because
Dennis Nyongesa tackled high.
I was just saying there that Oilers are defending 6 with the super at the back, so shouldn't be too difficult for Kenya Harlequins. Referee says they didn't go 10 meters. They play quickly. They have to scratch it as opposed to taking a scrum because the numbers are less here to Kenya Harlequins.
So
Abu Kuse with a turnover.
That shouldn't be a turnover. Second bite at the cherry. However, he loses it forward. Well, you were saying that Oilers are defending 6 up, 1
Correct.
sweeper, so that
6v6 in the first line of attack.
Yes.
Or defense.
So that nullifies that one-man advantage on defense.
Well, it just means that if you're a bit clever, you can still get your overlap. You can create an overlap opportunity, but then again, you'll have to deal with that. Just have to work extra hard because there's a covering defender at the back. So it's still 6v6 when it's on open play. But when it's in a set piece like this, then yeah, it is a challenge. And Dewald here may have to break out to that ball and do a snipe.
He'll need to come around just to add the numbers.
Correct.
Create that impression that they have that 3-man 3v3 on the outside.
It will be 3v3 if he gets to come out to that ball. But I'm sure it's a lot of pressure on us. Yes, he does have to come out. Kicks. That's a good option there by Dewald Juma. This looks like the ball, yes, runs out of, well, runs into the VIP. But runs out of space there. They do, Kenya Harlequins. It's a good option there by Dewald. Force the defense team to come up flat and then chooses to kick. Remember, there isn't an immediate sweeper during of a scrum set piece.
Yeah, everyone was up. The scrum half, you can see he has Risho Wangila dives into the VIP area.
Well, they did ask for a close-up,
of course,
at the VIP.
Yes, they do.
How close do you get then? a player trying to score a try right at your feet there.
That is right. They are right at the heart of the SportPesa National 7th Circuit, match day 2. Fortunaturo advances forward. Oilers. Sami goes in, goes out, goes back in. Long floated pass. Makoha Nelson.
Yeah, there's a turnover there. Referee says the turnover is fine, but there was an offside earlier on in the middle of the pitch, says number 6. Referee just saying that Harlequins were offside there. Line out here for Oilers, with the game just winding down here. Harlequins get possession to Harlequins. This is an interesting end to the game here, but that looks like an easy turnover there for, yeah, it's an easy turnover there for Oilers. And we should have the buzzer here shortly, if our clock is synchronized here. Oilers should be winning this one. And Samuel Moura just kicks that out for Alana, but the referee says it's time for Alana. Then the buzzer goes off eventually. So the referee's time is correct. Moura thought the game was over just like us, but it wasn't. It's a Harlequins throw, Dewald with it. 6-man Kenya Harlequins here trying to equalize here. Abukuse just coming into the Iraq here. Dewald taking high risk here. Dewald is tackled, gets up on his feet quickly, presents again. It's good work by the diminutive scrum half. That pass doesn't go to hand, but at least it went back. It's show and go here. Remember, Kenya Harlequins are playing 6 men here, Walter, but they are giving a good account of themselves here towards the end of this game. At the end, actually, of this game. Oh, it goes to the edge. Oh.
Oscar, the edge strikes once again, driven into touch.
Killing me, Walter. They are killing me. I did talk about Matthew Ouma playing very well at the edge there for Kenya Harlequins.
But the other edge has an issue now.
But the other side seems to have an issue, but
perhaps
Kenya Harlequins lose this one.
Perhaps Matthew should put up set up a way of coaching and advise his compatriots on how to play there.
Wants to play rugby. I'm not sure whether he wants to coach, but it's a simple, thanks to SportPesa here and Live Eye, you can just go to YouTube and have a look at some of these replays. Many players have played very well at the edge there. A couple of players have taken some risks. I guess if you're going to score a try, then you go all the way and try to divert at the edge there. But if you're still doing build-up play, your team trusts that the ball will come back. But then when you get the ball into touch with the buzzer gone, I would think, Walter, that they'll be a bit more cautious. The buzzer's gone. You're down by 7 points. Would you still go all the way to the edge?
It's a risk you run by going very close to the touchline. So it's important for you to know that you need to recycle that ball if you'll not have a line break. So it's a very frustrating way to finish a game, and it really sucks the energy out of the coaches. You'd imagine the conversation immediately after that hurdle, and you've given so much, 6v7. All you needed was an opportunity. You have in the picture there the award ceremony of plate, that is the 5th place finishers, the Menengai Oilers. Dennis Abukuse leading that celebration, ladies and gentlemen. That is the Challenge Trophy award. Now, it is a very frustrating thing, Oscar. So imagine the conversation the coach would be having with that player.
You know, we mentioned earlier the likes of Strathmore Leos, you know, playing all the way to the edge, but not risking it beyond the 5 meter towards the touchline and stepping back. And most of their players just keep bringing the ball back there. So it is frustrating. It's called game awareness as well. I mean, a player should know at what point of the game they are in. Buzzer's gone, you're behind by 7 points. You'd think with the possession, you'd want to keep that going. Remember, Kenya Harlequins lost to Nakuru in the quarterfinals this morning because Nakuru just built up about 10 phases. Even after the buzzer had gone, they scored about 2 minutes over the time. That's about 9 minutes and 40 seconds. Did score Nakuru simply by keeping the ball eventually. And they did play edge to edge. But then again, these are some of the things that happen in a game of rugby.
Well, so much to talk about. However, we have a game kicking off. Our center referee in the picture there, just getting ready, counting the numbers. Cabras Sugar. Now, the case of this game, Nakuru punching really above their weight, beating the defending champions, losing in the semis. Do you think that maybe this would be one game far too much for them?
That is how the semi-finals looked like, because they were well beaten there by Strathmore. But they would have picked up a lot of encouragement from that game, especially having beaten the defending champions. And it's an opportunity. I think the players would take this opportunity. I know Coach Ouma would say that some of the players would have to show what they're made of in a game like this one, playing against Cabras, who themselves are no slouch, Walter. And as I say that, one of the reasons why they were bundled out by KCB is those unforced errors.
Yes, rising up there, taking the ball well. But Roy Maruti losing concentration there for a minute. And knocking the ball on. Well, allowing Nakuru at least a bit of possession.
If they continue making those kind of errors, I think Nakuru will have an opportunity here. To be fair to Cabras, that scrum response was emphatic.
Well, Cabras strike to give you that image of a team that, I mean, the fact that they didn't make that cup final would be making them hard. However, they know that they are a better team than the position that they are currently playing.
Certainly, and with respect to Nakuru, they're showing a lot of respect for Nakuru here in terms of how they're approaching this game. As we see there, Mwanyi and Wekesa just manhandling the Nakuru player.
Because look at it, every opportunity to go for the ball, they're challenging that. They're challenging the line out, they're challenging the scrum, they're challenging the breakdown. You try going to contact, they hold you up. So it's a struggle for Nakuru to at least play some rugby.
I would argue, based on what that feedback is, that perhaps Cabras are just a little bit that more powerful than the Nakuru play in terms of strength here. So Nakuru probably have to move the ball a bit more. Not necessarily missing passes, but it does work here eventually. And it's a try, as I say that.
And Nakuru are feeding off these mistakes by Cabras. You'd say that Cabras have so much power, but too little brawn.
Well, they do have both power and brawn. But I think the opportunity for Nakuru might not be to take them on up front, unless they really have to, and maybe move the ball a bit more. I thought there, if they just moved it without the miss pass, there was an opportunity to score, but eventually it was a missed tackle. I think it was a missed tackle there at the end.
But all this, Nakuru are earning the right to play from the Cabras mistakes. It's Cabras who are not able to execute.
Correct.
And you know, it then leaves Nakuru with nothing but an opportunity to attack.
It was a Cabras lineup. They got it comfortably. There was no pressure there. And there was a knock on then on that after that line out. And then here we see a missed tackle by Lamek Ambetsa. You think you'd take that tackle at the end there. But the missed tackle, again, as you say, creates an opportunity. They take that kick off very well, do Cabras.
Once again, possession with Russ. Sketa Mutua. Lamek Ambetsa taking on the defensive line. This is the third and fourth playoff match. Coming back against the grain, looking for work is Kevin Wekesa, having to deal with Chris Ojuang Jalupo. Roy Maruti has seen clean grass ahead of him. That is a young man from the western side of the country, former Koyonzo. And a beautiful gesture there immediately after scored, celebrated. That is very, very good sevens rugby. Put the head down, pin back your ears.
There was a line speed defense in the middle of the field there by Nakuru, but Maruti just stepped off his right leg here, leaving the Nakuru defense.
I think Roy knows he's a talented young man. You can see the confidence, the way he scored his tries. He must be up there with the among us the top try scorers for this event.
Well, like I said, we'll check the statistics. We always like to do that. I did speak to some of the people here working with the 7 series regarding the statistics, and it would be good to see some of these statistics here. And you're right, maybe perhaps Roy is up there. And with Sketa himself, he's been doing well for Cabras. Look at that kickoff, they get ball back. Some people did argue that maybe Sketa should have been involved with the 15s, as like I said, it's taken there.
Chris Ojuang making it personal. He never wanted to let Kevin Wekesa beat him. Back tackle there, perfect technique. Cabras swinging it out wide. That
Again,
is Mutua, Brian Mutua. Taking a minute there to grasp some air.
Yeah, Mutua there just breaks the Nakuru defense with a simple fend and step and goes under the post there. Poor defense here this last 2 minutes or so from Nakuru. And that, as you were saying, Walter, earlier, mistakes from Cabras were allowing Nakuru to score. Now, Nakuru, the errors, are allowing Cabras to score. And I'm seeing a yellow card here by the center referee. I think we'll do a kickoff with a penalty with it. There seems to be an issue here. Center referee has yellow carded.
Okay, Joel. No, Chris Ojuang is the rightful card owner, if you might say it.
Yes. Not sure what he did there.
And having a chat there with Wekesa, something to do with a small battle within the battle itself among us, the Kenya Sevens players. Well, we'll love to see it. It is the SportPesa National 7 Circuit. Those are the moments. That is what it's all about. But the next 2 minutes for Chris Ojuang as he serves his ban. The hooter also about to sound as we head into halftime. The third and fourth playoff match, a match between Kabarak Sugar and Nakuru. After this, we'll have the second final. That is the second division final. And then we'll have the Division 1 category final. So sit back, relax, and enjoy more rugby coming your way. The big cup final will be Strathmore taking on KCB. Get us in the comment section to know exactly who you're supporting. Who between KCB and Strathmore will carry the day today at the Driftwood 7 SportPesa National 7 Circuit 2025. Nakuru there wanting to score before they head into halftime. Probably the best time to score with one man in the sin bin. That advantage still with Cabras. Cabras hoping to keep it alive, and that would be the halftime break. The halftime scores: Kabarak Sugar 14, Nakuru 5.
gaming partners SportPesa, our hydration partners, Kabarak, our ticketing partner, Jackpot, our 2025-2026 season jersey sponsor, Masinde, our advertising and marketing partner, Wavema Property, our real estate partner, Backmark Holdings, our tournament and season partner, Rugby, our host, Pastor Sports. Thank you to our partners and sponsors, Total Energy, Tournament Energy Partner, Local Limited, our outdoor advertising partner, our grooming partner, KCB Group, our tournament banking partner.
We get the second half kick-off going on here by Jackson Sketa. He takes it, kicks it high up there into the Mombasa sky. Javan Nakuru with the ball here. He gets apprehended. An attempt there by Mutua for the ruck contest. Show and go here by Nakuru. Is that a turnover by Wekesa? Now he says he didn't release, so you have to go 10. No tackle release there, according to the referee. Nakuru up to kick for touch. They do get touch. Brian Mutua there with the fender, take him back. Yeah, no clear release here, says the referee. Good defense here by Nakuru. The main business here as they are back to the full complement. But Ombaso Cyprian seems to be in trouble. I think he landed with his head here. There's an awkward landing there by Cyprian Ombaso. Looks to have banged his head on the floor there. Medical team just making sure he's okay.
Google Motorcycles, our mobility partner. World Solution, our sanitation partner. KTS Drapers, Limited.
There's 2 more games to go here with the big final coming up in about 30 minutes. But first we have to finish this one, the third place playoff between Cabras Sugar and Nakuru. And then the Division 2 final coming on immediately after that. And then after that, it's the big one. Strathmore Leos, who have been really, really efficient this weekend, take on KCB. Ombaso just gingerly walking out there. Looks like he landed awkwardly, Cyprian Ombaso. Seems to have been tackling the player, but somehow got his head stuck in the wrong place and sort of banged his head on the floor. But he looks good for now. But I don't think he'll be continuing with this one.
Scrum down. Cabras. Skater. Solano back into Ambeta, who gets Brian on a short line. Ambeta. Roy pins the ears once again. An elusive customer, that one, Roy Maruti.
When the passes do stick, Walter, Cabras are a formidable side. Unfortunately, sometimes they seem to have a good structure, but just that little occasional unforced error there makes a difference, especially in semi-finals when you're playing the likes of KCB. They do punish, and eventually those small margins make a difference in the semi-finals or a quarter-final. But in this case here, Cabras score after some really neat play there. Eventually, Roy Maruti with a try.
Cabras 21, Nakuru 5. Well, a big shout out to Ticini.co.ke offering live scores as it happens. It is live. And there are the injury replacements coming onto the pitch. Lukusi and Eric Cantona. Back in action, Nakuru FC. Victor Matiko finding Chris. Nakuru. Big bump there on the edge. Player not rolling away. Victor Matiko dishing out the big one. Looking to clear their defensive line. Attack higher up the pitch. Kick for touch. High pass there, hospital pass, hugging pass. Chris Ojong finished off, but the referee is playing an advantage. Penalty, offside. Cabras were offside. Javan. Nakuru, assistant on attack. Opande Bonaventure. Opande Bonaventure, referee playing an advantage. Okeo Joel runs into the coming defensive line of Cabras. Ball goes backwards. Makete Wilson, referee playing an advantage, knock on. Or a scrum advantage. Plays pull back. It is scrum time to Cabras. Perhaps one last attacking opportunity as the clock counts down. Maybe Cabras to test if they're ready for Prinsloo with this.
Yeah, it will be. It is a final after all. If you consider that for you to play a final, to play 6 games, this is their sixth game for both teams. And Nakuru is a formidable opponent, especially for this tournament. So they just try to finish on a high here, Cabras, as they build up the phases here. But again, ball on the floor. It's a knock-on, I think.
Perhaps this is a clear indicator to the coaches on how ready these teams or how ready these players are going into the second leg of the SportPesa National 7th Circuit.
Yes, I think they will have some feedback on this. They do have taken their own videos. But of course, thanks to SportPesa here and Live Eye, they will also pick up some of the extra angles on this one, some extra footage, I would say, as the buzzer goes here. Time running out for Nakuru. Maybe they want to finish on a flourish, but Cabras are so far having none of it.
There is a battle there. I'm sure that is Wekesa, is it? I'm not sure if that's Wekesa and Chris Ojuang. That is an answering. That is Otieno, who was going to war with Nakuru. Nakuru fashioning the ball, sneaking back. Lukusi, strong defense, marshalling his defensive troops. Kick and chase there by Okeo Joel, but tackled without the ball. Referee asking the question, where do you want to take the ball? Where do you want to restart the game? And that's a tackle off the ball. Quick tap for Nakuru, most probably. Or it will be a set piece. Not sure what they decide. Enokobai standing over that, taps, looks up, sees space. Victor Mantiko swings it out wide to Javan. Javan steps back in. Javan offloads to the outside. And that is a try for Nakuru. Try time, Nakuru finishing up strongly. That is Makete Wilson finishing strongly. Javan Otieno stepping back in, offloading to the one man on the outside. And that's a simple put down. Try time, Nakuru.
Yeah, the finish here on high Nakuru. But unfortunately, they were too far behind here as far as points are concerned. But they will pick up some confidence from this. They can't score against anyone, Nakuru. Remember that wonderful game they had against Kenya Harlequins in the quarterfinals earlier this morning, keeping possession for over 2 minutes with the buzzer having gone. Mental and physical composure as that game comes to an end. It's good to see the camaraderie here between the two teams.
In your picture there, as the ball was offloaded to Nakuru. Nakuru stepping too little, too late, as they would say, but nonetheless, scoring opportunity taken there, and they will be brimming with confidence knowing that they can make it to the try line. And we are drawing closer and closer to the final game of match day 2, the second day of the opening round of the SportPesa National 7th Circuit. Now the next game, ladies and gentlemen, is the second division final. Zitek Oaks taking on the NY Spades. This is to decide on who proceeds to play in the Division 1 category at the Prince Louis Sevens, the SportPesa National 7th Circuit.
Yes, and Nakuru would have prepared very well for the tournament. I think they finished 4th, so they'll probably lead one of those pools. I think it was there are 4 pools, are they? So Nakuru will be leading one of those pools. As we see here, what I perhaps say, usual customers, Walter, Zitek University in a Division 2 final.
Yes, Zitek know what is at stake. They are very good competitors whenever it comes to sevens rugby. I know most of them would have probably wanted to play in the Division 1 category, but I mean, you can only play what's in front of you, and this is the best opportunity for them to make their way to play in the Division 1 category at the Prince Louis Sevens.
Well, it's first of all wonderful to see how consistent they've been. Zitek, obviously sustaining that level has become maybe a challenge for them, but here they are. Zitek taking on NYS, who are also pretty decent side, you'd say. So no surprise there to have Zitek University and NYS in the Division 2 final. And one of these teams will be playing Division 1 next weekend in Nakuru.
Yes, one of these teams will be playing in Division 1 next weekend. We have Brian Ondego getting ready to kick us off. Brian Ondego, brother to Dennis Ndayala, who plies his trade with Mwamba RFC. Brian Ondego is part of the larger Kenya Shujaa 7th side. Bundled into touch, strong defense there coming from the onset, setting out an onslaught on that NYS bouncing ball. Bit of a hot potato there. Bundled into touch eventually. Line out is taken. defense, attack, NYS versus Zitek Oaks. Remember, the winner here will be going home courtesy of SportPesa with 50,000 shillings. So there is everything to play for in terms of a token from the overall circuit sponsor, SportPesa. And you book your ticket to play in the Division 1 category at this year's SportPesa National 7th Circuit second leg. That will be the Prince Louis Sevens next weekend at Nakuru Athletics Club. So mark the dates, prepare your voices, tell your friends, Nakuru, it's coming. The National 7th Circuit, SportPesa National 7th Circuit is coming to a town closer to you. That is Nakuru. Next up,
Nax Vegas, as they call it.
yes, Nax Vegas.
Tournament has improved over the years, and so has the town, Walter. In my time, there was barely any activity beyond the rugby.
Nakuru is a city now.
But now there's a lot of social amenities, as it should be. As it should be. It's always a wonderful tournament. Nakuru has its own flavor compared to the Driftwood Sevens.
You've seen that call by the referee. There was no hook through that scrum. I think that's the first one we've seen, and it had to come from Division 2.
Well, you will perhaps see some of these level of errors, but they are both decent side. Maybe not as good as they would want to be, especially playing at the Division 1 level, but they are working towards that. And that looks forward and knocked on by NYS.
With an advantage.
Yes, they to play advantage here.
And you know, these broken plays are the dangerous ones. These are those ones that are long-range tries. And you run a risk, especially when you knock on the ball, because it is a rugged defensive line.
Yes, well, if Zitek can move this ball quickly and perhaps keep possession here, Zitek. That looks to be turned over. Yes, it is. Referee saying there that players holding on.
You have a clear picture painted. The tackle is made, the player comes around, and it's a picture-perfect turnover. Very impressed there with the skills of the NYS team. I mean, the other thing about sevens is the ability to retain possession, but also the ability to go and fetch possession whenever you don't have it. There's that mix of defense that where you can probably not challenge the ruck area and just take the tackles until somebody probably knocks on, but there's also that opportunity that arises with a risk of going in for the jackal.
Well, the ultimate goal for any defensive structure is to get the ball back. Of course, there's a process there, but the reward should be getting the ball back. That looks forward. Again, another forward pass. Yeah, so it's one thing to have a defensive structure. As they do say, every defensive structure, or at the end of every defensive structure is a tackle. And hopefully at the end of every tackle, you try and get back possession, especially if it's the dominant tackle. Zitek here with the scrum put in. As they try to play out of the, just at the edge of the 22-meter here, so about 25 meters out of the tie line. The show and go here. If they wanted to release that ball, eventually they do, but the juggle here by Ondego. Good smart play there by Zitek. And they keep possession. Hopefully they can move this. Looked a little bit flat. So the pressure coming in from NYS. Oh, it's an overthrow pass here, a long pass above the head. The knock on, it goes to hand to NYS. They too return the favor, NYS, and have a knock on themselves. Still scoreless here. about a minute and 25 seconds to go. Remains scoreless between the A1NY Spades and Zetech University. Wrap-around play here by Zetech, well executed by the ball carrier, but poorly received by the support player. Yeah, a little bit frustrating. It's a good loop and ball presentation there, but just lack of concentration gives possession back to the NY Spades. 20 seconds to go here. Maybe NYS can get something out of this one, but good scrum pressure from Zetech. NYS still keep it. Step off the right, step off the left, offload. Tackle here in the rack for NYS. Pass to the floor and a knock on, but referee says that there was an infringement there at the rack. This looks like a last play here for NY Spades, and they choose to go for touch here. They do go for touch, they just miss it here. Ball kept in very well by Zetech, but again they knock on, and this time I think it's half-time. They are scoreless here, evenly match these two teams. No surprise why they're in the final. Zetech University 0, NY Spades 0. NY Spades kick us off for the second half. Tap back there by Zetech. Under pressure, I think he just knocks that on as he falls there. Zetech under pressure here, 30 meters out. Stable scrum there from NYS. The switch play there. Tackle in the middle, but it gets up. Referee says it's fine. I think they have to release this time. The rack. I'm not sure that's what they want to play, NYS, with the pick and go off a middle rack. And eventually they lose it there to Zetech. As we get a shot there of Anderson. The scrum put in for Zetech. I know Anderson very well, having coached him at Impala, one of our academy graduates at Impala, now studying at Zitek University. Anderson with the put in here, breaks the line and kicks it deep. Kick and chase here by Zitek University. He does have support, Anderson. Looks like a knock on that one. Referee says he went back. Well marshaled there by Zitek. Good defense. But somehow NYS managed to get the ball away. They go right at the edge here, do away NYS. But an infringement with the Rugby player coming in. Support player just went off his feet. Another line break here by Zitek. Hard running here from the university students and giving defensive trouble here to NYS. Went back, good offload there. And again, another player gets bundled into touch. I'm really curious to see here when teams play right at the edge of the touchline and manage someone to bring the ball back. Does it always get into a score? Because certainly when you get bundled into touch, you lose possession. I would argue that if the players can manage to stay in, they give their teams an opportunity. As you see a try there by eventually Zitek University do score, even having lost the possession there after an overthrow. No, it wasn't an overthrow, just a one-handed attempt there by NYS. The ball was in hand. They should have used both hands, you'd think, and secure that ball. Easier to catch it with two hands. And the error there gives Strathmore an easy, I beg your pardon, Zitek an easy score. So in 2 minutes and about 40 seconds here, Zitek lead this one, 5-0. Kick high, doesn't go deep. NYS decide to play it. Just getting into a lot more contact, NYS. They seem to having some doubt about spreading the ball wider. Perhaps they could string a few more passes. They may have created an opportunity for themselves. They did earlier, and they did get some really good territory play, but they are getting caught out in defense here by Zitek. All to play for here. As we see Anderson Oduor break here, passing to the inside. Back to Anderson Oduor. It's a good try there by Zitek. Going all the way to the edge and then stepping back in. And an easy try here by Anderson. Yes, just a presence of mind to know that the support player coming in. And perhaps a good example here of KBA. Once you have a line break, support player must run the right line there. Anderson with the presence of mind there to run the correct line. All the defenders having gone across to his teammate there. And scores an easy try. So Zitek just edging away here from NYS Speds, who perhaps will want to make better use of this kickoff coming on now, as a few substitutions are made here by both teams. Referee stops the time here just to complete the process. So Zitek lead this one 10-0. time back on. Remember, this is your Division 2 final here. Lego chooses to go high and turn. Good take there by NYS. Fantastic fielding there from the National Youth Service players. And a strong carry there at the edge. If you want to move this ball across and take it up as well, just fix the player and pick it out. That's better play from the, but it's teasing with the edge here. Oh. Again, just goes into touch. Another wasted opportunity here by NYS. It doesn't even get tackled. Somehow just loses the ball and get into touch. Smart play there from Zitek in terms of defense. As I said, that NYS get the ball back. Can they move it again? Now they always seem to choose to play it back in. Keep it short. I think Zitek would want to get rid of this one. No need to attack up the field. Yeah, so that's enough. Oh, the referee says the buzzer did go. But the ref says his time was still on, but the buzzer did go. Zitek kicked it out thinking the time was over, but the referee says, look, we're still using my clock here. And NYS get an opportunity. Anderson just trying to organize the defense here and tells him to come closer. It's a very good opportunity here for NYS Spades. Yeah, it's a pick and go on the blind side. Does he get the ball? Oh, he's still upright, right, and offloads it. But very, very, very tenacious defense here from Zitek. NYS somehow keep possession. They will go back in. That's how they've been playing so far. They don't shy away from the contact area. Another carry again, a pick and drive there. And the referee says yes, the clearing player comes from the side. I think Anderson need to check with the referee here whether it's okay to kick this one off. And the referee says so. So full-time scores here. Zitek win this one, Division 2 final. You will have the Zitek University in Nakuru playing in the first division. Zitek Oaks 10, NYS Spades 0.
to read. That is team number 4. The team ranked number 4 at the Driftwood Sevens will be going into Pool A. Team number 4. Thank you so much. Zara, thank you. I'd like for you to remain there, Zara, as you do. Remove that from, kindly take that back, the ball that you placed in. Now the second pool, that is Pool B, headlining that pool from port number A. I'd like Zara to kindly take one ball again from the A marked box. Zara. Look at the number. What is the number, Zara? That is number 2. Pool B will be having the runners-up of this event. Headline Pool B. Pool C. Zara, thank you so much. I'd like for you to get me that. Second, take the ball once again, Zara, from the port A. Headlining Pool C. Ladies and gentlemen, show that is the winner of this Driftwood Sevens event. Thank you so much, Zara. Number 1 will be going into Pool C. Thank you. And now finally, take the last ball from the port. Show it. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the 3rd place team, and that will be the team headlining Pool D. Thank you so much, Zara from Wavemark. Time now, ladies and gentlemen, quickly for us to get the next teams. I'd like to ask Pratesh from Parkmark to make his way. Thank you, Zara. You can exit to the stage. All right, he will be taking band number B. First, going into Pool A. Thank you so much. What's that number? That is number 6. Will be going into Pool A. Second, pick. Like for you to pick the second from the second, that is B. Second team in Pool B. Thank you so much. That is number 5. Then the third. Finally, let's go Pratesh for Pool C. That is number 11. Thank you so much. Hand it over to Morgan on the other side. And then finally, thank you. I think we've done that. Now time, ladies and gentlemen, for the third. Take one. That is Pool C, the B. That is B, yes. And that slots into Pool D. Thank you so much. I know we await the final, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Pratesh. Thank you. You can now hand over the ball to Morgan. All right, I'd like to ask Beach, Mr. Beach, kindly make your way forward. He'll be in charge of Band C, and he'll be giving us who goes in as the third seed team into every pool. Yes. First team for Pool A, number 10. Thank you so much. That goes into Pool A. Pool B. No. Take that from the Pool C. Yes, yes, that one. That will be the second team in Pool B, number 12. Pick another ball from that same box. That will be the team going into Pool C, number 9. And then finally, one more. Please do. Same box. All right, thank you. Yeah, pick it up. And that will be the final team going into Pool D. Thank you so much. All right, time now to ask the Kenya Rugby Union Chairperson, Harry Tokach. Thank you so much, Chairman, Mombasa Sports Club, Mr. Bridge. Harry Tokach, tafadhali going to Pool, that is D, Band D. The first team picked will be going into Pool A. Thank you, number 14. Second pick will be going into Pool B, number 23. Number 13, I beg your pardon. Thank you so much. Third pick will be going into Pool C, number 16. And then finally, we'll be having the pick that will be going into Pool D, number 15. Thank you so much, Harry Tokach. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. That has been the pulling draw for the Prince-Louis Sevens. Now for the final, coming to you from the Mombasa Sports Club. The final of the 2025 SportPesa National 7th Circuit Driftwood Sevens. Strathmore Leos taking on KCB.
Well, there you go. Pullings for Prince-Louis Sevens next weekend. Headline there, Pool A. Seeded first there are the hosts, Nakuru, having finished fourth here at Driftwood. The top 4 finishers here headline those pools. That is Cabras and Nakuru already at the top of their pools. And then one of these teams, either Strathmore or KCB, one would headline Pool C, and then the other one Pool B. But we'll get you those poolings as soon as we can on your screen. As we watch the two teams coming into the field now. KCB in your picture there with the hooded students from Strathmore. Strathmore Leos there with some interesting dressing here as they come into the field, relaxed, composed, high fives all round. They'll need a bit of that composure for this final, because they do have here an opponent equal to the task this evening. Interesting there, walk-in Walter by Strathmore Leos, hooded and perhaps giving an indication just what they are up to today. Center referee ready. His assistants on the touchline are ready. Are you ready? The first final of the National 7 Series here in Driftwood. Cool skies here, weather has cooled a bit as we kick off this final. KCB go high and short, well taken there by Strathmore. Put their passes together here, Strathmore, as they've done here. No rack so far. Oh, that goal gets off. Brian Aimba there has to take responsibility, says it came off my chin. But the referee said just your left hand. The slight touch there. Gabriel Aimba doesn't agree there, but it's a scrum nonetheless.
KCB looking to split that stubborn defensive line of the Leos. Jenkins, Smadi, Festus shrugs off 1, 2, 3, weak shoulders on the inside channels. Smadi, formerly of the Strathmore Leos. Olukusi. Olukusi makes it look so easy. I mean, the man runs with intent. He never looks for space.
There is no doubt there what Olukusi wanted to do.
It's an unfair fight.
It was David versus Goliath there in that one.
I think we need to stop that fight.
The missed conversion comes off the post. I think Gabriel Aimba should have perhaps assisted his diminutive scrum off here, Mwendwa. But KCB off the mark quickly. Oh, well taken there by Onyala, but it's a good contest here from Strathmore. Onyala claims that it was an infringement, but he took it very well with that kickoff. But a good turnover there from Strathmore Leos. Good kickoff, good take, and also a good contest on the rack. That's what you expect in a final, Walter.
Yes, that's exactly what you expect in a final. Brian Mwendo there leading his charges. Diminutive figure at scrum half. Huge, hard.
Yeah, don't let his size fool you, Brian Mwendo. He does try to do an overhead pass, but it's tapped back there by KCB. Onyala there with the ball. He's under pressure, Onyala. Yes, referee sees that. He's trying to play the ball on the floor.
Scully with an improvisation there of a tap and go. The ball has to touch any point of the foot. Yeah, with his tall, lanky figure, you know, if he decides to go tap on the floor, he might knock it on. So if he probably tries to juggle it, he also might knock it on. So he goes with the knee.
Well, he was allowed to do that, as we see here, knock on by Mwendwa when he came to pick up that from the rack.
Cabras falling short at the semis. Nakuru also falling short. These two teams going through to the final at the expense of those sides. Floyd Obuire just getting the afterburners on. Mwendwa and Gabi trying to square it out. And he races the two down. Try time, KCB.
It was coming across. I was wondering what was going to happen there, Floyd Obuire. But he knew his way to the try line. Looked up, saw Gabriel Ayimba, and felt confident that he would take him out on pace. Did an in out there to the final man, the sweeper there, Brian Mwendwa, and eventually scored at the corner there.
Second try, of course, KCB oozing with class across board. They are packing his pace. A fight for dear try line. Brian Mwendwa couldn't handle. In, out, simple.
In,
but
out,
well,
it was a stop and go.
A deadly combination if it comes out very well. That is a fast moving figure of Floyd Obuire. Nijo looking to take his team forward. Kicks. Time to see the chase.
It's a decent kick, you'd think, because it's right at the edge there of the touch line. Does get touch, and KCB will have to be efficient on this line out, because a score here from Strathmore and conversion just puts them 3 points out.
But they're asking KCB to show them if they are able to execute. But what about them? Why don't you keep the ball and attack and look for space? You see, KCB are able to defend their line. They can be able to execute their line out, and they have the ball now attacking Strathmore. So this might result in a try. And there you have Smarty Festus breaking through the defensive line. One man to beat, and Brian Mwendwa hangs on so desperately on the floor there. Counter coming through. The referee allows play to continue. Playing the ball in an offside situation. That is Stansla Shikoli. KCB quickly. Tap and go. Elvis Olukusi, one destination. Gabriel Ayimba knows it.
Does not look confident here. And Gabriel unable to deal with the...
Gabriel Ayimba not able to handle the big figure of a marauding lion in the name of Elvis Olukusi. Olukusi silently has been able to rack up the numbers. You can see the scores, the tries he's been able to score. He takes his team forward. He sort of would be one of those unsung heroes if KCB were to eventually lift this trophy.
I think it's obvious what his work is here, and it's very dynamic. Olukusi, obviously, as you see that try with a fend from a desperate attempt here by Gabriel Ayimba. You'd have thought maybe you'd go lower there. When you come from a big man upright, you expect a fend. You're right, Strathmore did kick deep there, expecting to get a defensive catch there from line out, but KCB have been efficient, and they've used their big men very well here, as we see. A knock on here, no.
Play off their feet.
I think it's an infringement here, off the feet.
Well, this is a KCB side with the likes of Samuel Asati here to come back into the fray. You'd argue KCB look to be the most experienced team that has come to these games.
Yes, and the experience is not just in terms of age here, but in terms of rugby hours, both in the short version and the 15s. So it makes a huge difference here in a game like this final, where you can control the pace. KCB, and they have controlled the pace here so far, leading Strathmore Leos 15 points to 0, keeping the students silent here at the Driftwood final.
Not allowed to defeat.
Andrew Amonde there, Kenya Shujaa, SNC coach, looking very composed. Willie Sojal, Foxy still just giving feedback right at the end there with an animated Charles Kadovilis, just pushing the boys there, asking more for them, some energy. Kadovilis seems to be asking. Walter, perhaps this is a justification to your statement earlier when you said perhaps the final between, rather the match between KCB and Cabras was the final before the final.
Yes, they were always going to produce the team that was going to be the biggest hurdle in the final. KCB proving that in that first half of the final of this year's SportPesa National 7th Circuit Driftwood Sevens. Elvis Olukusi has been able to give his fair share of service to KCB. KCB, remember, are the financial banking partner of this tournament. Many thanks to that in terms of support. KCB with a second half to finish. Strathmore with a second half, an opportunity to hunt down points. Interesting to see Vincent Onyala with a big carry there, running straight into Brian Mwendwa. Strathmore Leos quickly win it, tap and go, and that is Barnabas Owuor with all his experience. Freshly graduated and scores a try for the Strathmore Leos side. Barnabas Owuor.
Well, if you can't beat them, join them. He does an Olukusi there, Barnabas, and carries straight, and Wendwa converts. And as we say that perhaps the Cabras game with KCB was the final before the final. The students here just
if there was any team that was needed to score next, I think Strathmore Leos were needed to score next in that.
Definitely. It's a good kickoff. It's a really good kickoff, but KCB very efficient there with that take. With Mohati showing his strength there, Bob, with that lift. Nyala with a nice flat pass there. Floyd Wabwira stepping back in, and Nyala again sends the ball away. Crisp carry follow through Mohati in the middle as you would expect. But the ball not rolling away, rather the player not rolling away there. Strathmore number 13, Amalemba, was stuck there into the racks. And it looks like Kipruto there, Jenkins, is just milking that penalty. Tying Amalemba's feet there literally and forcing him to stay in the rack, and the referee judged him not to come all the way. Set piece to set piece here for KCB as they kick the ball downfield and just calmly. This is final sevens here from the bunkers.
Yes, KCB remaining strong. Tapped backwards by Elvis Olukusi. Shipped, knocked on. Leos with yet another chance, 4 minutes. Lots of time left. Quick tap there by Gabi to Nijo. Nijo shows, hoping for the gas man on the outside. Will be able to burn. Offloads back. Tapped backwards. KCB survived that attack. Bob Mohati. Elvis calm under pressure. That probably would have been that time when you get somebody kicking the ball. But Elvis wouldn't have kicked possession. But KCB surrender possession to Strathmore Leos, a forward pass.
Nyala there with the forward pass.
That's a labored pass there. You can see the energy levels. It has been a very tough 2 days. You would forgive them for being a bit lethargic towards the end there.
You'd also expect Onyala to give a better pass with no pressure there.
Yes, the opposite is also true.
Yes, but finals do get the best of you. And Strathmore, interesting here, opportunity with about just under 3 minutes to go. Wind of the scrum feed here for Strathmore. If they do score quickly here, I'll get a 7-pointer. Then it becomes interesting. That looks like a knock-on.
A knock-on in the tackle. Referee should be playing an advantage, probably a penalty advantage. Is it? Wafula looking to take on Floyd Obuire. That advantage not being gained. It's a high tackle.
Yeah, it is a high tackle.
That is Floyd sent to the bean. Facial expression shows it all. 2 minutes. Strathmore Leos, if anything has to come out of this, they have to score.
Floyd will want to quickly get to the naughty chair so that perhaps he can come back for the last few seconds here. Otherwise, it gives Strathmore an opportunity.
Yes, he does. See that. And his 2 minutes.
That was a Ngeta tackle there by Floyd Obuire.
Brian Mwendwa poses. The defensive line comes up. Alton Amalemba with a very good defender in Emmanuel Opondo. Rarely do you get to see Emmanuel being beaten 1v1. Wafula gets the long pass coming out wide. That is Bob Mohati and company making the tackles. Gabi Aimba stepping right into KCB. Wafula coming off the ground and picking the remnants of that tackle attempt by what the referee calls. I'm not sure what the call is.
It's an offside. Cross to the other side. There's no advantage there for Strathmore, so he says offside, right at the other end of the field.
Still enough time.
You just need to score here, Strathmore. Doesn't matter whether...
Maybe 3 or 7 or 5. They actually need at least 3 points.
Well, it doesn't matter where they score on this one. I think with just under 2 minutes, if they score, make it 12-15, then they kick off. I think there's an opportunity for them to again play again, because they are, remember, have 1-man advantage. KCB taking their time to come for this scrum. I'm not sure whether that was the right call from Strathmore, because this is...
No, 1-man advantage, it gives them...
it does, but
it's into the time. All they need is to score and hopefully have a kickoff. That's the most important thing.
Well, time is the enemy here. I hope the referee has stopped his time, because our clock seems to be moving. I would think the referee should have stopped his time here. Yes, he now calls for the time back on.
Yes.
So there's about 20 seconds on that clock.
Or more.
Or more, yeah.
KCB will be looking to challenge this scrum down. They'll be going at Strathmore Leos. You can see there, tap and go. Brian Mwendo taps quickly, dives and scores. He knocks it on.
Were they 10 meters on that?
No, they can't be 10 meters out because the scrum was 5 meters out of the try line.
No, sorry, but were they back?
5.
5, yes, but no, it calls a
Brian
Mwendo, I think is embarrassed there, but it is a scrum. KCB
survived that. That could be the most important moment for them, because had they scored that, it meant that the last play would have been one challenging, daunting task.
Well, there's time here for a scrum. As we see Brian Mwendo there. There's a foot.
He actually fell on Onyala's foot.
Yeah, it's a penalty try. Penalty try here. I'll tell you what, that is a penalty try for play by KCB. I think there's a foot there on Brian Mwendwa, and there is time for kickoff, because while our clock seems to have gone, the try was scored before the buzzer, so there's time here for kickoff.
Yeah, that is exactly what we were talking about. They needed that restart immediately after scoring.
I'll tell you what, there's everything on this restart. Everything's going on this restart.
Yes, you put all the money on that restart. KCB looking the ball to bounce backwards. Strathmore Leos looking for the ball to bounce forward. And that is the end of that.
KCB celebrate at the full-time whistle. It is a win in the bag. The SportPesa National 7th Circuit first weekend out. The Driftwood Sevens claimed by KCB.
Walter, I think let's show some respect here for Strathmore Leos, because we did say perhaps they started poorly in that half. They scored all the points in the second half. It looked ominous for them because KCB seemed to be cruising, but the scores there at the end show that it was a game of two halves. Eventually it was 1 point difference here in the final. KCB win this one and start the 7 series ranked seed number 1, and Strathmore Leos will be seed number 2 going into Prince Lou Sevens. At the end there, it was a very close game anyway.
Yes, quite close. Quite close, that result. A 1 point difference. KCB there, basking in the glory. Well, I mean, Oscar, KCB lived up to the billing. They had quite a strong squad on paper, and it's no surprise that they've been able to achieve what they've achieved.
Yes, it's a well-balanced team, and I may add, a well-balanced tactics. At some point, Vincent Onyala was on the bench. The coach seemed to be trusting his 12 players or 13 players and spreading the workload across, with Muhati there with some business to carry. Did carry in the middle, did carry the edges. Lukusi did the same. A bit of running and distribution from Onyala. And somehow that balance came through in the end. And they didn't necessarily depend on one player, but depended on all the 13 players. 12 plus the extra man.
Yes. Jojo Oro making the switch from the Strathmore Leos and immediately being involved in a final against the Strathmore Leos team. Banking on KCB, and he comes out as a victor, champion, as we get ready for the award ceremony. It has been a pleasure. It has been a pleasure, ladies and gentlemen. We've come to the tail end of this proceedings at the Mombasa Sports Club. It has been a very, very entertaining couple of days. Sevens Rugby has come back to life, sprung back to life with the resumption of the SportPesa National 7th Circuit. The fans have come out in numbers. It has been merry around. The family events have come out, and it has been a successful event. Oscar, on a scale of 1 to 10, it's really tough beating the experience that Mombasa has given the fans.
Walter, I will confess to be biased here, having myself spent some time in this town. It's a wonderful tournament. I know it is a tourist destination here. Nice cool weather this time of the year. But Rogers Lai and his team here, the Mombasa Sports Club, have hosted a wonderful, wonderful tournament. Of course, supported by the many volunteers across the board here, sighting officers, referees, volunteers, and all the stewards around the tournament have made this a fantastic experience, not just for the players, but also the fans who came through the last 2 days. If there's any doubt how close the 7th series would be, I think this final is a good example of it. Started strong, KCB, they did. Going ahead there in what seemed like an easy lead. But then the students from Strathmore came back through. Next weekend is Las Vegas, Prince Lou Sevens.
Yes, we have Nakuru FC headlining that Pool A. Kenya Harlequins, Cabras Stallions, Mombasa RFC in that order. Pool B, Strathmore Leos, Menengai Oilers, Daystar Falcons, the Zetec Oaks. That must be a very daunting task to play in that pool.
Yeah, that would be a challenge. And Pool C there, your winners KCB reading that pool, followed by Nondies as the second seed. And then Catholic Monks and Kisumu just finished the order there, third and fourth. And Pool D, your third finishers here in the Driftwood Sevens. Cabras will beat Nakuru here, lead that Pool D, followed by Masinde University of Science and Technology. And then the Gongro side, Impala, RFC, and Mwamba just finished that one. That also seems to be an interesting pool, that one, Walter. Sort of evenly balanced there. You'd think Cabras would come out of that one leading, considering that they were third in this so far. Doesn't guarantee them anything. But
Yes.
then again, looking at Oilers, sorry, but is that Impala there and Mwamba at the end there, and most. Perhaps those three are balanced. So it'll be a bit of a scrap there. All to play for next weekend.
Yes, all to play for as the SportPesa National 7 second makes its second inroads into this year's games. We will be coming to you live from Nakuru Athletics Club, where we will be playing host to this year's second round. That is the Prince Louis Sevens, a tournament brought to you courtesy of Nakuru RFC. Most importantly, thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much for being who you have been over the last 2 days. It has been a joyful ride. We have had highs, lows. We've had so much entertainment, so much on-pitch and off-pitch drama. But most importantly, we've come to the tail end. We have successfully done what needs to be done, and we are ready for the ride of the SportPesa National 7 circuit. I've been your host. My name is Walter Orangi, signing out.
And Oscar Sir here supporting Walter.
Yes, many thanks, Oscar. You've been a gem. Thank you so much. Your knowledge, your depth, and your experience in all these matters, especially the sevens, is something that we always need to tap from. And thank you so much, Oscar, for coming out.
My pleasure.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it has been a pleasure coming to you live from the Mombasa Sports Club. We're signing out. It's a done deal. The Driftwood Sevens champions are KCB.
Faith Basie, Engineer Moses Mkabane. Engineer Moses Mkabane, Nkata Kariuki. Faith Basie. Nkata Kariuki, for Moja Shoes. Engineer Moses Mkabane. Runners up, Division 2, NYS Pets. Nkata Kariuki. Presenting the runners-up Division 2 award is Faith Basie and Engineer Moses Mkabane. Next, Zete Cox. Next presenters, Gaddafi Mohammed. Winner of Division 2, Zite Cox. Presenters, Gaddafi Mohammed, Leslie Mwangale, and Debbie Maina. Leslie Mwangale, Debbie Maina. Winner Division 2, Zitek Oaks. Presenters are Gaddafi Mohammed, Leslie Mwangale, and Debbie Maina.
And the Division 2 winners are Zitek Oaks. The presenters are Gaddafi Mohammed, Leslie Mwangale, and Debbie Maina.
All right, now we go to the Division 1, and we'll be awarding the player of the final. I would like to call upon Mr. Pratesh from Pakmak Holdings and Dr. Joshua Roni, KRU Honorable Treasurer, please to come forward and present this player of the final award. And this goes to Floyd Wabwire. A round of applause for Floyd Wabwire, player of the final. Dr. Aroni, we are waiting for you.
Third place Division 1.
All right, sir. All right, that's the player of the final, Floyd Wabwire. The trophy presented by Mr. Pratesh Pakmak and Dr. Aroni, KRU Honorable Treasurer. Floyd, please, don't go away. We have to Giamini Bronze Award. He goes home with a cash award of 10,000 Kenya shillings, courtesy of SportPesa. All right, Floyd, please don't go away, Floyd. Don't go away, Floyd. I would like to call upon Marianne from Wavemark Properties to present the top try scorer of this year's Driftwood Rugby 7 2025. Floyd, please hold on. And Floyd Wabwire is still the top try scorer. He scored a total of 8 tries. Congratulations. Presenting the trophy is Marianne from Wavemark Properties. Next up, we'll have the top point scorer, Division 1. I would like to call upon Ruth Wayua from Listen Media. Yeah, just go. All right, the top point scorer goes to Floyd Wabwire from KCB. Presenting it is Ruth Wayua from Listen Media. A round of applause for him. Next up, we'll be awarding the most promising player of the tournament. I'd like to call upon Derek Omalwa to come and present these. And this award goes to Nation Mwangemi, Mombasa RFC. Nation Mwangemi, please come forward. Yeah. Nation Mwangemi, where are you? From Mombasa Rugby. This is the most promising player. Nation from Mombasa, please, let's hurry up. All right, Cabras, please come closer for the next award. And now we go to the third place in Division 1. And this goes to Cabras Sugar. Cabras, please come forward. Cabras Sugar. All right. I'd like to request all the teams all right, this is for the third place, Cabras Sugar. They go home with a check of 25,000 courtesy of SportPesa. All the team that have gotten an award, please don't go far away. We have some hampers to give out. A round of applause for him, please.
Runners-up Division 1, Strathmore, the presenters, Roger Sly, Joyo Chuka, Biggie from SportPesa, and Moses Ndale, Vice Chairman, Kenya Rugby Union. Runners-up Strathmore, kindly step forward. Moses Ndale, the presenters are Moses Ndale, Biggie from SportPesa, Joyo Chuka, and Roger Sly, Mombasa Sports Club Chair. Strathmore, Strathmore, runners up for Division 1, Strathmore Leos. Kindly a round of applause for Strathmore Leos, our runners up for Division 1. The presenters are Mr. Roger Sly, Mombasa Rugby Chairman, Mitchell Coates, Joyo Chuka, SportPesa's B, and Kenya Rugby Union Vice Chairman, Moses Ndale. Christine Kariuki, Roger Sly, Willie Sojuang, Harriet Okach, and Mr. Mohammed Osman. You're the next presenters. Christine Kariuki, Roger Sly, Willie Sojuang, Harriet Okach, and Mr. Mohammed Osman. You are the next presenters. Kindly step forward. Kindly the teams, once you leave, just pass by and take the hampers. Strathmore Leos are the runners-up for Division 1. Next, the winners of Division 1, KCB Rugby. Christine Kariuki, Roger Sly, Willie Sojuang, Harriet Okach, and Waziri Osman Mohammed. Presenting for the winner of Division 1. The winners of Division 1, Driftwood 7 2025, KCB Rugby. The presenters are from Tusker, Christine Kariuki, Mombasa Rugby Chairman, Roger Sly, SportPesa, Willie Sujong, KRU Chairperson, Harriet Okach, and Waziri Osman Mohammed. Winners, Driftwood Sevens 2025, KCB Rugby. And the winners have received a check of 100,000 from SportPesa. A round of applause for KCB Rugby, who are the winner of Driftwood Sevens 2025. round of applause for KCB Rugby. Winners, Driftwood Sevens, 2025. Hongera.
ladies and gentlemen, Waswahili husema hayawi hayawi mwishowe huwa. And the first stop in Mombasa, the Driftwood Sevens, the first outing of the 2025 SportPesa National 7 Circuit has come to an end, with KCB emerging as overall champions here, knocking out defending champions Kenya Harlequins, who won in 2024. They managed to get a 15-14 win over Strathmore in the main cup final. And joining me right now is Mr. Sponsor mwenyewe, Willis Ojuang, the SportPesa Public Relations and Advertising Manager, who is just going to speak on behalf of SportPesa, kutuambia why they came into the circuit for a third year in a row and how they are feeling to be the title sponsors. Willis Ojuang.
Yes, sir.
How are you, my brother?
Fine, thank you, my brother.
Nice to see you in Mombasa.
It's a pleasure.
County 001.
001 down at the coast.
How are you feeling, first of
I'm
all?
okay.
Uh-huh.
I think it's kicked off really well.
Yeah.
For the first time, I think we've seen Mombasa beginning the circuit.
Yeah.
Of course, it was expected. A lot of competitive action,
Yeah.
a lot of experience, proper coordination from the host club. I think it's the 2025 edition of the SportPesa Sevens has begun on a good note. I think going down into Prinsloo, I think we're going to see a lot more action. Of course, the teams are there putting in the work and just making their place known and stamping the authority that they're also here and they mean business.
Yeah. Willis, third year in a row.
Yes.
SportPesa, leading online gaming firm, coming into the National 7 circuit, sponsoring it for a third year in a row. We've seen the work you've done at the National 7s team, but what is it about the local circuit that keeps you believing all the time for the third year in a row?
I think it's interesting. We normally say no one does sports, no one does sponsorships in Kenya like SportPesa does. I think the third year, of course, in a row, we've seen the impact, we've seen the results, and we've seen the impact that is being brought out by us coming back into the 7th circuit. I think for the first time when we came, remember it was after that unfortunate relegation. Later on, of course, what happened was this team, the circuit became a feeder into the Shujaa. Of course, they went ahead, of course, to tackle the Africa Sevens champions, which made them book their place at the Olympics. I think very fast, of course, courtesy of the local circuit, we saw this again becoming the feeder into the Shujaa program, which went ahead and we saw a very fast comeback into the HSBC. So, of course, the impact in terms of the local rugby, in terms of the local teams, is actually being felt, and the results, of course, the discipline can be seen, and we've seen a lot of interest, of course, even from the bidding legs and all that, a lot more interested clubs coming into play as well. Yeah.
I'm sure it must be a proud moment as a company for SportPesa to come in, supporting the national team, then to the local circuit. Just what are you looking forward to, and what are the proudest moments of SportPesa walking this journey with the National 7 circuit and with the rugby in the country as a whole?
Remember, we had a presser, of course, where we were able to task, of course, the technical team that how do they ensure that seamless feeder so that we don't just have over-reliance in terms of some of the players. I think the result has been seen. We've seen a lot of effort coming in. And for us, the proudest moment is just seeing proper talent, proper homegrown talent coming into play. Remember, unlike Shujaa, which is just one team, of course, at the national stage, we have up to 40 teams interested in, of course, taking part. Of course, we have legs that we'll be seeing, even the ladies. Remember, our ladies are currently top in terms of the sevens game in Africa. So I think that's some of our proudest moments. Of course, and being able to have a reward scheme, of course, in prize money, it really goes a long way. And this, remember, is player-driven. So I think that motivation, that extra motivation, definitely there's room to do more, but that's some of our proudest moments at SportPesa. Yes.
One leg down in Mombasa now. What can people expect from SportPesa going into the remaining 5 outings?
Definitely, we normally say the rugby experience is on and off the pitch. And what we can expect, of course, going into the other second circuit, remember for the first time, SportPesa is lining up and polishing that broadcast and live stream environment. We've seen a lot of people tuning in, up to 3,000 guys who instead would have been here tuning into the live stream and just being able to catch the rugby action both on and off the pitch. I think it's really a good thing that we've introduced into this program. So guys, even if you can't make it to the pitches, of course we encourage you to come down to the ground so that we're able to support the host clubs through ticketing and all. But just aligning that live stream and broadcast. Remember, our players also need a lot of exposure. We've seen guys tuned in from the US, guys tuned in from the UK and all that, being able to see and identify our talent. And by the way, I won't be shocked that by the time we finish in Dallas Sevens, we'll see a lot of collapse and a lot of interest from even the international scouters picking 1 and 2 players here and there.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Bwana Willis.
Thank you so much.
PR SportPesa manager. That has been Willis Ojwang from the SportPesa, and he's the public relations and advertising manager. And just to take you back, Driftwood Sevens is done, and KCB have emerged as the champions in the first outing of the 2025 SportPesa National 7 Circuit. So right about now, I want to shift things a little bit. I'm done with Willis, and I want to welcome the Kenya Rugby Union chair lady, Madam Harriet Okach, who made history as the first ever female chairperson of the Kenya Rugby Union, to join me. And I just want to hear her thoughts about what the 2025 SportPesa Sevens will be all about and what she's seen from the first outing that is happening in Driftwood. And just this moment, I'll be welcoming Madam Harriet Okach to just step into the frame and join me for a little chit-chat tukiongea naye. Madam President, good evening.
Good evening.
Nice to see you in Mombasa.
Nice to see you too.
How are you feeling?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm all right myself. First outing is done in Mombasa.
Yes.
How are you feeling?
I feel great. It was awesome, well-organized event. Great turnout, lots of vibes.
Yeah, for you now, I think this is one of your fastest tasks, getting in as the chairperson, and then now running the 7th circuit. Of course, you have SportPesa on board. You have other partners like Amara on board who've come to support the circuit. What is this step going into building into our teams? We are now in the Division 2 in the HSBC. How do we ensure that this local circuit gives us a good platform and good squad depth, just carrying into and building for our national teams?
It's good for scouting for the next crop of teams. I've seen both the director of rugby, a few people, the coaches for both men's and women's sevens working together and trying to just collect stats on different players so that they're able to get or identify a new crop. And this was good. This was good for them because quite a few new players emerged for some of us, you know. Some people that you didn't imagine would be as good. Sort of surprised us. So, I really enjoyed.
And as a chairperson, I'm assuming one of the support you need most is support from corporates.
Oh, yes.
How important has it been to have people like SportPesa, Amara, and we've seen Mombasa coming with a whole lot of sponsors just supporting the game? Because at the end of the day, we are here for the game.
It's really refreshing because it shows that more and more people are seeing the value addition that rugby brings into their business. Because what most people don't know is rugby fans, we don't just talk, we walk the walk. So when we see you coming on board to support rugby, then we will support your brand. And it's great that Mombasa had quite a huge number of sponsors or partners coming on board. A lot of new ones that I've never even seen, like in the market. So, I mean, this just shows that more and more people are coming on board and we are welcoming even more.
Harriet, for people who know you, they know you love working behind the scenes. Just to ask you about right now, how has it been taking that mantle and just leading the Kenya Rugby Union, hopefully to the next level where our team is always at the national level, at the top level, and just ensuring we stay consistently there at the top?
Okay, it's been different, but what I can say is I have a huge support system within rugby and even outside. So they've kind of sort of eased me in. It's still really hard for me to be at the forefront because over the years, I'm used to you know, sort of propping guys in, you know, and standing at the back. And so I'm getting used to this. It's still new, it's still hard for me to be at the forefront, but I know in time and with support, I'll get to where probably guys want me to be. Yes.
Just finally, before I let you go, what would be a message to the rugby community, just from the grassroots clubs all the way to the championship, to the top tier clubs in the Kenya Cup, and to the rugby fraternity in general? What would be a message as the chairperson to them?
Rugby is back. Rugby season is here. Let's come out to the fans. Let's come out in huge numbers, so that we are able to show support to the players, to the tech. A lot of new players, so it's important for us guys to just follow and see if we are able to identify a new crop. To the players, show guys what you're made of. Show guys why rugby is the sport to turn to here in Kenya, and just look at us, look at around you. Rugby actually really unifies. It doesn't matter what part of the country, what class you belong to. Here, we are all one big happy community.
All
So
right.
Karibuni Rugby.
All
And
right.
let's see you at Prince Lou
All right.
in Nakuru.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you very much,
Thank
Madam
you.
Harriet.
Thank you
It's
for
been-
having me.
All right, you're welcome.
Okay, bye.
So ladies and gentlemen, that is Harriet Okach, the Kenya Rugby Union chairperson who made history as the first ever female president of the rugby union in the country. So right about now, we are done with Driftwood action and I'll be welcoming Walter Orangi. I'm sure you guys know Walter Orangi. He's famous in the rugby fraternity, but in case you don't know him, he does amazing commentary. He's the guy for Try Time. Mr. Walter.
Yes.
Vipi bro?
Thanks sana Steve, niaje man?
Niko fiti, na wewe uko aje?
Niko mzima nashukuru.
The whole day, Mazee, you've been commentating on the games
Yes,
and
I
the action in the first outing of the 2025 SportPesa 7th circuit.
Yes.
From
I
your
have.
POV, how was the action?
Well, the action has been quite fast, thick and fast. We've had a very entertaining 2 days of rugby here in Mombasa Sports Club. The start of the SportPesa National 7th circuit. And we've been able to crown KCB as the champion this weekend.
Yeah.
Building up very well. I would say the strongest team came out through and won it. KCB had a very decent team on paper, and they nicked this one. So it is a perfect start for the SportPesa National 7th circuit.
All right. I think we didn't have any surprising results until up to the main cup quarterfinals, where Kenya Quins, the defending champions, the overall title defending champions, were knocked out. But just to ask you, which team impressed you the most in this Driftwood Sevens?
Well, I had so many teams that impressed me. I thought Daystar Falcons had a beautiful day one, save for the fact that they were in a very, very tough pool. Today, match day 2, we saw Kenya Harlequins being knocked out by Nakuru RFC. Nakuru RFC, however, didn't have so much in the tank to proceed beyond the semis. So many teams have put up their hands, but I am quite impressed by this one team called Strathmore. Strathmore punched above their weight to make it to the final.
Yeah.
They came in second, narrow 14-15 victory for KCB.
Yeah.
So I'd give Strathmore maybe an opportunity as we head forward. They are young boys, they'll be gelling together. And most of the teams really, being the opening round of the SportPesa National 7th circuit, guys are still trying to find their feet. So interesting to see how it pans out as we head to Nakuru.
All right. And just in case you're watching at home, ladies and gentlemen, we apologize for people crisscrossing in front of our cameras. You know, rugby ni masaa ya sherehe sasa, so everyone is just looking forward to the sherehe. Apologies for that. We are doing all we can to contain that. But Walter, back to the action. Floyd Wabwire, Kevin Wekesa, Patrick Odongo, Vincent Onyala, Festus Shiasi, some of the Kenya Sevens players I'm talking about here. How good was it having them on the circuit, and what was their level compared to these boys in the local circuit?
Extremely good. I mean, I cannot really shower the individuals you've mentioned. Kevin Wekesa has been spectacular over the weekend. Onyala has led KCB from the front. Smadi, Festus Shiasi. The cream rises to the top, and you could see the top players in the country coming to the front and staking a claim. Patrick Odongo playing for the Daystar Falcons side, and still able literally to show the glimpses of what he does on the World Rugby 7 series. So I've really been impressed. Floyd Wabwire, fresh from starring for the Morans at the Rugby Africa Sevens tournament in Mauritius, and has brought his form to the local 7 series. So it's very, very interesting to see how the Kenya Sevens players are going to be faring, and you can see that other players can be able to learn from what the Kenya Sevens contingency are doing, and you can see that the skills sets them apart. The fact that they play in the high intensity games and gives them an opportunity to come and showcase that at home, it is the perfect opportunity. The SportPesa National 7 circuit platform for the National Sevens team.
Yeah, and just in that same breath, I'm talking about those are the current players, but on the technical side, we've seen the likes of Lavin Asego, we've seen Geoffrey Ominde stepping in, we've seen Oscar Uma coming in, we've seen Simon Odongo, some small players who used to play, but now are making a transition into coaching. I was excited to see Lavin Asego leading the Lions because of all the people I've met, I think he has one of the smartest rugby brains. Just how interesting was it to see these guys making that transition and hopefully taking this journey now?
Well, in the process of unearthing the next superstar in terms of the SportPesa National 7 Circuit, we're also unearthing the next coaching maestro. You've seen the likes of Kevin Wambua, who've also flourished on this same platform, leading the National Sevens team. Now, it is very important for us to be able to look at the quality of the coaching.
Yeah.
And across the park, you can see that these are former players who have now transitioned to the national, of course, to their clubs, serving. You've talked about the likes of Lavin Asego. He has a brilliant mind. He was one of the top flyers in the country.
Yeah.
Served both the local Mwamba side and, of course, the international aspect of it, the Kenya 15s and the Kenya Simbas.
Yeah.
So Lavin oozes experience, and you can say that across a number of coaches who've been able to showcase their coaching talent across this SportPesa National 7 Circuit. So many of the things that this platform, the SportPesa National 7 Circuit gives, is an opportunity to develop the future coaches.
Just final one, which is the team to watch out for going into Prince Lu?
They'll be reeling, losing that semi-final match. Cabras will be reeling. They have a returning lot of players, the likes of John Ekubu.
Yeah.
We have the suspended winger, that is Griffin Chow.
Yeah.
They have quite a number of players coming back, so we'll be looking forward to seeing what Cabras and the other chasers who are chasing KCB down will do.
All right. Thank you very much, Walter Orangi, a celebrity in the rugby fraternity in the 254. So ladies and gentlemen, the first outing of the 2025 SportPesa National 7 Circuit concludes here in Mombasa with KCB emerging champions after defeating Strathmore 15-14 in a closely fought main cup final. From the SportPesa team to everyone and every sponsors who came on board, we just want to say a big thank you, and to all the fans who showed up, thank you very much for making this possible. Let's meet in the second outing happening in Nakuru, which is the Prince Lu Sevens, next weekend. Over and out. See you then. Ladies and gentlemen, all the way from Kenya's capital in Nairobi down to county 001 in Mombasa. Ukiangalia hapo nyuma, mandhari imeweza. SportPesa team tushawasili na tumekuja kuchafua mbaya. Presenting to you a new show called The Hard Tackle, where we'll be taking on everything in the 2025 SportPesa 7 Circuit. My name is Ochieng Steven na siko peke yangu. Natembea tu na watoto wazuri na ukiangalia wacha yeye pia introduce hapo.
It's your girl CJ, and of course we're excited to be in Mombasa for the SportPesa 7 Circuit. From exciting rugby, fire tackles, exciting talent, and of course sherehe. Hard Tackle starts now.
First, SportPesa came in a major way for the 2025 edition of the National 7 Circuit, sponsoring it to a tune of 15 million Kenyan shillings to take the title rights for a third year in a row. The first year, KCB walibeba Okombe. Second year, Kenya Harlequin wakaenda 12-year drought. Na this season, hatujui itakuwa nani who will lift the SportPesa 7 Circuit. So a lot of action imeexperiencewa, but wacha tusikie wasi wanasema wana expect nini in the 2025 edition. Tuende nayo sana.
What I'm looking forward to in the 7th circuit, of course, is tries. Kuna wasi wakigongana as always. Patrick Odongo tries as always from last season, and my team, Strathmore Lions, winning one or two legs of the 7th circuit and winning the overall.
The biggest thing that I'm looking forward to is how will the teams use the data to improve themselves, and what insights will the data show us? Who will be some of the really undervalued players will be shown from the data that the public won't be able to see? And obviously it's when you select these players using the data for the national team, on the national stage, international stage, how will they perform?
6 circuits, different legs, we're traveling. Fun experience is going to be crazy. What fans should expect is amazing images, quality photography. Come through with your friends, kuja na mbogi, kuja na kila mtu, tukutane pale kwa ground.
Na mshasikia Mandla amesema wasiwa expect picha kalikali. Tisini wametushow tuone vile data ita play a part in players getting selected to the national teams after this SportPesa 7 circuit. Na Matoke na amesema anakufa na Leos yake 27 all day every day. Anyway, itakuwa interesting na tunataka kusikia wewe unaonaje SportPesa 7 circuit. Who do you think will win the overall crown? Tuchapie hapo kwa comment section na tunaweza kupatia a SportPesa gift hamper. Anyway, coming into Driftwood 7s, Kenya Harlequin ndio wana come in as the most decorated side in this tournament. Wameishinda a staggering 13 times, followed by Mwamba and then KCB pia wako the third best in this tournament. But tukiangalia pale pools, Pool A iko na Kenya Harlequin of course, hao ndio top seeds, hao ndio defending champions na hao pia ndio overall defending champions. Wako na Moose, Black Blood na Mwamba. And then Pool B iko na Braska, Cabras Sugar, Catholic Monks, Nakuru and Impala. And then Pool C iko na KCB, Nondies, Daystar Falcons na Mombasa Sports Club who are the hosts. Pool D tunamaliza na Oilers, Strathmore, Stallions na Kabarak University. So even your action itakuwa on the pitch, but as you know, rugby manze si kila kitu tu on the pitch. Off the pitch pia tuko na CJ representing na acha tupeleke na rada.
So preparations zenyu za Driftwood 7 zimekuaje?
The best word I can use to describe the preparation is it's been adequate preparation and very intentional.
Nice. And how are you feeling? You personally as the captain wa KCB, una feel aje?
Well, it's a big honor to represent such a big club, such a big brand, and I'm feeling really honored by this moment. And considering the mood in the camp and myself, we are very ready and we are excited, and we can't wait for the moment to start. Basically, this year we are looking up to dominating each and every task that's ahead of us. Last season was a bit shaky, we slipped a bit, but we've come prepared this time round, and the word we have in the camp is dominance.
Well, we've had some good weeks of training with the team. We have a pretty young team this time, and I'm pretty confident in the boys because they have shown good character during training. You know, we've had a good outing with them during the rough and tough, so we're expecting to see some good results better than what we had last season.
Mombasa, how Mombasa is known, this is a holiday destination. Players, fans and all stakeholders usually look forward to come to Mombasa to celebrate rugby and also promote the culture of sports in the community.
Na majamaa, mmesikia Kenya captains wamesema wako ready mbaya. Na utamwa 7s ni nini? Utamwa 7s ni tour. Na tour ni nini? Tour ni kujibamba. You know the vibes. Na unaweza nitad CJ wa ma vibes.
Ati nini?
CJ wa ma vibes. CJ wa ma vibes.
Utamwa tumesema nifanya nini?
Ni kujibamba.
Utamwa ni kujibamba ma guys. Tushakula shawarma, tumekula kachiri, tumekunywa ukwaju,
mabuyu.
Kila kitu nakwambia mwanangu. First stop imekuwa Mombasa hapa, na after hapa unajua tu rugby si serious on the pitch, off the pitch tuko serious pia.
Na mimi mnipate pale sherehe ama ni aje?
Ishasema. And ladies and gentlemen, that is the first episode of the Hard Tackle brought to you by SportPesa, covering all the 6 outings in the 2025 SportPesa National 7 Circuit. Wacha tuone itakuwaje. Will Quins defend their title or will another seed come and dominate in Mombasa? That has been me, Ochieng Steven, na CJ pia amesema kwaheri. See you in the next one.
Masani ya saa 8 napiga ka walk pale mtaani kidogo, naona base ya kudishi. Very nice, very nice. Ndo mimi huyo nikaingia tu pole pole, then nikajiposition. Waiter akakam nijenge mega. Ati mega? Waiter akashtuka. Kama customer pia wanashtuka. Wanashtuka nini? Nipe mlima. Wakaanda. Ndo hiyo kidogo imelandi. Indio dishi, indio mega. Kuna pale ka salt, ka chumvi nini, nikaiposition vizuri. nikaanza hii ndio mega, hii ndio jackpot.
SportPesa Mega Jackpot sasa iko over 400 million Kenya shilling.
We, hadi waiter enyewe, hii ndio time ya kudishi. Masani ya saa 8 napiga ka walk pale mtaani kidogo, naona base ya kudishi.
Okongo Odongo, no stranger to the try line, and there as he jogs his way to touchdown. The best there is in the business right now for the Kenya Shujaa. Daystar Falcons 24 for these two sides. Kabarak, Sindoli. There you have it. Big frame of Sindoli diving over for yet another try for Daystar. Daystar Falcons 29. Kabarak University 5. Conversion is successful. It is 31 in favor of